13th installment of the King of the Sea tournament is about to begin. The prize pool has almost doubled. It's $50,000 now, and the tournament winner will get $17,500. The winners of the regional stages will earn steel, doubloons, and special camouflages. But most importantly, you'll win glory. Your team will become known throughout the whole world. Broadcasts of the regional and international finals are an incredible spectacle that will keep you glued to your screen. The best players on the planet will clash in fierce battles. Moreover, viewers will be able to obtain up to 11 King of the Sea containers, a permanent camouflage for North Carolina, and a Tier 7 premium ship. Don't miss out on King of the Sea. Win a prize and become a legend.
Welcome back to King of the Sea 13, today with Day 2 of the EU Regional Finals. I hope you're as excited as I am to take a look at all of the craziness, the action, and the fun that the competitive teams will provide you with today, and see who actually gets to be the King of the Sea for the EU tournament. If you're wondering what's happening today, we do have the schedule ready for you. We are going to be looking at these semi-finals first. We get to see one of them because they're running in parallel, and we get to see Wargaming Pay to Win duke it out with Ban CV, which is promising to be a fantastic match. Then we're going to move over to the losers bracket and see who can actually qualify for the match for the best of, actually the third place. And that's very important because that is deciding who gets to go to the international stage of the tournament. And then, of course, we're ending the day with the grand finals and see who is the King of the Sea for the EU tournament. So that sounds like a cool plan for today, right? And before we dive into the details of today's tournament, let's take a look at Twitch drops. I know many of you are here, some of you are new to this, so we'll just quickly explain how things are working. For King of the Sea, you have a special drop for this weekend where you have to watch for 90 minutes. It doesn't matter whether it was yesterday or today, but in total it's 90 minutes watch time, and then you get a mission in the game that will net you up to 2 King of the Sea collection containers. For those who already finished the collection, we have something very special prepared for King of the Sea 13. We have an amazing North Carolina pirate skin that you can get in update 0.10.10 if you manage to, first of all, finish the King of the Sea collection, and second of all, that you got at least 1 King of the Sea Twitch drop from the King of the Sea 13 campaign. If that is true, then with the release of update 0.10.10, you will get a mission that lasts until the end of the year, and once you finish it, you will get the beautiful skin. But that's not the only thing. You also have the chance to go to the Armory and get 3 additional King of the Sea containers from the Armory tab for 2,000 community tokens. Or if you want to get special themed commanders and the green and red camouflages for King of the Sea, you can obtain them for 3.2k community tokens as well for this update. So I hope this is interesting enough for you. If you have any questions about Twitch drops, just head to our portal. We have a guide there how to connect your account. And if you had any issues, my recommendation is relink the account in your Wargaming account management, and that should fix any problems you had with this system. Great. Okay, well then let's head over and talk about the tournament today with the guests, because of course I'm not alone here today. No, I have 2 experts with me, and let's introduce them. And magically, sitting next to these 2 guys. Yes, welcome, welcome. We have, of course, today again, Seraphis and Malteseknight, and today we start off with Malteseknight. Who are you? Why are you here? What are you contributing to the stream?
Well, I'm a Twitch streamer, and I was invited by Wargaming to come here and help cast the tournament. And well, we're going to be watching some games, and it's going to be pretty exciting again. Like yesterday, we had a really good day yesterday, so I'm quite excited again.
And he's being very modest, actually, because he's not just a streamer. He's one of the most experienced King of the Sea players, a King of the Sea winner, both regional and international. So he knows what it takes to win. So he's a big expert, but very modest. That's always nice. And then, of course, we have Seraphis.
Yes. Hello. Many of you might know me as Sarah. I used to be an EU coordinator for King of the Sea, but I recently joined the Wargaming community team as the new English community manager. And like Moti's already said, Yesterday we had an amazing set of matches, and today I have no doubt we will see even more explosive matches.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the format, just to make sure everybody knows what they're going to see today in terms of the setup of the tournament. We will have, again, Tier 10, 9 versus 9. But what else can viewers expect?
Right. So the amount of destroyers and cruisers that teams can bring is unlimited. However, they do have a limitation on battleships and carriers. There's a maximum of 2 battleships per team, and no carriers are allowed. And then can we talk about the map pool?
Well, the map pool, today we have, 7 maps. We have North, Land of Fire, Islands of Ice, Hotspot, Warrior's Path, Trap, and Northern Waters. And each team gets to ban 1 map.
Yes, that's in general like a system that we have implemented for King of the Sea recently, where teams can actually ban maps, but also ships. One thing I want to highlight to you, if you haven't paid too much attention, this is the first time we have the map Hotspot in the mix, and one of the crazy things about that map is it has 4 cap zones compared to the 3 you will see on all of the other maps, so definitely make sure to check that out. When it comes to the ban system, we have 2 ways of how ship bans actually work, right? We can see here already in a graphic that we just want to show to you as an example how it works for a team point of view and a global ban point of view. But what does that actually mean, Sarah?
Okay, so let's start off with the global bans. The global bans apply to the entirety of the tournament, and every single team, when they sign up, was allowed to vote for 2 ships that they didn't want to see in the tournament. The 2 most voted ships were banned completely from the tournament from start to finish in all regions, even in internationals. And these 2 ships ended up being Petropavlovsk and Kleber. Let's talk about the team bans. How do they work?
So basically, before a match starts, each team gets to select a ship they want to ban from the enemy team, even their own, but they won't know what the enemy team is banning. So it's both blind bans, so they both get to ban a ship, and possibly, even yesterday we did see it, they might ban the same ship. But in this example, for example, we have Alexander Nevsky banned by Wargaming Pay to Win, and BanCV banned Marceau.
Exactly, so that means these 4 ships will not be able to be picked by any of the teams throughout this series. But if a team advances, and we will see this with these teams, right, they will either advance to the finals or will be in the losers bracket. For the next set of matches, they will get to ban a different ship. So that's just something to keep in mind. Great. In terms of ships, we will have the situation, and I know that some viewers will have questions that they might expect certain ships and they're not going to appear at all, because we have some rules set up in terms of what ships can be played in King of the Sea.
That is correct. There's a lot of ships that are no longer available in World of Warships to purchase or obtain in any sort of way. This means that we have not allowed teams to pick these ships anymore. This is to keep the tournament fair, make sure that every team has roughly equal footing in what ships they can obtain, and thus not giving any unfair advantages to teams that have been around for very long compared to teams that have just started.
Yes. When it comes to maps, it works in a similar fashion. Each of the teams are able to ban 1 map. They also do this in a blind way, and you might actually see 2 teams banning the same map as well. But on the other hand, they also get to pick a map. Yesterday we saw best of 3, so each of the teams get to pick 1 map. Now today we will see a lot of best of 5s. We're actually going to start off with a best of 5, and they will see the teams are able to pick 2 maps. But for the deciding map, the last one, if it actually ends at the point where the teams both score 2 wins and need a 3rd win to actually move on to the next stage, the last map, which is here for Wargaming Pay to Win against BanCV Trap, that is a completely randomized map. No? Oh, Conway is jumping in.
Well, we have 7 maps, so if they ban 2, then we only have 5
Ooh,
left.
that's not even randomized. That's true.
It will actually be randomized if both teams ban the same map, because then we have 6 maps in the pool left to pick from. So then when both teams have picked, we have 2 maps left, and then it will be randomized between the 2.
So, depends a bit on how the teams are going to set it up.
Yes.
But now let's take a look at the prizes these teams are actually playing for, and that's actually very interesting because it's the prize pool is actually split up into 2 aspects. We have the regional tournament that is running today for EU, NA, and Asia that you've seen maybe on this channel right before we went live, and an international prize pool. They're actually separate. How does the regional prize pool work, Maltese?
So basically, if you win your region, you will end up getting a t-shirt, a COTS flag, which gives you a lot of rewards in game. You get the steel camo, which is worth around 10,000 steel. You get 25 COTS camos, which again give you a lot of rewards in the game. You get 5,000 doubloons and 5,000 steel, and that's based on a 12-player team, so each player gets those rewards. What about international?
Well, before we actually talk about international, that's not the only prizes that the teams can win, but you can also win prizes at home with the prediction campaign, which will end in roughly 1 hour. And if you haven't seen it, we'll be posting it in chat plenty often. So make sure you vote on which teams will end up first, second, and third, and making it to internationals. Now, let's head over to the international prize pool. When teams go to internationals, there's a maximum of 12 teams, 3 teams per region. If you finish first in your regional tournament, you will automatically win $2,500 as you will be placed in the top 8. Now, teams can win up to $50,000 in total, which means that the first place team will win $17,500.
Yes, we actually improved increased the prize pool significantly from last time, where we had $30,000 in total. And the same thing is true actually also for the regional prize pool, where we doubled the total amount of doubloons being distributed among the participating teams. So if you think that's maybe actually something interesting and you haven't participated in King of the Sea in the past, don't be shy. Next King of the Sea will of course happen. We usually have 2 tournaments per year, and you can just sign up and, build a team, have some fun, learn something, and maybe get some prizes, right? So don't be shy and try to participate. Yeah, moving on to the next topic, we have one big change for the EU part of King of the Sea for this tournament, which we haven't had before, and we actually have a winner and a losers bracket. This might be something new if you're unfamiliar with how the tournaments were run on the other clusters. So, Sarah, how does it work this time for you?
So first of all, we'll start with the winners bracket. The winners bracket is only for those who keep winning. If you lose once, you're out of the winners bracket. The winners bracket is also the only way to get first or second in the tournament. Maltese, how does the losers bracket work?
So basically, if you were in the winners bracket and you do end up losing a game, it doesn't mean you're out of the tournament completely. You'll have a chance still to have a kind of mini tournament into getting third place. You won't be able to get second or first place in the tournament, but you can get third place in your regional tournament and still end up going to international and possibly winning money anyway. So that's a way of allowing teams, if they lose once, to be allowed to get third place and go to international. But if you do lose in the losers bracket, you are out completely. So you won't be able to get third place.
Yes, and we actually see this if we take a look at this graphic. We see already in total 3 teams that actually managed to go from the very first match where they dropped out in the best of 16, the round of 16, Asuria, Punch, and Shiny actually kicking out teams that were relegated down into the losers bracket later on in the tournament. So they still have a shot at being part of the international part of King of the Sea. And we will see, of course, some of these teams playing later today. If we bring up the schedule, we can explain a bit how today is going to work so that you can also follow the progression of today's stream. So first of all, we have one of the semifinals. We can only show one because they're running in parallel. So we picked Wargaming Pay to Win and Bansby because we haven't seen them play yesterday at all. Then we'll see a match with the teams that will actually relegate down to the losers bracket, fighting one of the teams that is waiting in the losers bracket, right? And that will decide who's going to be in the match for the third place. And then after this, we will see the grand finals. So that means today is going to be a long broadcast. Since we're playing best of 5s, except for the losers bracket 5th and 6th match, which is a best of 3, we're going to have more matches. But of course, if they don't play the full 5 matches, you might see some of these matches and their times being shifted forward so that we can provide you with as much action as possible and not to have too long breaks in between. Great, but we are not alone here. We 3 are going to be talking about the matches after they happened, but we do have, of course, 2 amazing casters who are going to be bringing this whole action to you into your living rooms or, I don't know, man caves, wherever you are at home, and that are Painezor and Statsbloke, and we welcome them. And
problem is I can't
say
actually
hello.
help
How
you
are you
right
guys
now.
doing today?
I'm
He's
alright.
2k
How are you,
HP.
Stats? Are you muted today?
I'm not. No, I remembered.
So he's like
Oh,
the
that's such a
bottom.
good prog. That's great progress. How are you doing today, Stats?
We're learning.
I'm learning. Yeah,
Well, it's gonna be a long day today. Like a very long day
it
today.
is. And the reason for that is that several of the matches are best of fives, which it's a long slog, but it's really worth it because the teams have a chance to come back. Like they can go 2 down and then they can win the next 3 and win. So it can be very exciting in a best of 5.
Yes, absolutely, and especially with the teams that we're seeing today, there's a good chance for some of these matches to go definitely to the fifth match. We have very interesting teams and very well-known teams, especially for the EU cluster, being in the last part of the tournament in the semifinals. Painezor, what is your expectation for today in terms of adding actually the losers bracket? Because it's the first time we're actually doing it.
I'm very interested to see because so the losers bracket means we can have all sorts of different upsets. People can do like that magical comeback run. They can run the dream. They might have got knocked out like 2 rounds ago, but they've been working their way slowly through that losers bracket, and then it's just going to be the 3rd place wild card, and they're going to surprise everyone in internationals and take the whole thing. It's going to be great. It's going to be the ultimate dream come true. The underdog story for an age.
Yes, absolutely, I agree. That's a really cool addition, and I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out for the EU part. Some of the other regions like NA or CS have been doing this in the past already, so I hope you guys will enjoy this as well from a viewing perspective. Okay, then we actually have the game starting in a few minutes, so we'll let Stats and Painezor go back and prepare for the match. We'll hand over to them, of course, as soon as the action starts. So thank you guys, and have a great evening.
You too.
If you don't know Statsbloke or Painezor, don't forget you can actually find them on their channels. They're streaming live as well right now, just as Malteseknight. I'm with the official broadcast, so just go and head to their Twitch channels. We always display them during the match, so you can just copy the Twitch URL and find them, give them a follow, give them a subscription, whatever you like, if you like what they're doing here. So, Sarah, first match. I know you were very excited to see this. We tried yesterday to already get into a Ban CV match, but we weren't able to because they were too fast winning against Pate. So what is the expectation for this matchup?
I mean, Ban CV has a very long-standing history. Multiple-time COTS winners. For the last couple COTS, they have been phenomenal in their performance. Wargaming Pay to Win has also won a COTS. I think it was COTS 5 that they won. So both of the teams very experienced and have a lot of experience, not just in clan battles, but also fighting the international teams. So I think Ban CV definitely has an edge there. What do you think?
I really think Ban CV has a better chance at this win, to be honest. Like, even though the hurricane listings there maybe you can see some typhoon and storm, but those are seasons I don't think Ban CV were really interested in, for example. Whilst, I mean, I don't know, maybe Wargaming Pay to Win they also didn't try in those typhoon seasons. But as you can see, they're both consistent hurricane teams. But we do know Ban CV did win multiple clan seasons, so I still think Ban CV have an advantage in this matchup.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Ban CV, just to give you guys some context, maybe Conway can bring up the graphic for the Hall of Fame of King of the Sea winners. But Ban CV actually won 4 out of the last 5 King of the Seas on the EU cluster. So that should give you an idea of like how well prepared that team is for this tournament. But last time, Rain actually won the tournament.
If I may, I count 3.
Well,
yes,
true. Sorry, it was 3 actually. Conway beating me at math. That's an odd one. But yeah, TWA definitely slightly better in terms of like, just on paper how it looks like. But Wargaming Pay to Win has a very, very experienced team as well, and maybe can upset the balance and use that underdog kind of status to beat TWA. Looking at the map bans, is there anything interesting that catches your eye in terms of the maps that were banned?
Warrior's Path is kind of an interesting ban for me. I do note that neither of the teams banned Hotspot either. So yeah, Warrior's Path is generally regarded to be one of the more favorited maps. Teams generally like playing on it, so it's rare to see it banned. And Hotspot not being banned here is also pretty interesting. knowing that many teams don't feel as comfortable on this map. So I hope that we'll see some interesting strategies on Hotspot because of this.
Yes, also in terms of ship bans, nothing really too surprising, Maltese, right? With Nevsky and Marceau taking out two very, very strong ships that might be very, very prominent in the setups that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, Ban CV's ban on Marceau, we do know they do not like playing against French destroyers, so of course they're not going to want to play against that. And Wargaming Pay to Win, banning Nevsky, they probably want to run destroyers, possibly even, so they're banning a Nevsky, which is a hard counter to a destroyer, basically. But Ragnar is still on the table, so we might actually get to see some Ragnar today.
Yes, but we also saw yesterday that Ragnar is lacking one of the things that can make a huge difference, and that is torpedoes. So it is a bit of a difference in terms of playstyle. Now we go and start with North, which usually promises a lot of interesting action. What is your expectation here when it comes to not seeing the French DD push that we've seen a lot in King of the Sea 12 on this map?
I mean, I think we're going to expect the same thing on A, where teams don't really play for it too much. They'll run a destroyer and maybe a cruiser on it, maybe a battleship at the south edge of A. On C cap, I think more teams are going to focus the heavy Des Moines or Salem, maybe a Moskva or something. I think Ragnar could be played at around C, maybe south of C possibly, but at the B cap, it's going to be a standard Daring, I think, and maybe a Des Moines. But that's what teams normally run, I would assume. And Kremlin normally goes 9-10. That's what we've seen, I think, for the past 2 CODs, at least 3 CODs, so yeah. That's what I expect from this map.
Yeah, especially on this map. It's just, while we're talking about this, so in terms of why teams pick certain ships, why is something like a Kremlin or an Ohio more popular than, let's say, for example, a Montana?
So Kremlin and Ohio, they're both really important because they not only offer you the 457 guns, which give you 30mm overmatch, but at the same time, they have good survivability characteristics. Unlike, for example, Republic, it still can overmatch 30, but it doesn't have good enough armor and tankability where it can actually push into places and do things like Kremlin and Ohio could. Because Ohio has a quick heal, Kremlin has a quick DCPs, it has armor, so that's why they're more used in these situations than, for example, a Republic. Or even Montana. Montana doesn't have 30mm overmatch, so that's why we're not going to see it probably trying to run it down at Des Moines.
Yes, and just for viewers who might not know about 30mm, why is 30mm such an important threshold for being able to penetrate this?
So 30mm is really important because your American heavy cruisers like Des Moines and Salem both are covered in their middle section with 30. Sure, their nose is 27, but if you want to overmatch them everywhere and where you can do damage everywhere around them with no angling characteristics, you need overmatch. So you need 30mm overmatch, which is the ships we just discussed.
Perfect, and especially on this map, I expect to see quite a bit of Des Moines and Salems. So the teams are ready to go, so I'm collecting predictions. Maltese.
Ban CV.
I have to give it to Ban CV as well.
Okay, so I would say I'm going here with Ban CV as well, and I see here the predictions are already 80-20 for Ban CV as well from players. Let us know in chat, and then we'll hand it over to the casters and enjoy the match.
Welcome on into the first best of 5 of the day. This one's going to be a semi-final between Wargaming Pay to Win and Ban CV, and it's going to be a really interesting game starts. I'm very much looking forward to this. So, Wargaming Pay to Win on the green team, going to be running Yamato, Kremlin, Des Moines, Minotaur, Venezia, Moskva, Gearing, Daring, and a Ragnar. Sorry to cut you off there, Stats. You can go ahead now.
No worries, I was agreeing with you. This is going to be an amazing game, especially as it's best of 5. Ban CV on the south end of the map. They are bringing Ohio, Kremlin, a double Des Moines, a Minotaur, a double Moskva, a Gearing, and a Harugamo. So they've got 2 destroyers to 3 for Pay to Win.
Well, it depends if you want to include Minotaur in the destroyer class.
Yeah, that's true.
We haven't seen that many of these, but you know, it's still a respectable pick. It's still out there. Obviously, you're going to be running radar, I'm assuming, because you know why would you bring a smoke Minotaur when you can have the stealth radar capabilities with Minotaur? Anyway, let's have a look where they're going to be deploying everything to. So initial deployments for Wargaming Pay to Win. Looks like they're going to be sending a Daring alone at the B cap. Over at the A cap, we'll be sending a Gearing, Minotaur, Yamato, Venezia. And then over at C, we've got that Ragnar, along with the Des Moines, Moskva, and Kremlin. Stats?
On the south side, we have the Minotaur, Gearing, Des Moines group going over towards A for Ban CV. Undoubtedly, the Gearing will be setting a smokescreen for at least one of those cruisers. Angelstone's Ohio is in the middle, with Kaitis's Moskva at the traditional island position, covering the B camp with radar. We've got Kremlin, Des Moines, Haru, and Moskva heading over towards the C camp.
So nothing happening just yet. Daring reversing his way into the B cap, going to be trying to contest that. Will get forced away eventually when the Moskva decides to pop his radar. Kite is probably going to decide to save that as long as possible, just to, you know, waste as much of the destroyer's time as possible.
Yeah, so it's a fine line, because you've got to try and get the decaps or chase the destroyer out of the cap before they actually cap. So you see that go wrong occasionally, where the defending team just leaves it that little bit too long or doesn't get the shell on target, and the team actually manages to cap.
Radar out of the A cap from the Minotaur, going to be picking up the gearing of Wargaming Pay to Win.
So interestingly, Yoshi radar Minotaur, but nowhere near the gearing. So there's no possibility for a smoke for Yoshi here.
Moskva radar out of the B cap will be spotting the daring of Wargaming Pay to Win. Minotaur radar for Wargaming Pay to Win will spot the Ban CV Minotaur.
Yeah, the Ban CV Minotaur is not actually within range.
He was spotted briefly.
I don't think, or is maybe my mod? No, he isn't spotted.
Not anymore. He was spotted very briefly.
Okay, so it looks like Ban CV Minotaur will cap, unless the gearing manages to run south quickly enough. But I don't think there's range. Or maybe it's going to be very close, actually. Yeah, he does get spotted, but Ban CV's Minotaur manages to get the cap. Let's see how much damage that Minotaur takes. Nope, goes unspotted.
Des Moines radar going to come in from Ban CV, going to require that gearing, and he's going to regret his life choices now. He's going to have the full DPM of that Minotaur and Des Moines raining down upon him. The red gearing is also caught in the Minotaur's radar, but that has ended.
The pay to win gearing taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah, down to half health.
Trying to nose in against the Minotaur, that is a very effective strategy, but you still get some damage.
The Des Moines decides to switch his focus fire to the Minotaur instead of the gearing. Torpedoes being slowly dodged between. This radar's still going.
It's
This
still
Minotaur's
going.
gonna be just.
Yeah, when you min-max the duration on that radar, it is nasty.
I think that was the Des Moines radar actually, but yeah.
Yes, it was.
I'll be a first blood going over to Ban CV.
So yeah, that leaves red control of the A cap pretty dominant. The daring in the middle for Wargaming Pay to Win is going to have another go at B. We've got an interesting situation brewing on the 9 and 10 line as well. So you've got a smokescreen been laid by the Harugamo for the Des Moines of Ban CV. Lay down some fire on the Pay to Win Kremlin.
Unlike Tongue in the Red Muskrat, just south of sea, apparently took quite a bit of damage. I think that must have been from the Kremlin and possibly the Ragnar joining in as well. Got him down to 75% health. He'll heal some of that back. But that's a very, very good position for the Muskrat to be in, because he can hold down that sea cap and also get some lovely crossfire angles and anything pushing down 9-10. He's also going to pop his radar and find a route as a Muskrat north of it.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do anything about Router right now. But as you said, Anlay has amazing shots in his Moskva over through that gap, over to the 9 and 10 line, and that really works to discourage any pushes. But the same thing is true of the Moskva for Pay to Win as well, just a slightly different angle.
Yamato long-range crossfire coming towards the 10 line. Going to be looking for Blood Ledger, but he's going to be tucked behind the island just enough.
Legend down.
Oh, because of that Yamato salvo, and there's a Kremlin waiting for him, and he does take a lot of damage through the bow. Kremlin with that overmatch.
Yeah, Kremlin is not something you want shooting at you in a Des Moines if you're nose in. You do have some plating on your sides which can bounce some shells, but your nose is absolutely squishy. Okay, so
there's not a Yamato salvo coming in to try and finish him off. It would be blind, but they know he has to be forced back to the reverse because of the Kremlin in the front.
Wargaming Pay to Win's Moskva is pushing down to mirror Anlay's Moskva at the Triangle Island by Sea Cap. Daring in the middle, still trying to cap B.
I think he's kind of stuck there. He's got the Moskva slowly pushing up on him. He's got a Minotaur waiting for him. He's been radared a few times with torpedoes out towards his bow as well. His daring's like, I'm stuck yet. Another radar comes out, will respot him.
Kaitis in the Moskva for Ban CV in the middle is pushing up to the B cap.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I didn't realize it
daring.
was actually moving. Okay, that's interesting. That's gonna put the daring in a very tricky position. But it's a very, and we've seen this a few times in the tournament, in previous weekends, cruisers or even battleships pushing into the B cap quite early and then regretting their choices because the battleships end up with them in a crossfire. Now, there's only one battleship that has a shot, but it is a Yamato.
He should be relatively safe doing that. There is no real threat to him. The only threat that he might have is daring torps and then a Yamato shooting at him, and he will be bow into that.
Yeah, Yamato's
Also, the
guns-
daring is in a triple radar right now. I'm pretty sure Anlai as well as Moskva and Minnow are in the radar range of the daring.
Yeah, there goes radar range. Kitty mod.
No threat there.
Yeah, Yoshi will slowly keep reversing to get to the daring's bow, and then Kite is behind him. So the daring's essentially dead. It's just gonna take a little.
Yeah,
But I guess
losing that gear is just back as far as they are. Minotaur can't really risk himself too much, not knowing where the Ohio is right now.
So Baz, if you're this daring, knowing that you're about to go down, do you try and take something with you?
Yes,
Maybe like
absolutely.
try a rush or something like that.
If you see Moskva pushing up behind you and your RPF points forward, and there's, the obvious Minnow radar that has happened before, you're gonna die. So you take a chance to either escape or get a YOLO off. But the way he waited there, hoping for something to go wrong from the Ban CV side, is generally not the recommended play.
Well, Yamato shells are going to come in towards that Minotaur, so they can be punished for this play. Not really getting anything at all. Daring goes down to the Minotaur.
The Minotaur will be vulnerable while it's still spotted, but of course it's gonna wiggle and dance and go dark.
10
Which
line
leaves
push.
leaves A and B cap completely in Ban CV's hands. Yes, 9-10.
Just under the nose of the Moskva, but nothing really will have shots. They have also whittled down the Kremlin of Point to about a quarter of his health, just from combined focus fire. Des Moines, Kremlin, Ragnar, and much. Get as far back as he can, but he will have the shells raining down from the Ragnar behind this island, who's currently unspotted. The Des Moines and the Kremlin all will be focusing onto him. Also, Router has decided he wants to make a play up to the island as well to prevent them coming forward.
Anlei's Moskva is kind of in that bay and he's not able to reverse. So just sort of jiggling back and forth. Try and make as many of those shells miss as possible.
I mean, they're just playing for time at this point. Even if they lose a ship and don't get anything in return, they'll still win on the 2 caps that they have by far. They have a massive point advantage, almost 700 points at this point, or 600, sorry.
I also noticed that Ban CV are pulling the 3 ships on the 9-10 line down, kiting away.
Yeah. So Anlai will definitely go down, but they got away with the Kremlin and Des Moines, so it should be a more than favorable trade for them, the points that they have.
So is there anything that you could do from Wargame Pay to Win's position right now? What can you relocate to get some sort of play, get you back into the game here?
I would rotate the Ragnar over towards the AB side, so at least they have some consistent vision. And then maybe they have a play with the Des Moines Kremlin soon-ish, where they can punish the Kremlin and Des Moines that's low, but it's going to be really difficult because they have to push into a Haru spotting them while they have no spotting themselves. So it's basically up to Ban CV to make a gigantic mistake and throw ships away, and they might have a chance to get back into the game. Right now it's a complete lockout.
The Ban CV Hirugamo just laying a smokescreen for the Des Moines.
Yoshi will
while
catch the
throwing some
Ragnar.
torpedoes.
So the Minotaur for the Ban CV team will find this Ragnar in the middle of the map. He's going to be caught in a crossfire between the Kremlin, the Minotaur, and possibly the Des Moines if he wants to open up. He does not. Ohio does pick up the Wargaming Pay to Win Minotaur though. That was north of the A cap.
Yoshi's undoubtedly, while Yoshi's Minotaur is firing on the Ragnar, the player will also be watching the corner of the island, checking the line between the Minotaur and the Kremlin. Just checking that the Kremlin doesn't have a shot. It does have a shot. Here we go. Shells are out from Got carried in the Kremlin.
Yeah, the Kremlin has this poor long-range dispersion stats, remember.
It does, and it was actually demonstrated there, to be fair.
It's a running joke, but it does.
We've got a replay of the Des Moines of Kinemod and the gearing of Shriva running away behind the smokescreen there. Okay, Yoshi still spotted in the Minotaur. 942 points on the board for BanCV.
Wait, from Blood Legend, you're going to see the Kremlin approaching him. He's just going to see, alright, which way do I need to go to avoid this? Oh, do I need to avoid this at all? Can I just continue farming Garanthor?
BanCV's Moskva in the middle just got a big chunk taken. Garanthor also having chunks taken out of him. And Garanthor goes down to end the game.
I'll be BanCV going up 1-0 in this series, and we'll throw it back to the studio for spin analysis.
Welcome back, and wow, that was a very, very strong showing here from BanCV, taking Wargaming Pay-to-Win map pick, and that in a very convincing fashion, right? Malta, what stood out for you here?
I think the gearing got caught bow in on A-cap, mostly. I think that really was unfortunate, and he got radared by, I believe, the Minotaur first, and then the Des Moines right after, so he was basically perma-spotted. I think the Des Moines was around 9 kilometers from him, so they did extreme damage to him and ended up killing him. They also put the Minnow down to half HP straight away, so they couldn't really contest that cap anymore, so A-cap was basically BanCV's. And then on B-cap, what happened was, you want to say it?
Yeah, so basically they pushed their Moskva right into the B-cap, they rotated their Minnow over from A, and they forced the Daring into an extremely difficult position and ended up going down as well, allowing their Ohio to basically push through the middle of the map and take control of the game, who later ended up also taking on the Minotaur, kind of securing the game as well. A focal point of this game was actually how quickly BanCV was able to get into their positions and force plays out of Wargaming Pay-to-Win. They were extremely aggressive with their Minotaur at the start, and they were extremely aggressive with their Moskva on B.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just, like, that's one of the most interesting aspects for me as a player, to see how these teams on that level coordinate to push into the different areas. And it can take a while. You play World of Warships, right? You know how long it takes you to be in a certain position, to be there at that moment and to catch something like the Daring in that pincer movement where the Daring can just decide, do I want to get nuked by the Moskva plus Ohio, or am I going to go and try to deal with the Minotaur right in front of me? Really, really well played. And while we talk about the Minotaur, the first Minotaurs we've really seen, and actually both teams deployed a Minotaur on this map, and in quite a convincing fashion, right? It's for me personally like a beauty to see like these players on that level play a Minotaur, which is a very risky ship to play, but also very high reward. Do you think it was specifically for North, or might they bring it up for one of the future maps as well?
I mean, they might play it on different maps, but I think they had a clear-cut like decision-making thing for the A-cap, because both of them actually took it to the A-cap, because Minotaur can do well like in smoke, but they can also do well open water because it has that maneuverability aspect to it, it has the super heal. The issue is you might get a stray shell that could basically get you down to half HP, but these players both played it really well. I mean, especially Yoshi right there, we saw him play it extremely well, so as you can see.
Do you think that Wargaming Pay-to-Win was surprised by the way that BanCV used the gearing to smoke the Des Moines and push the Minnow into the cap?
I was surprised by that actually. I was extremely surprised. The Minotaur was super aggressive super early on. It could have resulted in a bad situation, but he was very confident in what he's able to do, and he ran into the cap. The gearing was able to smoke the Des Moines, and it was a good combination.
Yeah, absolutely. I also found it like a very, very interesting move, and we were also the gearing is not smoking the Minnow. That's interesting. Wow. And as I said before, when we actually moved over and handed over to our casters, that we had you, of course, predict who's going to win this match, and it was actually 80-20 in favor of BanCV, and BanCV actually repaid your trust, at least this time, with a win. Now the question is whether they're going to be able to do this on the next map, but before we go there, let's take a look at the replay that we have prepared for you. So let's just...
The replay right there, and let's immediately look towards the A cap, where they basically have the minnow rush straight towards the cap, and in an extremely risky fashion, as there is a Minotaur and a Venezia that could heavily punish it. However, they do end up getting into the cap, and then the gearing is caught nose in and ends up going down, as we can see here. We rewind a little bit. He's indeed caught nose in, unable to escape.
And that's really just if we go back a little bit here, if we go back into this situation, right? You see, the teams have kind of like a similar setup here, right? It's gearing, Minotaur, and then the difference is Des Moines versus Venezia. But how it's being played with the Minnow being so aggressive and then being able to just nuke the gearing, completely flip the scales, not flip, but decided the match on this flank on the 1-2 line pretty much for the rest of the match. It kind of forced the Wargaming Pay to Win team to move the Yamato more towards the 1-2 line to be able to help out there, and then opening up the room for BanCV to just say like, okay, we have some space here to get a daring for free.
Yeah, indeed. And as we see here, Yoshi immediately rotates towards the middle part of the map right here. He moves instantly like this to catch out this daring. We see here that the Moskva follows up by pushing into the cap right here, and this forces the daring into an extremely difficult position right between the Minotaur and the Moskva.
Yes, and if you take a look at the 9-10 line, Wargaming Pay to Win was able to get the Des Moines of BanCV from Blood Legend almost down for... and we just got the info here, that Shaft actually won its first match against NoCap, and Punch won its first match against Surya. So that's a live status update from the other games. But if we go back to this one, we see on the 9-10 line that Wargaming Pay to Win did actually do quite a bit of damage here to Blood Legend, but they were not able to convert that kill. Blood Legend was pretty good. So you can see the Kremlin and Des Moines both lost a lot of HP. They were not really able to turn the tide there and be able to push into C.
Yeah, indeed. Blood Legend was allowed to turn around right here on this island, which eventually allowed him to retreat all the way here. The Kremlin, of course, is extremely tanky and was just able to turn around. However, they did focus their efforts on the Moscow, trying to catch him out, in which they eventually did. However, it was too late, as this daring was already losing his life.
Yes, really well played here to BanCV, and now we're going to see the next map, and that one was actually BanCV's pick. So how is it for a team like Wargaming Pay to Win when you start off with your own map pick, and then you get actually the map handed to you by the enemy team from like a player perspective? You just move on, especially in a best of 5, because you still have like a game to lose.
Well, we've seen this before, like yesterday, right? We've seen the teams lose their own map pick, but then win the enemy's map pick. So it's always possible that Wargaming Pay to Win could actually come back on the second map. But of course, it's a bit stressful, knowing the team, of course. To lose your own map, you're like, okay, I have a defined strat on this map. I know what to do. I set it up and everything, and then you lose it. So, I mean, of course, they're going to be a bit more stressed, but I mean, it's a best of 5 at least. It's not a best of 3, so they can afford to lose at most one more. So
yeah, and now that we're on Land of Fire, would you expect BanCV to be as aggressive as on the last map?
I really do think they will be as aggressive. Land of Fire is actually one of the maps where you can also run a Minotaur, especially around B, depending on how you play it, especially from the south side. So I really expect here to be some very aggressive plays from BanCV again. What do you think?
I think same thing. I think that they might even play around C with some Des Moines or Salems. That's what we've been seeing a lot. And even maybe running, I don't know, but maybe a Ragnar or 2 on A side, maybe? I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Do you expect any special ships to pop up specifically on Land of Fire from these teams?
Not really. I think last map and this map are relatively similar overall, because the right side has a lot of islands like North, and then the left side's a bit more open like North. So it's going to be pretty similar, I think, overall.
We might actually see a bit more of a presence of like Montana or maybe Yamato, as they do have a lot of good long-range threat, and there's a lot of cheeky angles to be found on Land of Fire.
Yes, I'm curious to see whether we're going to see maybe also some other cruisers, maybe Goliath, maybe the odd Hindenburg to counter certain positions, or of course Salem's always a good pick as well in terms of having a little bit more survivability and tankiness. But the teams are now jumping into the match, and before we hand over to our casters, don't forget we still have the prediction campaign running, so you can guess who's going to be the top 3 teams of today, and for each correct pick you will get 2 King of the Sea camouflages, which is amazing camouflage to be able to get free XP, for example. So if you're interested in that, go participate. Nothing to lose by participating and trying your luck. So very quickly, BanCV Wargaming Pay to Win.
BanCV.
I'm going to have to give it to BanCV again.
Okay, Wargaming Pay BanCV on their own map and maybe surprise them with a cool strategy. Now with this, I'll hand over to the casters.
Welcome into game 2 of this best of 5 semi-final between Wargaming Pay to Win. Going to be on the green team again this game, and they're going to be running Yamato, Kremlin, Des Moines, Minotaur, Goliath, Gearing, Daring, Haragumo, and a Ragnar. 4DD composition.
Yamato, Kremlin, Minotaur, 4 Moskva, and then 2 Harugumos. So a very, very different lineup. So we'll have to see how these two match up.
Yeah, quick question to Mr. Bazinga Flux. Usually you would see one of these Moskvas be a Stalingrad. How come there is a bit of a shift away from the Stalingrad meta, would you say?
Moskva is generally a more DPM focused cruiser over a Stalingrad, and it's more survivable depending on what places you put in. Obviously they are assuming that there's going to be lots of HE and fire spamming cruisers, and in that situation the Stalin is arguably less tanky than the Moskva because of the much longer fire duration that it has to deal with.
Would you say it also does better with destroyers because of its higher DPM?
Yeah, the higher DPM, the better accuracy, the better reload. All of those 3 things combined makes the Moskva better at dealing with DD specifically. Stalin is more like a pocket battleship in the sense that it's anti-cruiser than a more general purpose DPM cruiser.
Alright, it looks like there's going to be some action soon, so let's go over these general deployments. Initial deployments, sorry. Gearing, Goliath, Des Moines, Kremlin heading over the A cap, Minotaur, Haraguma heading over the B cap for the green team, Yamato, Daring, Ragnar going over to C stats.
Very similar deployment. You've got Harugumo, Moskva, and Yamato going over to the C cap. The slight difference is the Haru Moskva smoke train, which is currently radared by simply Karl's Minotaur and heading up towards the island. So you'll see shots out in both directions with the counter radar. And then we've got Moskva, and Kremlin heading over towards the A cap. Okay, let's focus on this smoke train and also the Minotaur on the north side. Very dangerous transit this towards this island.
Yeah, the Simply Karl is currently in a Simply 5-way crossfire.
Yoshi's Minotaur is also coming under fire on the south side of the B cap.
Yeah, there's a lot of focus coming in towards Anlai Tung's Moskva south of the B cap. He's also having to turn full broadside against where the Yamato is to get in a position. Let's see if the Yamato manages to land it. Should be able to get behind this island and not take too much damage. A bit of a chunk out the stern, but he's got himself behind the island, and we'll now have a very commanding position denying the A cap, and we'll have to be farmed down very slowly by things if they want to get rid of him.
Yeah, all the ships in that engagement actually coming out fairly good. Very little health lost. It looks like Yoshi's Minotaur south of B is going to leave the island and head towards the smokescreen where the Moskva is.
It's a very interesting turn. The Haragumo of Embrandis and the Moskva of Blood Legend, the way they've crisscrossed through this island gap with that smokescreen. That's something I haven't seen before.
Yeah, I've not seen a smoke there either. It makes sense for Blood Legend to have that smoke screen. It's outside bloom range to fire over towards where the Minotaur is. One of the key things on this map is getting cross shots into the cruisers sitting at that island, whether it be the north side or the south side. I think we're going to see the gearing for pay to win. Yep, there goes the smoke screen starting for Garanthar's Des Moines. And that's also probably going to cover Celestial Hymn's Goliath a little bit as well.
Yeah, they're going to be moving that Des Moines into the A cap to the famous Blood Legend position. That's just a little shout out for Baz there, he knows what I'm talking about.
Okay, Daring at Charlie cap is just starting the cap. This is the first ship to touch a cap. Radared, naturally.
Yeah, and he has a full firing squad waiting for him. He's got the Minotaur and the Haragumo and the Yamato behind it, all with shells coming towards him. He's got
Else in the air, though.
Yeah. Takes about 5,000 damage. We'll be able to heal most of that back with his 2 heals. Is it 3 heals? I think it's 3 heals actually on the Daring with Super.
Yeah, I think it's 3. Okay, so the Daring will reverse back into the cap. Being careful not to go back into the radar range while it's still running.
Minotaur north of B-cap will pop as a radar. We'll be finding the Haruguma. Nothing wants to take a shot on that, but we have a lot of shells coming in towards this Kremlin Moskva push that are diving into the A-cap. That could be a very interesting situation for the destroyer.
Do you notice how the Kremlin is shielding the Moskva? That I think them being next to each other like that is completely deliberate.
It's called ablative armor.
That is fantastic. I've never seen that before in COTS. That's great. Because that completely protects the Moskva's broadside. That's fantastic.
All these advanced strategies.
Absolutely, no, absolutely. I'm serious. That's really clever. Okay, so that's going to put the Kremlin and the Moskva into the cap. We'll see if they both stay there or whether one of them moves slightly.
I'm wondering if this Gearing wants to risk a YOLO because only one of the 2 ships can shoot him.
Possible. I mean, the Wargaming pay-to-win Gearing is facing the wrong way currently.
Ah, well, he also has
would
point
have
on
to,
the long line, so...
Yeah. Yeah, so the one-line position of the cruisers, on both sides actually, but in particularly where Points Moskva is specifically designed to put that island holding position under pressure and stop any kind of rushes.
Anlai pops his radar from the B-cap and will pick up the Gearing in the A-cap still. Nothing's going to have a reset on him, but he will be in constant pressure. It's also going to spot the Minotaur Simply Call again. Haruguma from C is going to start trying to farm that.
I think it might be a while before we see a cap, because A is contested, B, there's nothing trying to cap it right now, and C, it's only really pay-to-win that can go in, and there's a double radar there.
I do want to point out the fact that on the 1-2 line, Wargaming pay-to-win are ceding a lot of ground because of this positioning of the double Moskva on the 1 line and behind the island, and also the Kremlin risk, so they might leave their Gearing relatively unprotected, so we might see a rush onto that Gearing at some point soon. He will obviously have the torpedoes to defend himself and get a 1-for-1 trade, but that will give the cap over to Ban CV should they so choose to. And also, Snackman reverses out and has shots on Simply Call's Minotaur north of B, so I think the focus fire right now will be on that Minotaur, and then they will be able to take up to B cap as well.
Yeah, it looks like Point is actually far enough away in the Moskva to be able to actually drop shots over just, absolutely getting some nice hits there on the back end of that Minotaur. Moskva not usually able to lob things, but at that distance you can just about. So Simply Carl's Minotaur is going to really struggle here to keep moving. Yep, lovely shots there from the Kremlin, I think that was. We might see Simply Carl's Minotaur go down here.
Yeah, he's still taking damage. Got a fire burning on his rare superstructure. And he goes down to the Moskva of Kaitis on the 1 line. Oh no, the one in A cap.
That is finally going to open up the B cap for Ban CV to go in and cap it with the Haru. We've got some torpedoes going in towards Anlei's Moskva on the south side of B.
Yeah, the Gearing.
Now we see Kremlin and Moskva. Are they going to go round?
Well, they know that the torpedoes have been launched, so what's stopping them?
Yeah, exactly. Snackman's Kremlin just stopping on the corner there.
I don't think that's on purpose.
We'll see. I think it's a lot to push into. If they bring the Moskva up on the 1 line as well, then it's a reasonably safe push. But you're pushing into 4 ships with 3.
Are they once again going to use Project Human Shield and have Kaitis be the meat shield?
Well, maybe. It worked once, right? We mustn't forget also that the Moskva of Anlei by B is also obviously able to support because the guns are facing that way.
B cap will be taken by the Haruguma for Ban CV.
Yeah, I wonder whether maybe they're just trying to get a little bit of health off of the ships to the north of A before they start any kind of push. But the trouble is, the longer they wait, Gearing's torpedoes will be back off of cooldown.
Wargaming pay-to-win have pushed the Yamato of got carried by Dog quite far down sea. He's now going to be getting opened up on by the Yamato of Angelstone and Brandis Haragumo. The Minotaur of Yoshi might even want to take a shot or two once the Yamato fires his own guns. So the sea cap push is happening.
So Baz, could you put yourself in pay-to-win's shoes here for a second? What are you currently thinking about, and what are you trying to achieve?
The opening I see is I see the minnow is gone far enough away, so they have to chance getting the sea cap. Blood will radar once. That will be one Moskva radar they will have to sit through, but after that they can at least get C and they get a passive point income. After that, they still need at least a kill from somewhere. The kill is the question mark here, because currently they're trading really poorly on the A side, and
better damage on the point.
they are, but he is, he can reverse and get unspotted. There's nothing that is actively spotting you right now.
Focus fire from Brand CV onto the Kremlin of Pay to Win at the A cap is starting to add up down to 25k. Also, the gearing is positioned ready for any kind of push around that corner with the torpedoes.
Yeah, I think we need to question Wargaming Pay to Win's focus fire on this one, because there are they have 3 half-L ships. That could be, one not half-L ship.
Yeah, when you consider the Kremlin started this engagement on pretty much full health.
Ragnar of HMS Dan takes a massive chunk, and also got carried by Doc. Yamato is about to go down over at the sea cap. I don't know where all of his health is gone, but it is gone.
I think that's just simply sitting in front of... Maybe there was a Yamato pen at some point, but I think it was just focus fire over time, basically. The 2 destroyers... oh, actually, no, they are spotted by radar. Moskva radar out. But they're both fairly healthy and not too close, so they should be okay, he says, as HMS Dan's Ragnar takes a massive chunk from Blood Legends Moskva.
More salvos coming in. You got Yamato, Minato, Haraguma, and Moskva all throwing in shells at HMS Dan's Ragnar. The Daring is also going to have to dive out this cap to try and avoid the same fate. Like, as Baz mentioned before, that's the Moskva radar tank through, but the Minato is now going to be back in range because the Yamato is no longer there to hold them back. So the Yamato of Yoshi is just going to charge straight through, run down this Daring.
Blood Legends Moskva in the middle is going very far north, as is the Harrow, actually. I think they're trying to just split the enemy team in half. This Daring is in a horrible crossfire here.
A-cap gearing, going for it.
Yep. So Anlay is...
We went for it, you didn't get it.
No. Okay. That's one dead gearing. Okay. So one of the massive plus points of Kremlin and all of the Russian tech tree battleships is that at close range their accuracy is pretty damn good. Yeah. So yeah, rushing around a corner like that in front of Kremlin is a very risky proposition.
So that was also,
if they know you're coming.
Also, the Daring went down at the sea cap for Wargaming Pay to Win, and they are just being completely shut out of this map. They have 4 ships in 1 map square over on the 1 and 2 lines, and then over at sea they have the lonely Ragnar, who is going to try and kite his way against Yamato, Minato, Haragumo, and the crossfire of Blood Legend if he wants to get involved as well.
I'm actually quite surprised how much health the Kremlin for Band CV has at the A-cap, considering the focus fire. When you consider like the Kremlin on the north side for Pay to Win, I think over time, obviously you've got to take the heals into account, but I think the Pay to Win Kremlin has taken less damage.
Well, he's been able to get dog quite a lot because there's been nothing directly spotting him.
True.
The gearing that they put into the cap doesn't have hydro to keep things permanently lit. It doesn't have radar as well, so the only thing he could hope for was proximity detection, and if he did that, he would have to risk being focus fired by either the 2 Moskvas that were anchored around B in the 1 line.
And CV actually going for a bit of an all-in push here on the corner. You've got Anlay, Painezor, Snackman, and Point all pushing.
Yeah, once the Kremlin goes down, it's a 0. Yep.
Okay.
That was simply a matter of pride. They wanted to see a we zeroed Wargaming Pay to Win.
I think you might be right there, and they managed it. So that's 2-0 to Band CV.
Yeah, we will have at least 1 more game in this series because it is a best of 5, and we'll throw it back to the studio to give you some analysis.
Wow, what a dominant showing here of Band CV on their own map pick and taking it home with searing Wargaming Pay to Win. That was very impressive. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that was actually a landslide win. Pay to Win actually ended up getting 0, they went to 0 points, which means that you automatically lose the match because they were unable to obtain a single cap throughout the game. BansTV was extremely dominant in how they played their match. They kind of forced plays out of Wargaming Pay to Win constantly. They had a really good plan going into it, and yeah, it showed.
Oh, and we just got the information about the scores from the other games, and we have no cap actually equalizing against Shaft, so it's 1-1, and Punch just got the second win against Surya, we'll... Oh, and we also got an update for Paid versus Shiny. It's still 1-0 for Paid right now. So we, of course, keep you posted about these matches and how they keep going. Great. So back to this match. Why is BansTV so oppressive when it comes to the map control?
So something I noticed was Wargaming Pay to Win had an idea of putting their Minotaur north of B. The idea was to put the Minnow there so it can spot anything in the cap and possibly Wargaming Pay to Win can get a free B cap. But BansTV realized this really early on and they set up in a way where they can just counter it, and they clearly killed the Minotaur even though it was right on the rock, which should be a safe position. But BansTV really did really well to kill the Minotaur. And basically that means BansTV ended up getting B for free. They didn't even lose anything to get it. A-Cap, on the other hand, they pushed a Kremlin and the Moskva together. Remember, we were talking about it. And they had a Kremlin to the right of the Moskva, so it can, hide the Moskva's damage or whatever, so the Minotaur does minimal damage to it. They got them to the rock safely, and basically that gave them a free A-Cap as well. And C-Cap, well, BansTV just sat on it, waited for Wargaming Pay to Win to just do something, because they had 2 caps already. They didn't have to do anything. So they just sat there. Wargaming Pay to Win had to do something, so they had to push into them. They tried to push into them, and well, they all died. So that's kind of what happened. Well,
Yeah,
replays here.
Yes. In general, I'm really positively surprised, not surprised, but just impressed how BansTV was able to just exert so much map control on all aspects of the map. Even on C, while they might not be very aggressive, they just were in a position where Wargaming Pay to Win had to commit so much to this cap to be able to have a chance to get it, that they lost the Yamato with that push to be able to at least get a cap.
Yeah, and if we look at the replay here, of course we see how quickly they were able to get into position. They pushed the Moskva up onto this rock and the Minotaur up on the other rock. And these are a lot safer from the south side than they are from the north side, especially this one right here, which provides a lot of protection for the south side. And then here we indeed see the strategy that they will use, pushing the Moskva and the Kremlin together to make sure that the Moskva doesn't take any damage when moving into the cap. And then from here on out, they've set up in a way that they can use these 2 ships here, and the Haragumo and the Moskva here, to force out the Minotaur that is above B.
What do you think was the issue here? When you take a look at the 1-2 line, you actually have, from a Wargaming Pay to Win, you have the Goliath, the Des Moines, a Kremlin, and the gearing to actually block the cap. But they were still not able to win the damage fight here, or at least be even out because of their positioning. What do you think was their... could they have done something about this flank to kind of flip it around?
So the issue was the Goliath. As you can see, he's only on the 1 line, for example. So he's basically being able to get shot at by not only the Moskva on the 1 line, but also the Moskva Kremlin and the Moskva in B. So he's getting shot at by 4 ships, and he can only shoot 1 ship at a time. The Des Moines isn't in a position to really help him. The Kremlin, he can shoot the Moskva, sure, but again, it's a bow and Moskva. He's not going to smash it or anything. And the Des Moines is a bit too far to support him too well. So the Goliath is just going to end up taking damage for free. And well, it's basically a 4v1. Even though it looks like a 4v4, it's a 4v1 in that situation.
Could they have done anything to kind of get out of this position, or do you think they was just too well set up by BansTV with their early positioning?
I don't think, but I think just with the ships they have at Des Moines, I really don't think you can play into this too well, honestly. Especially with at Des Moines at long range. I mean, Moskvas are gonna slam you at those ranges, so I think they got outstratted on the A side for sure.
Yeah, maybe if they had the Des Moines in the A-cap, maybe with the gearing, they would have been able to put more pressure either on this Moskva or on the Moskva here on the rock. But unfortunately, they didn't have their own Des Moines there, so wasn't able to provide any fire support, which ended up snowballing the game as they were able to force the Minotaur out and then take control of the map.
Yeah, here we saw that what you were talking about earlier about the island in the B cap, the northern side, that it's much more accessible to the enemy team from the south side, actually resulting in so much pressure being applied to the Minotaur that it was just a matter of time before he would go out of the battle, right?
That's interesting to me because when a team picks a map, right, BanCV, I think it works the same on EU. The enemy team gets to pick a side, right? So,
Yeah.
So Wargaming Pay to Win picked the north side, even though the B cap is worse from the north side. So they kind of gave themselves a disadvantage on that side. So if they had the south side, for example, maybe the Minotaur would have lived and they would have had a better situation.
Yeah, and then of course we see here that due to losing this cap right here, and eventually going to lose the A cap, as obviously their ships are already retreating and the gearing is there alone, Wargaming Pay to Win has to make a play on the sea side right here, and obviously then having to push into 4 ships, Moskva, Minotaur, Yamato, and Harugumo, with just the Ragnar, Daring, and Yamato, obviously isn't going to go so well for Wargaming Pay to Win. The Yamato ends up going down, and they eventually don't cap the sea cap. It ends up in a win for BanCV.
Yes, very, very convincing win here by BanCV. Do you think, is there anything that Wargaming Pay to Win can do in terms of maybe changing their strategy completely to something that would throw BanCV off their game for the next map? Because they have to win this now. This is a best of 5, so as soon as you hit 3 points, you're going to be in the next round, and that means the other team is out. So this is their last chance.
Yeah, I think Wargaming Pay to Win need to take things into their own hands. Right now, they've been very reactive on how they play things. They play things pretty, let's say, standardized, just putting things on rocks where everyone does it. They need to be as aggressive, match the aggression that BanCV has shown, and stop reacting to the aggression that BanCV is showing, because BanCV is not really a team where you can react very well to how they plan things, because once they set a plan in motion, it's very hard to stop them.
Yes, and they used to be much slower at this by setting up their positions and then slowly pushing the enemy out of the map. But with this added aggression and being in these positions very early on, it's so hard to play against this.
Yes.
It's so hard to play against this. Well, what is our expectation for this map? Any special strategies you would expect here? Any ship changes?
Just assume maybe did the one on the one rock or something on the one rock. Oh, we're going in apparently.
Oh, nice. So the teams are already readied up. So we'll also jump into this match in a bit. I don't think I have to ask you who is going to win this one. I guess BanCV.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 3-0.
Yeah, which doesn't mean that Wargaming Pay to Win is a bad team at all. It just looks so convincing by BanCV right now with all of this experience paying off, and potentially Pay to Win still has a chance to move on and get back into this match. They still have a chance. They just have to win now the next 3 maps, and that is definitely possible. We'll now hand it over to Statsbloke and Painezor. I hope you're going to enjoy this match, and let's have a great fight.
Welcome on into Game 3 of this Best of 5 series between Wargaming Pay to Win and BanCV. BanCV currently up 2-0, and if they win this game, they will take this series in a straight sweep. Green team in this game will still be Wargaming Pay to Win, and they're going to be running Ohio, Des Moines, Goliath, Gearing, Daring, and Ragnar on Northern Waters. Stats, what have you got?
On the south side, this is actually their spawn choice. BanCV have chosen the south spawn on this. They're going to be bringing Ohio, Yamato, Minotaur, a triple Moskva, a Gearing, and 2 Ragnars.
That sounds like there's going to be a lot of HE farming going on in this game. We'll find out how much of that happens. Nothing much with it, like no classical destroyer, just the 2 Ragnars. Well, you also have the Gearing, but he's mostly a smoke bot. I was thinking more, no universal destroyer, no Daring, go for your middle players, and no Grozzo or anything like that.
Yeah, these are definitely, you call them like utility destroyers. So yeah, Gearing for the smokes, Ragnars for the radars. Unlike Pay to Win, who do have 2 Darings.
So anyway, let's take a look at these initial deployments, see where they're dumping all of these. So over at the A cap, we're going to be sending a Gearing, 2 Des Moines, and an Ohio. It's probably going to be expecting the Gearing to drop a big long smoke train down towards the 1-2 line island. B cap, we have the Daring turning back.
So let's look at that a minute. Like, Baz, you might want to chime in here. So normally you would see a radar cruiser on the north and south sides of B on the 6th line for each team. So the Ragnar kind of removes the need for that. But in the middle, for Wargaming Pay to Win, they only have the Daring.
Yeah, it seems like they're going for a very heavy A and C play instead of having any like contesting power at B. So if the Daring gets contested here, I assume he's just going to give it up and rotate.
Yeah. And then over at C Cap, we will be seeing this Daring, Ragnar, and Goliath to round out their composition. So Stats, let's have a look at your deployments as well.
So on the south side, yeah, they're much more evenly split for Bouncy V. You've got Minotaur, Ragnar, Moskva, and Ohio heading over towards A, so they're going to come up against the group of 4 from the north. You've got Yamato, actually it's fairly well mirrored. You've got Yamato of Angelstone sitting in the middle with the Ragnar at B, and then you've got the double cruiser and the destroyer over at C, Moskva, and Gearing.
Do you see an early scouting radar coming out from the Minotaur of Bouncy? I think it was the Minotaur that popped the radar up A. I was in the mini-map view, so I didn't
Yes,
quite
it is.
see.
You can see it still going. Yep, it is.
Doesn't find anything, but he will continue marching forward, trying to catch that Gearing. Since he does have that as a 0.9
Yeah.
kilometer stealth radar buffer, he will pick that up without being spotted himself. He has to be very
So that-
careful that the Gearing doesn't drop torpedoes on him, though.
Yeah, that radar has 2 functions. One is obviously spot something if it's there, but it's also a warning system. So it says, hey, there's nothing inside your detection range, so you're safe to keep going forwards and go into the camp.
Both Des Moines will now be spotted on the approach. The Gearing will drop his smoke screen for Wargame Pay to Win. I think the Ohio
Ooh.
of Point and the Yamato of Angelstone will both be looking for salvos to come across them.
Risky moment here for Yoshi. So he's got the 2 lead ships spotted with radar, but having to turn out very sharply to avoid being spotted himself. Having to dodge those torpedoes as well. Gets away with it.
Oh, but who doesn't get away with it is one of the Des Moines in the smoke screen. Garanthor takes a big hit. I think that must have been from Angelstone's Yamato. I'm not sure if it was the Ohio, so I didn't see which direction it came from.
Yeah, down to half health. This run is always a dangerous run, especially when you end up with a cruiser sitting on the south corner of the island, although Kaitis' Moskva is actually facing the other way to support B.
He still has radar coverage, though.
Yeah, Gearing smokescreen is going to stop quite short.
Moscow radar does come out. They will be seeing the Gearing pushing out of the front. They will also be catching Garanthor's Des Moines again. So we expect to see the crossfire once again coming in from Angelstone and the Ohio Point. We're looking to finish off these Des Moines as they come down. Des Moines takes a big chunk through the bow, down to half health.
Yep, Yoshi taking some big damage. Minotaur has a good heal though. Garanthor's Des Moines, yep, taking some big chunks as well.
Doesn't
Key
have a
thing
good
is-
heal.
The key thing is to get it to the island.
Yeah, you need to
it's-
go
it's
before
that-
the Ohio gets
yeah.
another reload off.
It's that last few meters as you reach the island and you have to turn.
Ohio did get the reload off. He's down to 10,000 health. There's not very much of a Des Moines left. It's just a Des Moines now.
It is just a Moine.
Yeah.
There's not much of a Yoshi left either, but Yoshi will be able to go dark and get a heal in. Maybe.
I'm not sure about that.
It depends what kind of dog you
Minotaur.
mean.
Yeah, Minotaur having to run quite a long way here.
He
Down
is
to
still
8,000,
okay. He's not
6,000.
spotted anymore.
Whoa, there's still shells in the air though.
If they get a
So-
fire, then that could be fatal.
Oh, they get a fire.
He is
So
spotted
the
again.
fire, yeah, the fire increases the detection range, so Yoshi's Minotaur is spotted again. Rat is going to have to
3,000
deal
health.
with some torpedoes, but it should be okay. Okay, it goes dark. 900 shells in the air.
Oh,
And did you
Yoshi
get
goes
him?
down.
Okay, that's going to unbalance this side of the map a little bit, so that means that Pay to Win are probably going to be able to get into A with the gearing. Moskva has the radar there, but is not currently in position to actually shoot the cap. Predictably, the Ragnar for Bouncy V has got B. Daring is moving away like we discussed earlier.
Something to keep in mind is that Angelstone's Yamato in middle does have shots over the island at the Des Moines that's sitting on Garanthor's Des Moines, that is, on the E1 island. And
That's
the Moskva is probably coordinating a radar with Angelstone. to get a shot in
So
because
Angel
he's
Stone's,
20k.
but Angel Stone's guns are actually facing the other side of the map right now. He's
Yeah.
taking shots on, it looks like the Daring.
Yeah, well, over at CCAP, they have taken the CCAP with their gearing and Moskva combination. They have had to retreat one of them, Moskva's Kinemod, because he was being farmed very heavily by the Goliath Ragnar combination. BCAP has been taken solo by Striver FX, and he's been sitting there being a massive nuisance to got carried by Darks Ohio and Lucar's Daring.
Perhaps Ragnar having to dodge a few torpedoes there. Radar out from Kaitis and Moskva on A. That spots all the ships over at A. That would have given Angel Stone's Yamato a shot, but unfortunately not looking this way currently.
No, it is giving Blood Legends Ragnar a chance to try and farm a bit more of Garanthor's Des Moines. He did heal up a lot from his 11,000 health journey. Popped a couple of those, he got about 9,000 health back. I don't think he's had a time to have a second one healing yet. But luckily they have the spare Des Moines of router for whatever purposes.
I was wondering whether they might actually swap them round. But it looks like Garanthor's just going to go back into the same position, getting smoked up by the gearing. It's actually the Ohio that's currently trying to cap. Did get reset, but is now gone dark. And so, actually, if nothing else spots it, because there's no radar there anymore, because Kaitis' radar is down, it may be the Ohio that actually caps, although the gearing is going to come in as well. There's a little bit of action starting to kick off over at Charlie. We've got the Ragnar and the Daring at the top of the cap. The Ragnar is currently spotted. Anley taking some shots. Sorry, that wasn't Anley. Anley's radar is out. Felix coming back towards the cap.
Wargaming Pitwin did steal a C cap right out from under Anley's Moskva's radar's nose. A cap has also been stolen from right under Kaitis' nose. So BanCV now going to be taking 2 caps to 1 advantage. However, they are still down like 250 points or so.
Yeah, BanCV did have 3 caps for quite a while. Okay, the gearing of Felix for BanCV goes into the cap. Starts to flip it the other way.
I just love the different pronunciations you hear for that case.
Oh yeah, it's great. If we use lots of different ones, one of us will get it right.
Yeah, Vile 9.
I've always called him Felix.
Villet.
And I haven't had any angry emails, so I'm going to keep with that. So that will flip the cap back unless... Oh, is the Daring in? Yeah, the Daring is just inside for pay to win. So that is currently contested, so it's 1 cap apiece. The Daring in the middle, Lucar, is going to have another go at capping B.
Garanthor has been rotated off the A cap for Wargaming Pay to win. Him and his 17,000 health are just going to go find somewhere safe to sit for a while. Ragnar radar will catch Lucar in the Daring in the middle of B.
I don't think there's any chance of Lucar actually getting that. They're just burning through Blood Legends Ragnar radars.
Yeah, he only has 3 total, I think. And that's with Superintendent, I believe.
Yeah, and you've got to remember that this level of play, players, particularly the caller, is absolutely counting those radars. Baz, actually, how did teams handle that? So if you've got lots of radars on the field for the enemy team, how do you keep track of how many they've used?
You designate as soon as you get radared, you find out which one is radaring you, because sometimes you're in multiple radar ranges.
Sure.
And you call yourself that you're radared, and then you try to tell which ship is radaring you, and then it's just a matter of relaying the information over and over again.
Got to interrupt that. Felix in the gearing on BanCV on C is dodging torpedoes, but I don't think is going to be able to actually dodge all of them. Nope.
Oh, does go down with single fire Daring torpedoes. That's
very close cluster of torpedoes there launched into the cap by the Daring from the north. That's a great catch for pay to win. Sorry to interrupt, Paz. That was
no problem.
Something. Right. So that is going to make it much easier for pay to win to hold on to Charlie now with 2 destroyers to 1. And they are also holding the A cap.
They also got carried by Dodge Ohio north of B, very low. He's down to 17,000 health, and there's, I think they're just trying to convert this kill. Blood Legend opening up in the middle of the cap, taking him down to 14,000. There's shots coming in from the Moskva of Kaitis from A side. There's also shots coming in from the Moskva of Anlai Tung on the C side. Like, everything is focusing on this guy right now, even though he's so far away. Gets himself out of range, gets dark, but if he comes back into spotting range at any point, they're gonna like instantly switch that focus back on.
Yeah.
He's still on 10,000 health. They're still landing shells.
Yeah, or if any of those blind shots got fires, as we saw earlier on the Minotaur. Yeah, because the problem with the battleship is it's quite easy to predict where it is even after it goes dark, and so you can usually land a couple of volleys after the ship has gone dark. Oh, Moskva Anlay is actually pushed into C here on Ban CV side. No real risk because the Ohio of Got Carried can't currently shoot.
Oh, he gets a big hit on Simply Calls Ragnar on the 10 line.
Anlay is going to have to deal with the Daring's torpedoes shortly.
Simply Call's going to try and risk this and try and take down Kinemod's Moskva with him. He's like under fire from Striver's Ragnar, from Anlay's Moskva, and from Kinemod's Moskva. But we saw earlier what happens when a Ragnar gets stuck on the border. We saw them try to do this against a Minotaur yesterday. It didn't work out for, I think it was Ban CV. Simply Call goes down. Anlay looks like he will get dark as well and be able to take the C cap unless he overextends. Yeah, but he's got him dark now. He's going to sit and heal it back. They've got nothing to respot him. The Daring can't get past Anlay. The Goliath can't get past Striver.
In the middle, Lucar and the Gearing for Pay to Win are both spotted. Gearing just took half health. Gearing does not have a heal, of course, so that's not recoverable.
Oh, long range crossfire in Anlay Tung takes half his health in one go. That was the Ohio of Bran Hornby, from the bottom of the map.
Yeah, I think when Anlay pushed into that cap, Anlay would have known, like, I have to get to that island because otherwise cross shots are absolutely a possibility. Especially that cross shot from Got Carried. It was actually the Daring that got the kill, but they do get the cap for it, but only briefly. Sorry, no, they don't get the cap for it, but Striver is going to have to go in and Ragnar.
2,300, 2,100, ticking down.
Points are catching up, although once the Ragnar goes into the Charlie cap, that's going to slow that down.
Goliath does go down.
Okay, that leaves the Charlie cap pretty open here, not much that the Daring of Wargaming Pay to Win can do about it.
Kaitis' Moskva is being completely crossfired.
Sorry, Ohio Brawl down in the bottom corner. We're going to see Bran go against Point.
That will probably end up in a ram. I'm sure both teams will be more than happy to get the ram here.
Yep, Bran absolutely going for the ram, getting a nice little shot in there before the ram actually happens. Yep, that's true.
Oh, gets his salvo off at the Des Moines though.
Yep, don't know whether he can lob that though.
Nah,
No,
unfortunately
Not
can't
quite.
catch anything.
It was a blind shot, I think.
Okay, so we are one cap apiece currently with Ban CV about 150
cap.
points ahead.
Wargaming Pay
We've
wins
got a
Daring.
replay of that ram. Bran T-boning Point to trade.
Yep, C-Cap Daring getting caught out for Wargaming Pay, where he's now surrounded by Ragnar, and Moskva of Kinemod. I'm not sure if any of them have a radar available to reacquire him, but he's definitely in range of them. There goes the radar coming out from Kinemod. Doesn't quite catch him.
He's just out of range.
Yeah, the main thing is that they push him off the cap so they can cap C.
He is spotted now.
Kinemod's radar is up. 6,000, 5,000. Can they take the Daring down?
Striver's
That's
Ragnar's
going
gonna open
to...
up.
That's going to
Interesting.
Okay, so that leaves them on 900 points, Ban CV, with 2 caps ticking. We start getting kills.
They have nothing again to see. There's
No.
a Ragnar just sit there waiting for the Daring. They want to try and get
Yeah, all of their DDs are out of the game. The only way they can contest is with the Des Moines. That's in the middle of the map, which is going to
only
be
two
very
kills they-
risky.
The only two
Route
kills
is
they
going
can
for
really
the
get
player.
are Kaitis or Kinemod. Kaitis
Route-
might be killable.
Yeah, Rat was going for the play on Kitus right now. This is the Des Moines Garanthal. Oh, never mind.
That's 992 with 2 caps ticking. 996. This is going to be over very shortly.
CV gonna take this series 3-0, completely clean. All 3 games look very dominant. I don't really have much.
Pay to win looked like they might have had a little bit of a comeback there at one point, but not quite.
Yeah, we'll throw it back over to the studio for some analysis.
Congratulations to BanCV for now advancing to the finals, but also really well played by Wargaming Pay to Win, and we could see how they got this far in the tournament with a really close match. And we actually had a lot of you participating in a prediction campaign live on Twitch, and with a very interesting result.
Yeah, it was looking extremely close at one point in the match. So 96% of you voted for BanCV to win. So the 4% of you that voted for Pay to Win were almost going to win a lot of channel points. Unfortunately, however, Wargaming Pay to Win did not manage to edge out this win. However, what I said last time before this game happened, Wargaming Pay to Win did take matters into their own hands. They matched the aggression. They put the double Des Moines onto the rock at A and actually managed to throw off BanCV's plan a little bit by killing the Minotaur and taking over A cap. However, BanCV were very quick to respond on the other side of the map, immediately taking B and C. What happened then?
I mean, basically, the Wargaming Pay to Win destroyers tried to push up into C cap. They actually got a torp kill on the gearing. I believe the daring got 2 torps on the gearing. I believe the gearing turned a bit too much. I think he could have managed to dodge one of those and live on 3k, but unfortunately he ended up eating 2. And basically what that meant was Wargaming Pay to Win could actually aggress on the C cap, get the cap, so they actually had a chance there, and took the cap again. They did lose the Moskva, but they ended up getting the cap through the Ragnar that they had, and the Goliath ended up going down, and that was pretty much it on C. It was a BanCV win at all because of the radars of the Moskvas, I guess. They didn't really seem to try, so...
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing. I think what really won the game for BanCV was how they managed their HP pool. If you compared both of the teams, a lot of the caps actually flipped back and pools, and not being able then later in the match to be able to go back into these caps, because all of their ships was so low that they didn't really have a choice in how to use the number of ships they had to really make a difference, because whenever they get spotted...
Stone still had plenty of HP remaining to take some fight. And yeah, unfortunately for Pay to Win, it was just not possible for them to make any plays anymore. We do have the replay ready here. So, Chris Santos, if you will take this one.
Sure. Let me just take this one. So, if we start the match, you will see what we talked about, right? We have the double Des Moines gearing plus Ohio moving here.
And then we, quick intermission, we will jump to No Cap versus Shaft, which is 1 versus 2 right now. So this will be possibly the last match if Shaft wins in about 11 minutes.
Very nice. So yeah, what we've been talking about, right? We had here's the double Des Moines with the gearing. Usually would have the gearing then smoke up these Des Moines to be able to get to this rock. But here we can see the aggressive push with the Minnow and the Ragnar to be able to get the cap as soon as possible before the enemy team might actually be able to counter it. Pushing the Minnow very close and very close to the enemy and the potential radar of the Des Moines. And what we also saw, the gearing throwing torpedoes here into the Minotaur, forcing the Minnow to also move away from the rock. And if we let it play out, we can see the amount of HP the Minnow will lose here. Just going here step by step, as you can see, the Minnow.
So there was actually like a lot of pressure on both of the DDs to contest this cap, because obviously it was very difficult for them to contest B, considering
the 2 DDs plus Goliath, right?
Yeah, they pushed their Moskva extremely aggressive into the C cap. Well, he did end up dying. They did end up also getting the Ragnar from Wargaming Pay to Win, which ended up freeing up the C cap and forcing the retreat from both the Goliath and the Daring.
He also ended up killing the Goliath with the Ragnar.
Yes. And, well, if we take a look at the HP pools available on these ships, you can see it right here, what we talked about, right? Gearing, Daring, Des Moines being so low on HP, if they wanted to push into this Ragnar, Yamato plus the Moskva radar, for example, from this side, there's not really a way to get back into these caps.
Yeah.
And the daring completely outnumbered here will just go down to the pressure by Ragnar, Moskva, and the Yamato. So, really well played. Gotta hand it to BandCV. Very convincing performance so far. We haven't seen them yesterday at all in the tournament, but right now, definitely one of the best teams we've seen on this weekend.
The experience, they, I believe, knocked out Alea, which was one of the contenders for a win yesterday, but they knocked them out. So, yeah, as you can see, NoCap have a lot of experience in Season 4, Hurricane. And recently, maybe they haven't been trying as much, but Shaft, again, Hurricane, Clan, so... And they're both less experienced than maybe teams like BandCV, or for example, from last season, than Rain, but they always reach the knockout stage, so we'll see, I guess, what we're gonna get to see.
Yes, when we talk about the bans, the ban ships here, Alexander Nevsky, that was the ban from NoCap. From Shaft's side, they actually banned the Daring. There's an interesting ban that we haven't seen so far this weekend. Why do you think they banned the Daring, except for example, Marceau or Venezia or something?
I mean, Daring is pretty strong. We always see Darings when certain ships are banned. I mean, every game we see Darings, even when Marceau or Ragnar is banned, we always see Darings because I guess they're very comfortable for players because it has a heal, it has hydro, it has good smokes, has good torp, single launch, has really good guns. It really has everything a destroyer can offer, so maybe that's why they don't like playing into that. Or maybe NoCap have been seen, I guess, playing 2 or 3 Darings maybe. Anything's really possible, so maybe it's an aggressive ban, but yeah, anything.
Yeah, and when we take a look at the map bans, once more, none of these teams actually banned Hotspot, which, as we talked about, was a new map. Teams didn't really have too much time to prepare for the cap layout because the map with that mode was just introduced with 0.10.9. But apparently both teams feel very comfortable with it, or actually feel less comfortable on some of these maps. For how you prepare for a tournament like this, do you just pick one map as a team where you say we don't want to focus on this one, we're just going to ban it straight out through the tournament? Or do you try to adjust it for each of the teams? We would say, okay, we did a little bit of reconnaissance on the enemy team and we know that, oh man, they're so strong on this map, I don't think we have a counter, let's ban this one?
So basically how it normally works is like, let's say you just can't play a map, right? Like before, like last Scots, for example, we didn't like Land of Fire, right? We tried it, we practiced it, we just couldn't make it work. We had no idea how to play it, so we were like, we're not gonna play it. I mean, you can always ban something. You notice an enemy team is, if you're good at all maps and you notice that an enemy team is really good on a certain map, you should be banning that map, right? But if you're that uncomfortable on that map, you should be banning it, right? So.
Yeah, and especially looking here at the 2 map bans, Northern Waters seems like one of those bans because Northern Waters is generally a very, well, teams consider it to be a very, very balanced map, also a very likable map. So could it be that this is one of those cases where Shaft is not so comfortable on Northern Waters?
It could be. It could be, or it's a map NoCap have played really well on. I mean, it's 50-50 basically on what they're doing, I guess.
We'll have to see. Before we start talking about the next map they're going to play, let's take a look at the updated brackets. So in the winners bracket, we of course just saw Wargaming Pay to Win play against BandCV, and the winner from that was BandCV. They're now the first finalist, and we're watching now the second semifinals, and that is NoCap versus Chef, right? So whoever's going to win this one is going to play against BandCV in the grand finals at the end of the stream, and Wargaming Pay to Win and the other team that is losing are going to be relegated down to the losers bracket. And we know that Punch is going to play against Wargaming Pay to Win, and we have Paid play against either Shaft or NoCap, depending on who's going to be the loser. So that will be the next match after this one to determine that aspect. Great, so let's discuss the map we're going to see here, and it is
Hotspot.
Hotspot.
4 caps.
Indeed, a very interesting map. We have seen a lot of strategies being used here, a lot of destroyer-focused combinations. Seeing as there are indeed 4 caps, destroyers do become even more important. And we do also notice that Marceau again is not banned here. So we.
So how many? How many do you expect?
2 from
2?
one of them, and one of them.
I think we will see 2. Yes.
Okay. Do you still uphold your equation from last time? Like
I think the match checks out. I think if a certain team has more Marceaus, they will win.
Okay, we'll have to see whether this is true. But yeah, for hotspot, in terms of the layout, what makes this different for teams compared to a regular map domination mode setup in how the caps are accessible?
I believe, like, let's say there was only 3 caps, like straight line through. To get, so for example, if you're spawning bottom right, to get to the A cap, it just takes forever. So you do need fast ships, right? And you need to push through, which is a bit different, because if the cap was just normal, it wouldn't be as far for the teams. And even the spawn point is actually really far compared to other maps, right? So there's a larger area you have to cover, and so you need faster ships, and there's some open water sections, but there's a lot of island sections on the D side, so it's quite an interesting map, I think.
So how do you approach this as a team in terms of like a different setup? What kind of ships will you deploy to D, and what kind of ships would you deploy to, for example, the BC side if you would spawn on the south?
Well,
Oh, and before you answer this, we just got the info that currently the odds for Shaft winning this one against No Cap and advancing from chat are 10-1. So maybe this is your chance to bet on No Cap and see whether they can fun police that.
Yeah, saying you can win a lot of channel points if No Cap does manage to edge out Shaft here.
Yeah, but so how do you approach a map like this? And like, what kind of ships do you deploy on what side?
so for the D side, you're more looking at like something that could sit in a cap maybe with torpedoes, like possibly a Minotaur or a Marceau. You just put it in D cap, it just sits there. Maybe on wide, on the 9-10 line, you would put a Moscow on the rock or something. C cap, you need an aggressive destroyer that can actually sit on there and spot and do things. B side, you either have 2 choices. You either push A or you hold B, so probably Russian cruisers.
All right, and the teams are actually loading into battle now, so it won't be long before we get to see the action right here on Hotspot. So let's see, who is going to win? Who do you think?
Since this one is actually the pick from Shaft, I will say No Cap will take it off of Shaft because I really want to see a 5th match.
Malta?
Shaft.
I'm going to have to side with Malta here. I think Shaft is favored to win this one, also because it is their pick and it is Hotspot, indicating that they might be a little bit more comfortable, but we'll send it off to the casters right now.
Live semi-final between No Cap and Shaft. Shaft currently 2-1 up in the semi-final. And the green team for this game on Hotspot will be No Cap, and they will be running Ohio, Yamato, Des Moines, Salem, Goliath, Napoli, Moskva, Gearing, and Vampire 2. Stats, what have you got?
For Shaft in red at the south, we have a Yamato, a Kremlin, 3 Des Moines, a Napoli, a Gearing, another Gearing, and a Ragnar.
So 2 destroyers versus 3 destroyers in this matchup. That's a lot of Des Moines. Mr. Bazinga Flux, can you please comment on why you would bring so many Des Moines to this match?
Hotspot is a very new map, so I'm assuming they have a strat set up around some sort of smoked up Des Moines play. I don't know what the bans are in this map. And since
Nevsky and Daring.
Okay, so that makes a lot of sense now, because the Nevsky would usually be paired with the Gearing, and they're just replacing the Nevsky with the Des Moines.
Understandable. They want to have that 10-kilometer radar, even though, like, you want to take the Des Moines over the Salem just for that 10-kilometer radar control, and also the option to just, be able to run Hydra at the same time as being able to run radar. So let's take a look at these initial deployments anyway. So, heading over to the A cap for the green team, we have Moskva, Yamato, and Napoli. C cap will be contested by the Vampire 2, and then it looks like the Des Moines will be positioning himself between Charlie and Delta. Then over, I think we're also going to see a Salem entering the D cap potentially. That could be an interesting play. And then Gearing, Goliath, and Ohio will be heading towards the 9-10 line. Stats, how are your deployments looking?
Shaft are taking a Gearing with 2 Des Moines up to the 9-10 line. Presumably that's going to be smoke and then double radar to try and catch the No Cap Gearing in this case. They've got Ragnar heading in towards the D cap against that Salem potentially, backed up by the Kremlin. And then the other 4 ships, the Gearing and Des Moines are going towards the C cap. Again, probably smoke plus radar, although quite a risky position for Stress Possum's Des Moines in the middle there if he gets spotted. And then that's backed up by Zando's Yamato and chat band's Napoli.
Muffle the chat banned. He's always chat banned. You too can get yourself chat banned by being really toxic in game.
Now, you may remember me saying yesterday that one of the things we've seen in previous weekends on this new map is that the team that decides to go heavy over towards the 1-2-3 line, it takes a long time, and if you leave a light force against a heavy force, chances are you're going to lose, because it just takes too long. So, and that is kind of what we're seeing, with Shaft taking like 4 ships over, a little bit further over than NoCap are, which is, it's still fairly even, I suppose. But yeah, any asymmetry in this, you need to deal with it quite quickly because of how long it takes to go over towards AB.
Salem has indeed positioned himself into the Delta Cap just behind this island. He will be radared by the Ragnar, so there will be Kremlin looking for shots, and also potentially the amount of Painezor making some long-range shots trying to lob this island. There is a little gap in this island where you can shoot over.
Yeah,
but
unfortunately Zando just put most of the shells into the island trying to lob it.
Yeah, it's a difficult position. But also, with this Nevsky ban, if these Des Moines aren't running range mod, I'm not sure if they will be able to farm the Salem that's positioned over there, whereas the Nevsky would almost certainly be able to farm that out.
We need to look at the gearing, yep, turning across some torpedoes over on the 10 line.
Oh, he's going to catch that one in the middle. Oh, no, that's...
It's not disastrous, but that is not a good thing to have happen this early in the game.
Yeah, he turned around on the border, he came back across the torpedoes, and the torpedoes just caught him square in the middle of the ship. He's not going to be able to heal any of that back. He is in a gearing, and that's going to put him at a serious disadvantage if a spotting trade happens between these two gearings at some point.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Exodus. But the gearing will carry on spotting. You know, if you've got some health, you're still on the board, so still going to be effective at spotting. Okay, so in the middle, we've got Vampire 2 of NoCap going up against the Shaft gearing on the south side. Just both classic reverse-in position. The destroyers do this so that they can quickly escape if they have to.
The Vampire 2 is being reinforced by his friendly Moskva at Breeze 2.
Here we go. Des Moines for Shaft is just radared. Counter radar from the Moskva of NoCap, which doesn't quite reach the Des Moines.
No, but both destroyers are spotted. Look at all this focus fire coming in towards that Vampire 2 right now. Does get unspotted. It does take a tiny bit of damage on his way out, though.
Yeah, one of the things of this on this map is that because you have so many ships around C and D, the focus fire can be quite intense.
The problem is for the gearing, he's a lot deeper in the radar, and he will be hit by the Naples crossfire, and the Des Moines of the Vic is still taking shots as well. Gearing's still going to be retreating his way back. Also, there's no smoke screen left for the Des Moines, so he has no potential to farm the Moskva and punish him for this radar play.
Yeah, it's that difference between the 10-kilometer Des Moines radar and the 12-kilometer Moskva radar does make a big difference, because the Vampire is already back on the cap.
We are starting to see the developments of a Kremlin player pushing into the D cap. He is being farmed at the minute by the Vig, but it looks like at some point he might decide that he wants to make a play and try and take out the Salem that is currently anchoring that against their friendly Ragnar. Ragnar.
So this Kremlin push, if it does actually end up in the cap, there's no immediate threats actually, because there's nothing that can torpedo rush. There's no great cross shots. The Yamato is quite a long way away over on the A cap, but I think Vert's just going to hold there. Torpedoes in towards the Salem.
Yeah, that's the gearing, dumping them in from the 10 line. There is a nice little nuke that he can hide in, but I don't think he's managed to dodge that torpedo. Yeah, he will take that one directly on the bow, and there's another one going for his midsection. Oh, Salem losing a lot of health there, and that one was on the belt, so he's not going to be able to heal much of that back.
No, Salem getting a flood, running the DCP. Okay, Exodus in the gearing for Shaft, running another smokescreen for the double Des Moines. With the gearing of Tafia for NoCap reversing back, just making sure not to get inside that double radar. Because get caught nose in a double Des Moines radar, you are absolutely dead.
We saw that happen in the previous game on the previous series over on North. Lost gearing pretty much instantly to a Des Moines and Minotaur combination.
Let's have a look at these torpedoes going through the smoke screen here against these two Des Moines. So far, no dodging required. Des Moines, not a particularly wide ship, but these two being quite lucky with the dispersion of torpedoes.
all skill, no log stats, remember.
Absolutely, yeah. First radar out does catch Tafia.
There's a lot of radars covering the decap as well. There's a bit of a Venn diagram of death going on over there in both teams.
Yeah, we're currently seeing Vert taking incoming, and here we go. There's the torpedoes going past Tafia and on towards the Goliath.
Salem now going to be at the target of some intense focus fire from both Des Moines and some also a bit crossfire in from the Des Moines of Stressed Possum as well, and the Yamato of Papegazando, all trying to dislodge the Salem, who's currently burning a fire on his stern. Extending a bit far forward, now has a fire on his bow as well.
Yeah,
And what for the superstructure.
Fleet is unspotted, but they know exactly where that Salem is. It's quite hard to put shells, or it's impossible to put shells behind an island when you can't see behind it, but if you've got the island, sort of the long shot across the island, you can absolutely do it, which is exactly what these two Des Moines are currently able to do. Yeah, the Fleet can't go anywhere in the Salem.
The blind fire is still coming in, and pretty soon the gearing of Exodus Blaze should be able to hard spot him.
Yep, there we go. There's the spot. That's just going to make those two Des Moines even more accurate.
I don't think the Salem's going to survive for very much longer. He might have a heal ready to go.
Nope, you've got 9 shells coming in from these Des Moines every few seconds.
Down to 5,300, down to 3,400 health.
And a fire. That is the Salem gone.
That should allow the Ragnar to take the decap. Get some point income going. Even up this point income, sorry, because it is currently 2 caps to 1 for no cap.
Looks like they're going to push the Vampire maybe into the cap. Or the Des Moines, probably the Vampire. Can we pay attention to the AB cap for a second? So we've got no cap in a position ready to push if they need to. Because you've got Vice Admiral's Yamato just looming through the volcanoes there. Also,
Reese's Moskva, north of the Sea Cap Island, did take 1 torpedo there, and it looks like he might even take a second one. If he reverses too much, he is going to catch that torpedo extra that he wasn't about to.
Vic does take 1 torpedo there.
Yeah, that's the
Reese
second one
also,
of those salvos.
Yep. Okay, still 2 caps to 1. There's a move going on in the middle shaft. Have a group of 3 ships below sea, starting to maybe trying to push up just a tiny bit and put a bit of pressure on this Yamato Vice Admiral when it appears through the islands. We've got a replay of those torpedoes on Vic. The one hitting amidships there.
Back over at the 9-10 line, we see the Des Moines farming has begun onto an Ohio who's now in full retreat. Sustained DPM of 2 Des Moines is not something you want to sit and face for a while. Also, long-range fire incoming from the Yamato, and Kremlin will be also trying to focus him down. The Ohio Silverblade down to 20,000 health so far, and still ticking.
Yeah, that's a very big ship to try and run away and go dark.
Takes another fire.
Especially when you've got 2 Des Moines shooting at you.
11,000 health and ticking. You might go down here.
Yeah,
2,000 health.
Des Moines' rate of fire is horrible when you've got 2 of them shooting at you like this. Just look at all these shells. Goliath actually in the background there takes a torpedo for no cap. Silverblade does go dark.
Shell's still landing though.
Well,
that Ohio heal coming in clutch, back in the 3,000, 4,000.
Does manage to go dark, doesn't take a fire, does get to the heal, but the Goliath is now gonna get it instead.
And look at this positional advantage though that they have managed to take for now. No cap are very deep in the map, but this is providing not very much entry point back into either the Charlie or Delta caps for Shaft. I think Shaft are just playing for kills at the minute though. Look how low they've got the Des Moines, look how low they've got the Goliath on the 9 line, down to 1,300 health.
Yeah, also you can see Vert's Kremlin in the background there, just down to 30 odd K running a heal. The Goliath actually goes down. McBornister going down to the 2 Des Moines.
Gearing getting caught as well. Exodus Blade will be spotting Tafia, who's going to just run away, managed to not stay detected.
The Ragnar of Zil pushing into the sea cap actually takes a torpedo.
And now he's caught in the Moskva radar as well. The
Nose
early warning indicator.
in. Now, the Vix Des Moines, just off to the right of the camera, does not have a shot, but...
The Yamato might.
Yeah, and Reese will do. It's not a very high island.
Yeah, but it's Moskva, so it's got very flat shells. So...
True, that is true. Vice Admiral's Yamato taking a torpedo in the background there. Vice Admiral actually had pushed all the way forwards to the gap in the islands, but has actually reversed back because Zando has pushed forwards.
Shots coming in from all over towards the Ragnar. Moskva salvo comes in, Yamato salvo comes in, Des Moines salvo comes in. He's down to 1,000 health. Gets unspotted though. Moskva misses the blind salvo.
Yeah, that was quite close. Zil will just have to leave the cap there.
Vic playing gotta catch him all with a torpedo onto his bow. Didn't take the rest of them, luckily.
Just next to Rice, just off camera, Yamato has got some more torpedoes to deal with. Vice Admiral might take one of these torpedoes that's coming. Hopefully we'll catch that. One torpedo there on Vice Admiral.
Will be a flood.
Okay, 715 points passed for no cap, with 3 caps ticking. So Shaft have to do something. Baz, if you were Shaft right now, what would your strategy be to try and claw this back?
Convert the kill on the Yamato and then try to counter push their home cap, which would be the A cap. They have a bunch of ships ready to do so, and try to not lose any ships on the CD side.
Well, the player currently appears to be push the Kremlin into the D cap.
Well, I think he's just going for the island to get safe, because once he reaches the island, he can go stealth.
Yeah, they're
Or at
pushing the
least
two
have enough shot block.
to the right of Vert. There's also the 2 Des Moines who are also pushing up into the gap. That's going to put a lot of pressure on the Vic, no caps Des Moines.
But Kamikaze is also being farmed by the Vampire 2 and Des Moines himself. And with 15,000 health. But it's not quite the DPM of 2 Des Moines that the Vic is currently up against.
So I mentioned inside there's Yamato versus Yamato. Zando getting a lovely shot through the nose of Vice Admiral, taking the health down. You probably saw that health just drop there.
Turns out the Kremlin did not get shot blocked enough. Does go down.
Yeah, Kremlin goes down. Vic is also going to go down for a trade of Kremlin for Des Moines.
Now these 2 Des Moines need to get themselves into a safe position. And that does not happen, because one of them just died to the Ohio.
Viewers, I recommend that you keep an eye on the health bars in the side, because there's a lot going on at once. We've got Kimmy's Des Moines here taking shots north. The Des Moines that was with it has died. Yep, here we go. Here's the Des Moines kill. Torpedoes coming past those 2. Leaving Kimmy alone.
Yamato kills Yamato. Nice little peek up. Shot straight through the bow.
Earring is able to cap C, but is currently spotted. I'm assuming that is Rice's radar. But currently no shot able, because Moskva's trajectory, as you said earlier, is quite flat. And flow in the gearing is directly behind the high part of the island.
So no cap, despite being up on points and caps, we're way down on health and ships. So they are being counter-pushed very heavily right now by Shaft. They've thinned out the herd, and they're just going to steamroll over it as much as they possibly can right now.
Yeah, so as Baz mentioned earlier, once the Yamato was down, that opens up the push from Shaft, and that's exactly what you're seeing now. You've got an almost full health Yamato pushing up on the other side of the map, as they also take control here of the decap. Replay of the torps on Rice's Moskva there.
I don't see a way for no cap to get back into this. They have no way to respot without risking their Vampire 2 and Gearing, they might be able to respot the Des Moines from the 9 line for the Ohio Snipe, but that's a really hard shot to make.
Yeah, the two ships down, they're 100,000 health down. Literally half of the health of the other team.
But the Napoli does catch the broadside of the Des Moines, does do a fair chug to Stress Possum. Secondaries are going to be raining in. I think he might go for this play, because why not at this point? He does have to worry about the Yamato, who can overmatch the top half of his bow.
The Napoli, as you say, may as well. I don't think it's going to work, but may as well down to 9-8. Getting
Shaft
a heal
catches
in.
the Vampire.
I mean, so Lyde may be able to get Stress Possum here. It's possible, but the Shaft Napoli starting to get shots over the corner of the island. Lyde down to 6k, 4k. Possum down. Yep, there goes Possum. And Lyde, that's a trade, which at the moment is very much in Shaft's favour.
Moskva having to worry about torpedoes.
Yep, Torp's going past Rice yet again. I think that's the third time this game. Taking one of midships down to 7k and under fire.
And now we see the amount of Papega coming out. It's like, I want this kill, while everything else tries to farm it down first.
888 points for Shaft, who are now in the lead again on points. With 3 points ticking, that's going to add up very quickly, especially when Rice goes down here.
Yeah, Ohio and Moscow both go down. 992 points. 3 ticks to win. 4 ticks to win.
And this win for Shaft will see them go through, and NoCap will drop down to the loser bracket.
So that makes our grand final going to be Shaft versus Ban CV?
Indeed.
Yes.
Now we'll throw this over back to the studio and they'll tell you all about that in this game.
And we're back, and congratulations to Shaft now actually being our second grand finalist. And well, they are going up against Ban CV, which should be a fantastic match. Both of these teams played really, really well. NoCap and Shaft, back and forth, back and forth. We also weren't sure who's going to take this one home. Is it going to go to the fifth map? But Shaft with the better ending. What was the strength here from Shaft? What do you think?
Yeah, it was at the start they were actually doing really well, especially on D, using their double Des Moines gearing and the Kremlin in the cap to force out NoCap. However, in the end, NoCap was able to kind of push them back a little bit and put them on their toes. But unfortunately, on the AB left side of the map, it was not enough for NoCap to push through and secure their victory. And eventually, Shaft managed to get back into it, managed to block C and D caps, and eventually managed to take out on points and kill the remaining ships.
Yeah, I think like what stood out for me is that NoCap was putting a lot of pressure on the caps actually, while Shaft was able to trade better on HP. Over the course of the match, they were just able to like chunk the NoCap ships more and more and more and more, and while NoCap was able to take caps initially, they would always have a counter to just step back onto the cap to not actually have like a huge point discrepancy. The points were pretty much even throughout the match, and only at the end we saw the teams putting significantly higher pressure on the caps and trying to force the enemy to make mistakes. But yeah, what do you think was the like? Do you think the double Des Moines approach with the smoke was the linchpin here that they took out of them?
I think it was a really big part of why Shaft was able to take it. Usually we see this happening with double Nevsky and gearing, but they actually, because Nevsky is banned, they opted for Des Moines, which has become less popular, but we can see that it does still work sometimes. We do actually have the replay coming in just a moment, so we'll be having a look at that. Chrysanthos will take the wheel on this one again.
Actually, we can hand it over to Maltes, and he can actually use this one and show us what happened. There we go.
All right. It's okay. So at the start, as we can see, let's see the initial deployments. Basically, we have Shaft with the double Des Moines gearing on the 10 line, whilst NoCap send their gearing Goliath only to the 10 line. Now the reason Shaft sends their double Des Moines down there is, of course, they kind of sense that they're going to send something into C. So they wanted to counter the Salem in the C cap. So with this position here, which is actually really interesting, it's a very good position. From here, from the 10 line, you can actually shoot the Salem and do significant damage, as we saw. And not only that, but the gearing also landed, I believe, 2 torpedoes on the Salem, which did significant damage. And the Yamato on the other side is keeping the Salem honest, so the Salem can't reverse out, because there's a Yamato right behind him. So he's stuck there. But basically, then the Ohio comes down over here and takes significant damage. I believe he's really close to death. Also, I believe, what HP was he on? Like 11,000?
Yeah, he dropped down like below. Actually, he was close to dying.
It was,
And
or
he
1,000. I think it was like
able
1,000.
to disengage and heal back up. And he almost also got the Des Moines down. This was like really close from both teams to be able to convert the enemy ships, and this is why they pushed so hard, because being able to kill, for example, and here we can see is the Ohio, like a slither of health. I think he was down to like...
I think it was 1,000. I really think it was 1,000.
1,000 HP.
But basically the Ohio does actually manage to go dark, right? Behind the smoke screen. But then the Goliath still spotted right here, and he's not in smoke. So what happens? The Des Moines start farming the Goliath. The Goliath gets hit by the Yamato from across the map, and, well, he ends up going down. Whilst this is happening, NoCap do actually take the D-cap back, and, well, Shaft get the C. Well, they try to get C, actually. The Ragnar does get smashed by the Yamato and the Moskva radar, which means they don't end up getting it. So right now, Shaft is at a heavy cap disadvantage. They're losing points pretty quickly. Nothing really is happening on the A right now over here between these two Napolis. But this Yamato has been farmed out, and he's extremely low. Pepe Gazanda was waiting for the right opportunity to go around on him. He was waiting to see if he has to go around, because it's a risk. Because if you're that close, you always have the potential of getting one shot, which is something you don't want. But later on, I mean, Shaft clearly take the victory here, because they take every single cap, and look at the map control and the HP advantage. I believe they had almost 3 times as much HP as NoCap did. So basically, I think what happened overall was Shaft weren't really playing for the caps early game. They were more focusing on getting those kills. And, well, NoCap were trying to get the caps. They were losing too much HP to get those caps, and ended up losing the game because they couldn't hold those caps. They had no ships left.
Yeah, fully agreed. And that means that Shaft is now moving on to the finals. And NoCap is actually going to play immediately in the next set of matches that we're going to be broadcasting here against a team that we haven't seen so far, against the team Paid. That is something that we wanted to broadcast yesterday, but they unfortunately lost against BanCV 2-0, so we didn't get to catch the third match, unfortunately, but now we get to see them play the next set of matches, and that's going to be a best of 3. The matches we've seen so far, the semifinals, have been best of 5s. And of course, the match for the third place plus the grand finals are going to be best of 5s as well. So plenty of action ahead of us. Thank you, Mr. Comey, for pulling up the schedule. So these are the remaining matches to be seen. We have NoCap versus Paid. And in the background, of course, there's going to be the match between Wargaming Pay to Win and Punch, exactly. And then these two matches decide who's going to be in the match for the third place. So this is why it's still TBD. And then for the grand finals, of course, BanCV versus Shaft. So that's something to look forward to. Now let's talk about NoCap versus Paid. We've seen NoCap already in the last match, but we haven't really seen Paid at all. Can you tell me a bit about Paid? Who are these guys?
So Paid is actually, well, relatively new, meaning that they have recently renamed, although they have actually had a pretty good competitive history. As you may see here on their COTS roster, they don't actually have that many COTS participations, but that is because they haven't had many COTS participations in this clan. A lot of the players in that clan have actually made COTS finals a couple times, or at least semifinals. And if I remember correctly, in COTS 9 they were on the AAO against all odds roster, where they ended up being second. So these players are definitely veteran players. They actually used to be part of the O-Boy community, who is now known as Shiny, and they just came from that match, from Shiny versus Paid. This was a bit of a community match there, which Paid ended up winning.
Great. So yeah, then let's take a look at the maps that they're going to play and the ship bans that they have. Actually, let me quickly check whether we already have this information here, but we should. Yes. So we have the bans. So NoCap actually nuked the Marceau, while Paid nuked the Alexander Nevsky. So we won't have any French DDs because, of course, keep in mind, Kleber and Petropavlovsk are banned for all matches due to the competitive teams who are participating in King of the Sea, voting them out of this tournament. And the maps that we're not going to see are Land of Fire and Warrior's Path. Now, what maps did they actually pick? Let's take a look here on the screen. And keep in mind, this is a best of 3, so that means both teams were able to pick one map, but the third map is chosen randomly just to make sure that none of the teams have any kind of advantage. Mr. Conway, could you bring up the maps for us, please, for this matchup? Thank you very much. So we see Hotspot is going to be potentially the deciding match if both teams score a point before that, and we get to see Northern Waters and North. Now, Northern Waters, do you expect to see an as aggressive approach as we've seen earlier from BanCV and Wargaming Pay to Win on this match, or?
I do expect a pretty aggressive approach from Paid. They have been known to be pretty aggressive in how they play. They also love the Marceau, which is also that Marceau the NoCap banned out, which also showed in Paid's ban how much they love Marceau to ban out Alexander Nevsky, which does actually do a pretty good job at countering Marceau. So yeah, these teams are definitely going to be fighting pretty hard, especially Paid just in their aggression, and then NoCap how they are going to defend it.
Do you expect to see very strong reliance on Moskvas here on this map again, Malta?
A lot of players actually and clans use Moskva around the B cap. I don't think we're going to see as much Moskva as BanCV, for example, but I'm sure we'll see 1 or 2 per team on each team. And probably even a Des Moines back on the 1 line. I really think a lot of clans are comfortable with doing that, even though it's one of the riskiest things to do in this game.
Yeah, that's for me always very, very interesting to see. Like, so many teams know this, they play it. Like, how do you approach it? This is like you just have to because it's so dominant if you get into this position, so that there's.
If you get to the rock, you win the game. Well, you win A cap. You don't win the game, you win A cap. So whoever wants to win A cap will have to go for the rock. But again, if you know a team is going to do it, you can build a counter to that. It's not that hard to counter. You just need a battleship, which overmatches 30 to kill the Des Moines. You need something to spot the Des Moines, so either radar or a fast destroyer. That's basically it. But most teams seem very comfortable in actually going for the rock, as we always see the teams trying to go for the rock with anything they have. Yesterday, we even saw Napoli go for the rock. So.
Yes. I mean, we've seen this in the earlier match with a double Des Moines pushing towards the rock, but still one of the Des Moines got instantly halved in terms of HP by an Ohio. So it is a very risky position that can pay off later on. So yeah, we'll see how they are going to play here. Do you expect any potential like setups in that have different ships? Anything that would be a good alternative we haven't seen so far?
On the rock?
No, not necessarily in the rock, but for example in DD choice.
Well, Marceau's banned, so we're probably going to see daring. I want to see a Z52 on B cap. We haven't seen one, I think, yet. So I really want to see a Z52 on the B cap.
Yeah, we have seen this in the past, Z52 on the B cap, but not recently.
Since, of course, yesterday also happened NA King of the Sea, were there actually any different like ship picks that we've seen from EU versus NA?
Not really.
No, I think the regional differences between EU and NA have been reasonably small. I do think that EU in general has a slightly more aggressive playstyle, especially when we look at teams such as Paid or BanCV, or even Shaft as we saw in the last game. I think they're slightly more aggressive than the NA teams, but I think that in terms of meta, there is not that much difference. I think the bigger differences come from the Russian and the Asian cluster.
So how do you prepare as a team for King of the Sea in terms of like preparing for a map like this and figuring out what other teams are going to be playing on these maps?
Well, first of all, you start by playing the map in a training room, just practicing. And then you be like, okay, so what happened here? Why can't we do this? What's happening? And
so you play against other teams that are also participating, right? You scrim.
So we practice with, like, for example, let's say another team we pick another team. We're like, hey, we want to scrim with you. And they're like, okay. And then we practice on the map, see if we do any well or not, see why we're not doing well, see why we're doing well, you know, and try change things reasonably. And ask the players, of course, here, we have everyone's ready, almost. But then you start looking at other teams. When the tournament actually starts, you'll start looking at streams. You're like, okay, so these players are playing on this map and they're playing really well. Are they playing better than us? How do we counter this if we have to play against them? And you have to build a counter, or you just play your own strat and see if it goes any well. And that's pretty much it. I mean, there's a lot of time that goes into scrimming for sure. It's basically like 2 to 4 hours a week, I would say, is enough. But you can even do more scrims a week. But I think 2 to 4 hours a week for the past, I think we've been scrimming for the past month, which is quite an amount for sure.
Yes, I mean, that's just on top of your regular gameplay.
On top of the gameplay, you have to play randoms or ranked. I mean, well, I have to stream, for example. So,
Oh no.
so
Oh
He
no.
has to stream.
To the Malta viewers, why do you make him do this?
Yeah,
evil,
this is-
evil people.
Look at what you're doing to this poor guy.
Yes, yes.
Underfed.
No, but we see. Oh god. So now we have the match starting in the background. So I'm collecting now, of course, your predictions. Who's going to take this one? Malta.
I think, actually, I have no idea. I'm going to say Peyton.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Malta here. I think Paid's aggressive stance is going to catch no cap off guard.
Okay, so I haven't seen Paid play yet, so I'll actually put my money right now on No Cap. They just played a lot of matches, of course, in the previous years, but I'm sure they're angry and still want to have a chance of being in that international part of King of the Sea. So let's see who's going to make it. Chat, you can, of course, also let us know who do you think is going to take the first one, and then we'll hand it over to our casters, Painezor and Statsbloke. Enjoy the match, and let's see who's going to be the better team here.
Hello and welcome into this losers bracket semi-final between No Cap and Paid. Wait, no, not Paid. Yes, Paid.
It is paid. It is paid.
Definitely
It's not
paid.
rain. It's definitely paid.
I blame Darth Henning for this. This is the best of 3, unlike the previous series, and for the green team, No Cap, we will be seeing a Republic, Yamato, Des Moines, Minotaur, Hindenburg, Napoli, Moskva, Daring. Stats, what have you got?
In team that is definitely not rain, although probably one of us will call it rain at some point. For paid, we have Conqueror Kremlin, Double Des Moines, Napoli, Daring, Shimakaze, a Vampire 2, and a Ragnar for a 4-destroyer lineup.
So, Henning,
I take no responsibility.
tell me about the Republic pick.
Well, Republic is known for great speed, the ability to overmatch 30mm, and a very fast reload. So it's usually used to like get into a unusual position quickly and then rain hell on something that's overmatchable. In this case, it's probably like a Des Moines that's going for the typical one-line island on A.
That would be an awkward surprise to run into. Do you think you'll be running Brisk, or Swift and Silence, as it was formerly known, just to get that position even faster?
No.
I
Worth asking.
assume in this tournament they won't be running a legendary. Because they'll need the range, or would they?
I don't think so. This map is pretty long range, and
Yeah.
Considering Republic has its 26km range, its ability to crossfire is actually really, really nice.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at these initial deployments before this Vampire and 2 Daring spot each other. So over here we have the Des Moines, Minotaur, Republic, and the Hindenburg. And then B-Cap will be just the Daring alone, backed up by the Moskva. Sorry, I didn't see that. And the Yamato was also hovering behind them. Over at C we have the Daring and the Napoli. Moskva is going to pop his radar, find the Vampire 2 though.
Yeah, both the destroyers in the center are spotted. Sheep does have the ability to shoot, although that might be a little bit risky, given the stuff that is north of A right now.
Daring loses half his health already. He will be able to heal some of that back, as long as he doesn't go down right now. He does get unspotted.
Yeah, they've decided not to use sheep. I think that's quite wise.
Stats, do you want to go over the red team deployments while we have a brief respite?
Yeah, very quickly. So we've got Ragnar and Shima, who are currently spotted actually over between B and C. That's obviously the same radar that's currently spotting Monkey and Joya, I think. We've got Kremlin, Napoli, and Des Moines underneath C, and then very light deployment over towards the A-cap with the Des Moines of Luke and the Conqueror of Sniper, backed up by the Daring of Sheep.
So from that early trading, we see a good chunk out in both the Shimakaze and the Vampire 2. that was matched by the chunking on the Daring, but the Daring is going to heal. The Vampire 2 and the Shimakaze will not. However, the Vampire 2 is going to get the B cap off the back of that and might even get a respot on this Daring at some point with the better concealment that he has compared to the Daring. I think it's like 0.3 kilometer distance.
Yeah, and also the Vampire is reversed right the way back to throw some single-line torpedoes back towards McBurnister's Hindenburg.
C cap radar coming out from the Ragnar, going to spot the Daring. The Daring is going to be spotted in the Ragnar in return, and the Napoli got quite a decent chunk onto the Ragnar, who is still spotted. No longer spotted by the smoke screen from the Shimakaze, and his bombing is going to now commence on the Napoli. There's still shots coming in from the Des Moines and Napoli of paid towards the no-cap Daring of Repair Ship Kamchatka. That was a mouthful, wasn't it?
It was. This is going to be one of those games where there's probably a lot going on at different caps. So we'll try and make it as easy for you as possible to try and keep track of what's going on. Something I didn't see what happened actually, but Sniper's Conqueror for paid is down to half health. I'm guessing that was the Republique. It could have been the Yamato. I didn't see what happened, but yeah, Conqueror down to half health.
It could have also just been farming combination from the Vic plus the Minotaur plus the Hindenburg plus the Moskva plus the Yamato and Conqueror.
Yeah, it could be.
The Republic, sorry.
Okay, so Luke has reached an island position just in the distance there on the 1 line.
10 line push is already completely zoned out of the no-cap team right now. We have the Des Moines and Napoli going to be taking that 10 line. Shimakaze going to be pushing up in front of them. The green Napoli for no-cap being forced to drop the smoke screen and run away, and now they're just going to outspot that Daring. They do have a Moskva to hold back a little bit. Get some spotting. The Moskva is going to burn his radar above B cap right now. It's going to spot the Vampire 2. It's going to spot the Ragnar.
Yeah, I think Monkey Enjoyer in the... there's 2 Monkey Enjoyers. Okay, so Monkey Enjoyer in the Vampire can just dive back behind the island, but the other Monkey Enjoyer 1 in the Ragnar, over at the C cap, is a little bit more vulnerable, I would say.
Well, the Vampire 2 is now taking shots in from
he is, actually.
Kamchatka. He's caught in a nasty little crossfire. He doesn't have his Hydra up right now. We see some radars being burned on the A cap. Not much going to be coming out of it, though.
Yeah, both teams going to be burning through their destroyer radars pretty quickly here. Well, the Ragnars anyway. So, I guess they don't have as many as the cruisers do. No one as yet going for A cap, although I suspect that the no cap Daring might take a look. You can see Seikite there just starting to go towards the gap. I think Sheep has got Seikit on radio location, throwing some torpedoes towards the gap. I don't think they're in time though. So 2 caps to none here. No points income as yet for no cap.
Living up to their name.
But yeah, the Daring does go into the A cap, so that starts to tick. Minotaur of no cap has taken up an island position on the 1 line. Can we talk about the 10 line push? That's just entering the D line.
Yeah, like I said, they've forced back that Napoli already. The Daring is also being forced back by the Ragnar, and they're just taking all over the ground they need. And the only thing that hold them back right now is the Yamato, who is going to be shooting towards this smoke screen. It will, like, you know, be in the general direction of where the Des Moines and Napoli are going to be. Let's see if he catches anything out of it. No, the Des Moines skillfully dodges. Radar out from the Ragnar of Monkey Enjoyer will catch the Daring of Repair Ship Kamchatka. Shimakaze needs to be very careful of those torpedoes. Will spot the Daring torpedoes for his friendly Napoli and Des Moines.
Yeah, Seawalker's just going to have to edge forwards, but shouldn't have a problem avoiding those. Fleet Repair Ship goes unspotted in the Daring. But the Napoli is still lit. Light having to run all the way up to the top border there.
A cap was indeed taken by the no cap Daring, so they're now down 1 cap to 2, and the points are still ticking very heavily in favour of paid.
Yeah, no cap are going to have to regroup and try for B somehow. I think they'll send the Daring back across.
What they have managed to do with this 10 line push though is they've opened up the middle of the map for a potential Kremlin push from very Honorborough to just walk up into the face of that Moskva should they so choose to. We'll also be able to get some sort of crossfire angles onto the A cap once he pushes up. If the Conqueror wants to get a bit wider, they can
think they need to
potentially
be
start
careful.
working on getting rid of the Minotaur.
With Honorborough, I think they need to be very careful not to actually overextend because they currently control 2 caps. They need to defend B. There's no chance of no cap getting to C right now. They have to get into B. And Paid know they have to get into B. And I don't think pushing the Kremlin into B is the answer.
Shimakaze torpedoes towards the Yamato were all spotted by the Daring, but I think he's still going to take a couple of these. Oh, no, they expire. Of course. Your torpedoes always expire just as about to land. That's how they work. Single fire conga line torpedoes from the Vampire going towards the Moskva above B, also all going to miss.
As a little side note, Paid actually wins with only 1 cap at this point. This is good, looking really, really bad for no cap.
They've actually started, so Honorborough did push forward in the Kremlin in the middle, but has started to reverse. I think they've just realized, hey, a minute, we don't want to just sacrifice this Kremlin for nothing. Because if they push it forward, it is going to come under fire from literally everything.
But me Kremlin, me push. That's how it works, right?
Oh yeah, no, I totally sympathize.
So, this Republic, let's talk about it for a second. They brought it over at the air cap. It got there really quickly. The problem is it ran into absolutely nothing, and now it's not really doing much. It's actually getting zoned out by the Des Moines just farming it. Its price just kiting. He is looking for crossfire onto the Kremlin, but he's not really done very much in this game.
Would you like to know Twitch chat's prediction for this match?
No. Go on, tell me.
I would expect
it was
to be 70% Paid at least.
You're reading the same thing I am, you shit.
I didn't. I actually just
71% predicted a no cap win on this match.
Wait,
no cap win.
Vampire down to 1600 health and was radared there. He managed to dodge the salvo. The farming has begun on a very honourable Kremlin. I think you might be right about the overextension you mentioned earlier. I think he did take a massive chunk of the Repub, actually. See, this is the thing. If you want to go for a push in a ship and you get halfway and then you decide, actually, no, that's probably a worse situation than just continuing with the push. You either go full ham or no ham. You don't go half ham.
Sheep here in the middle coming under a lot of fire from a lot of different angles. It's very difficult. So when you're in a destroyer and you're under fire from one ship, it's reasonably easy at range to wiggle and dodge a lot of the incoming shells. But when there's 4 or 5 ships shooting at you from different angles, it's very, very difficult to do.
So right now, it's 134 points to go. And there's currently absolutely 0 AIC for no cap to get into the sea. They can potentially march into B.
I was kind of, given the points, I was kind of expecting the Minotaur, the Republic, and the Hindenburg to be over at B by now. Because they've got to just walk in there, surely. That's the only
one of the
answer.
problems with the Hindenburg is it's so slow.
It is.
That rotating
It's also facing the wrong way. So they've taken Daring in there. That's going to slow the income down. But it's not going to stop it. Because C is obviously still in red hands and heavily defended. So no cap needs to start getting kills.
Well, they're currently working on farming the Kremlin. He's down to half health and burning. You just pop the Damacon, so that'll be a sticky fire, permafire.
If they could, ideally, if they could get Monkey and Joy as Vampire spotted, that would be great.
They've had him spotted repeatedly. The problem is nobody has an angle because it's so entrenched.
Well, there's a reason why he's just hiding behind the island right now. So it just doesn't need to do anything. Just make sure that the points are still on the board.
The mine north of Sea Cap in the open, Amugu just take a big chunk from the Yamato, and Napoli's also going to try and take a shot as well. He didn't have smokescreen coverage. Now he has the smokescreen coverage. However, as soon as the Vic pops a radar or the Des Moines pops a radar, he will be respotted. The Yamato will take another shot. He needs to get himself reversed behind that island. Kremlin takes down Navic's Des Moines.
Yeah, that's 988,990. One cap ticking. No cap needs to do something right now.
Let's do it. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing on the board.
Maybe Honorborough forgot the detonation flag. Here we see the deletion of Vic as the match ends in the background on points. That will be Paid going 1 up against no cap.
That was a very clean series. A very clean game in this first game of the best of 3. Let's throw it over at the studio for some analysis.
played here by both teams, and well, Paid taking the first map and one step closer to advancing to the match for the third place.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me just pipe in here. I think we have a small audio issue with Chrysanthus' microphone. Either he is muted or his battery has died.
Oh, no.
We shall sort this out. Maybe we'll hand over to Sarah to talk about whatever he's going to talk about in the meantime.
Yes. So while Chrysanthus is fixing his audio issues, we will be talking about the game. So we saw Paid with a very interesting strategy, pushing a Naple and a Des Moines up the 10 line very aggressively, as we know from them. They played very much towards the caps. They kind of gave up the A cap, but it took no cap a long time to actually put a ship in there to get it fixed and get that cap ticking. So in the meantime, Paid was already ticking on both B and C. However, they were trading a lot of HP, but not a lot of HP. They were only down, I think, 50k, and they were up 350 points already. So it was looking pretty dire already, and NoCap were quickly forced to make a move. What did they do?
So basically, NoCap on A cap. So what I think happened, which was I didn't really like, was the Minotaur and the Republic, and basically even the Hindenburg were kind of chilling over A. Basically. But so what I think happened was the Minotaur, Republic, and Hindenburg got stuck on A. The only thing Paid were actually using to hold that was one Des Moines on the rock, and it did, well, there's a replay available, but
yes,
they only used one Des Moines to hold 3 ships basically. So 3 ships were just sitting there, just holding against a push which was never going to happen because the Des Moines never really had to do anything. So they didn't really rotate anything towards B where they could have actually done something. But
yeah, we'll be looking at the replay right now. So let's start the replay and we can have a look.
If you stop it here, one thing to maybe highlight is that also for this match we see for the very first time a Republik. We do also see a Conqueror on these teams, and I think battery's out again. Okay, while Mr. Combo is fixing them, we can actually just play and discuss it.
Yeah.
With the two
So we see indeed that the Vampire is very early to cap B, and with Hydro is able to force the Daring out of the cap actually and secure himself the cap. We also see that the Daring position here is very aggressive. We also see indeed these two, which will be very vital in securing Paid's dominance this game.
something which was kind of opposite of what happened last game where we saw NoCap play was NoCap last time was playing really aggressive on the caps to try control the caps, but they were losing a lot of ships for it. This time Paid did that thing. Paid actually played really aggressively with their destroyers to try to take their caps, and they managed. They lost a lot of HP for it on a lot of the destroyers, but NoCap didn't really capitalize on that. They couldn't finish any destroyers, and they tried to push in, and they just couldn't get any caps. So they did the opposite of what they did last game, and it didn't work out in their favor at all.
Yeah, they weren't able to finish any kills. They weren't really able to get all of their ships very low. So at the end, Paid still had enough HP. They had enough pressure to make sure that NoCap couldn't just walk over them, and that ended up being enough to hold at least one cap to take their victory.
Yeah, it's really, it must be also frustrating for them because they kind of tried to adjust from what kind of cost them the game in the series that we saw before, right? Being maybe too aggressive, having too much focus on the caps, losing too much HP, and in this one they actually get the HP advantage, but the points just killed them at the end. And this is something that you will see in most of the King of the Sea matches, that towards the end, the points are usually what was forcing your hand, because you just need to make a play, and if you're not in position to do that, you're just losing it.
And we just got an update from the game between Wargaming Pay to Win and Punch, where Punch is now leading the series 1-0.
Wow. Punching their way back into this. Like they lost the very first round of 16 match, and since then they just beat everything that came their way.
Yeah, and this is actually a rematch of the first match, because in the round of 16, Wargaming Pay to Win actually managed to beat out Punch. So maybe they will actually be able to get their revenge here.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So let's keep watching the replay right here, and we'll see what happens. So we see indeed that they actually don't have anything here. The Des Moines is really the only ship on A, whereas here they are committing at least 3 ships to holding or taking, because they haven't actually taken the cap yet after 5 minutes, even though there's actually nothing to
because they even
defend
bring
it.
the daring back.
Yeah. So now after so long, it's going to be basically 7 minutes that we've looked at this, and now they've only taken the A cap, and meanwhile, Paid has been taking caps on from 2 caps already, so, and their ships are already so far in position here.
Yeah, and exactly, like this is, at this point, this is where no cap would have had to, like already before that, of course, redeploy forces to be able to swing it around on B, right? To be able to apply the pressure, because if you take a look at what kind of ships are built up around the B cap, the advantage is actually on no cap side with like a Moskva radar, the Des Moines also with a pretty decent angle. The daring, the only thing they're missing is having maybe like a southern angle to be able to access this map, or at least in between the E and F line. But they were just too slow to actually push that advantage that they had over there, and kind of force the paid DDs to go and risk something.
Because Paid don't really have anything to counter the Moskva and the Des Moines right there, because they only have one radar, and that's the Ragnar. And it's not really in a position to radar B. Whilst look how much radar and destroyer coverage they have with no cap. And look at the Vampire's HP. He was like around 1,000. So they definitely had the chance to take that cap, but
If they had rotated the Minotaur and Republic sooner, maybe this game would have played
they
out
also
differently.
tried to cap A with a daring. They didn't have to do that because there's nothing to counter them on A, and it took forever for the daring to rotate to A and to B. It's not like a Marceau where it rotates really quickly. Daring goes around 36 knots, so it takes forever to rotate.
Already at this point here, they could have pushed the Des Moines and gotten the cap.
Yeah, there's only one Vampire to hold that. Like the Daring, Moskva, Hindenburg, they could do something together. Even the Daring from the other side.
But while we have been talking about this game, we already see that the next game is loading in.
Yes, and you just have to say, like, no cap was not that far off. Actually, like being close to maybe winning this if they would have been a little bit more aggressive. So the second match, I'm sure, is going to be very close as well, and we'll have to see who's going to take it home. And maybe no cap can equalize and force the team here to go into the third match. Well, who do you think is going to take this one very
I
quickly?
actually think that no cap's going to take it up north.
Paid.
Okay, well, I'm also sticking with no cap. I think they have it in them to be able to, well, push for a third match. So let's go and hand it over to the casters. Have some fun with this one, and don't forget, eat, play, COTS, and repeat. Perfect time.
You left the button. By the way.
Second game of this best of 3 series, the losers bracket semi-final between Paid and No Cap. The green team for this game is going to be Paid, and they're going to be running in Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Venezia, Stalingrad, Daring, Shimakaze. Stats, what have you got on the southern end?
No Cap playing to stay in here. They are running Ohio, Yamato, 3 Des Moines, and a Goliath, a Napoli, a Daring, and a Shimakaze.
Double shimmers this game. Bit different from the usual. I think we're assuming they're both going to go at A cap and just spam torpedoes at each other. Des Moines is probably going to see scattered all over the place. Usually we'd see them on a 10-line push, but I think you bring a Salem for the 10-line push these days, and Des Moines usually park themselves around B cap. Venezia are going to be probably doing some sort of kitey stuff, just general. These are not picks that we don't expect, shall we say, at this point. This is like a relatively standard composition for both teams. So let's take a look at the initial deployments of them. Over at the A cap, we are indeed going to be seeing the green Shimakaze along with the Venezia. Ohio is going to be in their region to back them up. Daring going to be positioning himself above a B cap. I think he's going to be backed up by this Des Moines. Over at the C cap, it will be the second Daring, the Stalingrad, the Des Moines, and the Kremlin. It looks like the Des Moines and the Stalingrad might indeed be doing that 9-10 line push. Stats, what have you got for your deployments?
Pretty standard. The only thing I would say that's different I want to point out is Vic's position in the Des Moines. We do see this occasionally, but not always. So you've got double radar coverage of B. So Paid's Daring is going to have to be very, very cautious in B, although of course they won't know that there's double radar there yet. We've got Shima, Napoli, and Yamato going over towards the A cap. And then the 9-10 line C push is going to be Des Moines, Goliath, and Ohio, with the Daring going into the cap.
He's actually diving straight on in there. We haven't really been seeing any sort of aggressive plays towards this sea island. It just hasn't been a thing in any of the games we've cast. Nobody's wanted to dive this island early.
I don't think he is actually. He's going to turn out. So we have, I mean, we've seen in the past, especially last King of the Sea, you'd see a lot of Kleberts going for the island, but
Yeah, Marcel's too.
Yeah, Daring just stopping short, maybe seeing where Sheep is on radio location.
A reminder that Marceau and Nevsky were the bans for this series. That's why we're not seeing him diving behind that island. And Petropavlovsk and Kleber were the voted global bans. So, torpedoes back and forth across the A-cap between the two Shimikazes. I'm not sure if either of these are going to land anything, but there's always the chance of the quote-unquote random torpedo. It's never random. It's always aimed at you.
Addictively. I think Tafia gets the cap for no cap in the Shima.
However, he is accelerating straight towards those torpedoes and turning broadside to them.
Something I just want to point out is that on the A-cap, no radar.
But the torpedoes are definitely still
they
on the Shimikaze.
are. Tafia sees them. Shimikaze Torp's not stealthy. Tafia being careful not to drift.
Gets in between them successfully.
Beautiful. Yeah, so this side A-cap is going to be old school. So they're going to have to do spotting with their faces, essentially, these two Shimas. The cruisers are going to have to watch out that they don't get spotted by the Shimas.
Sea-Cap was taken by repair ship Kamchatka. He did get radar on the way out, but it was too late. Just get some damage on him, though.
Yeah, and we can see Sheep is going to push in behind the island for Rain in the Daring.
For
paid in the Daring. So I apologize. We have been casting King of the Sea for a long time, and we are used to casting Rain. And there is a Rain player. So apologies if I call paid Rain.
Blame Darth Henning for this. This is all Darth Henning's fault. He brought this curse upon us. He mentioned them originally.
He did. Now I've got Rain on the brain. Okay, so Sheep is behind the island.
However, he is still spotted.
Yeah. It's a pretty good position in terms of defense from those shells. They can't quite get down.
And Taro might not be able to lob, but I think the repair ship Kamchatka might be trying to make some sort of play in front of him, but he can't really now because of the position of a Mogu who's just moved up in his Des Moines. But that's a very vulnerable Des Moines position. Henning, would you like to explain to me why a Mogu's Des Moines position is vulnerable?
Where exactly is he? Sorry?
He's
Mogu above Sea-Cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a position that's known for being pretty vulnerable because the Ohio has several options to actually get shots on this without committing too hard. Actually can shoot from right where he is right now if he just stops there. As long as they get spots on this Des Moines, which they could do by just radar from N-Tower, for example, below B.
Just want to interrupt. We just saw a shot there from Snipers Ohio from the north down to Antaro's Des Moines, getting a lovely chunk there on the broadside of the Des Moines in the middle. So yes, sorry, Henning. So Silverblade can also push up to the gap. I think that's what you were going to say, was it?
Yes. What I've personally done, for example, is also just push up south of the 8-line island. Like just go to that island to shot block most of the things, so you can just face on the Des Moines and actually get your secondaries work as well.
And now we do see Umugu took quite a big hit there, down to 42. On the other end of the map, just off shot, the A-cap is being flipped by the paid Shimikaze.
Yeah, Tafia at some point takes a lot of damage. I'm not sure if he took a torpedo or just got spotted in front of the Venezia. Probably just got spotted in front of the Venezia.
Yeah, given that it's Shimikaze torpedoes, that's probably just Venezia sap. I find it funny that the Daring of Paid is going absolutely nowhere near this double radar in B.
He doesn't need to.
Very sensible.
They're currently up A and C. They have options available to them to make some plays happen at A. They have the burst advantage with the Venezia being able to do a lot more damage to the Shimikaze in one go than the opposing Napoli can to his Shimikaze.
Torpedoes going past the nose of Similal here on the 9-10 line. Just reversing back, no problem at all. C-cap in the hands of Paid. A-cap currently contested. B-cap, no cap yet.
As we can see, remember the position we mentioned of Amugu above the C-cap? You can see just how vulnerable that position is. He's now down to 20% of his health and still getting hit in the face by that Ohio over and over again.
Bells in the air as we speak. Yep, that's another few K there.
Down to 8,000 health. Pops his radar to try and like get some intelligence. I think that means I'm expecting to die soon.
I think honestly, it's a position you go to expecting to lose the ship. It's just that it holds up, particularly the Ohio, who has to sit there and take the shots, which enables the rest of your team to make the push that we have seen Paid make down to the E line with the Kremlin and the Des Moines. Yep, the Mugu will go down. Even the Daring opening up.
Yeah, he's not spotted. Why not?
Last volley out probably from Silver Blade. Let's see what that does. Mugu has run a heal. 408. Nope.
Daring will steal it.
You're daring with the kill steal in the King of the... Yeah,
He'll steal it.
it's not a thing.
Over at the ACAP, we see that the Shimakaze of Lafayette is now down to 2,000 health, and Agent Endon is also down about half his health. There must be another engagement that happened over there while we were watching the Des Moines go down.
Yeah, and then the Napoli behind Tafia is smoking through the cap.
Yeah, I think that's a long enough smoke screen for him to be able to cap that. Blind fight coming in from Anakin Seawalker as Venezia to try and get some resets on this. Doesn't quite manage any.
So no reset. I think you're right. I think that will mean that Lyde will be able to grab that cap in that smoke screen. Is Endon going to take a torpedo? No, not quite. Ooh. Lyde will grab that cap just as the smoke expires. Yep, there we go. A flips.
Des Moines goes down on the 9 line for no cap. Obviously, all the time that they had spent dislodging the Green Des Moines above the sea cap meant that he was being tunneled by the Kremlin, the Stalingrad, and the Des Moines of Monkey Enjoyer 1 for paid, just all of them raining down upon him. So the Ohio are now being forced to retreat.
So it's 8 ships apiece, but the health is looking a lot better here for Paid. If you look at the health bars. No cap are going to try and send the Shima into B. There is no radar coverage there, so Tafia should be able to cap that without any trouble.
Farming has resumed upon a certain Mr. Silverblade in whose Ohio. The Des Moines of Monkey Enjoyer 1 on the 10 line will just, stop being a massive nuisance. The Goliath of McBona has just been forced all the way back to the corner of the map into the Rhubarb Square.
I think that the position that a very Honorabros Kremlin for Paid is in right now is essentially bought by Amugu's Des Moines. Because Silverblade wasn't able to push, because Silverblade needed to keep the Ohio there to take those shots. And so the position that Silverblade is now in was essentially paid for with that Des Moines.
Fleet ship Kamchatka did get caught in a fight with the sheep. It does take a massive chunk. He has been like 2v1 and 2 darings down there for quite a while now. He doesn't have the health to contest C anymore, especially not now that Luke Plaguewater's Stalingrad is just going to march himself in there. However, Entaro is going to be walking between 6-7 line gap straight towards it, and that should allow him to get some interesting angles, at least on the Stalingrad, if he chooses to keep pushing. B-cap is finally been taken by no cap.
Luke's Stalingrad for Paid is spotted sitting in the cap. No real protection in a big ship like a Stalingrad from that island. Well, it does offer some protection too. Go on.
Repair ship south of the sea cap got spotted again. Shells coming in from the Stalingrad. Doesn't quite catch him. He's at 1,000 HP. Why do people have complicated names?
Can we put a request out to all King of Sea players to please have pronounceable names?
Repair ship Kamchatka.
That's the one. That is it. Yes. Yeah, so Kamchatka's going to throw those torpedoes out towards Luke's Stalingrad position, as is Tafia's Shima, actually, just to cover all the bases. Paid currently slightly ahead on points, but with 2 caps ticking. Napoli of Lyde, we can see here, is running south, being chased by Seawalker and Endon.
I'm not sure if they're going to want to commit to the chase too hard, because he can at some point just turn around and just go for some awkward ram play or something like that. Maybe go for a 1v1 with Anakin Seawalker with crossfire from the Yamato would help.
Yeah, if the Shimakaze got to caught and nose in within like actual physical detection range, that would be really bad for the Shima.
B cap's about to get really interesting really fast as we see
is.
an Ohio marching down towards 2 Des Moines.
We also have No Cap with 2 very low health destroyers. The Daring is on 1,000, Shima's on 2,000. They are literally one-shots.
Look at this map control being formed by Paid right now. Look at this complete surround that they have. And there's nothing that can really, like, the only thing that can tank anything in any direction is these 2 Des Moines being the head of it. But there's an Ohio bearing down upon both of them.
Yeah, Paid have control of almost, probably, I'd say 2/3 of the map right now. 700 points passed for Paid with 2 caps. So No Cap, everything to do here. They need to absolutely get back in the game, either with a lot of kills. Honestly, I don't see where they're going to come from, especially when they've got some of
They're
the
about to lose the No Cap Des Moines next to the B Cap. He's going to take 2 torpedoes in the side from his sheep. It's a beautiful little play there.
Yeah, there's also... Do you notice there's also torps coming from the other side from Monkey and Joy, just in case he went forward to avoid those ones.
Yeah, lovely cross
Lovely play. And that's the kind of coordinated play that is really typical of this level of tournament play. The callers making sure that everything is nice and coordinated. Is Luke in danger of some torpedoes here? No, there's a lovely gap. 800 points passed. No Cap just not being able to find anything here. They've turned the Yamato and the Napoli around underneath A.
I mean, they found the Monkey Enjoyer in the C Cap in front of their Ohio. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to take it down. They've also found the Goliath. Like, he can rush down. No, they found the Kremlin, sorry. I read that completely wrong. The Goliath is not going to be found again. He's decided to go all the way at the 10 line. He's out of the battle.
Silver Blades, Ohio is going to push Onambra in the Kremlin for Paid.
There's just absolutely no way for No Cap to get back into this.
You just look at the map, you put yourself in the position of the No Cap caller. There's just no opening. There's literally nothing.
We've lost too much health on all of the destroyers. The destroyers which are now spotted by a radar. I think, I'm not sure. They're both spotted. I think they're just opening up on the middle there.
Yeah, the points are going to change very quickly here as both destroyers go down. That's 980 and ticking. 2 caps. No chance here to do anything. This will be a Paid win. And that is a Paid series as well, because that will be 2-0 to Paid.
Congratulations to Paid. It makes it sound so sinister when you say it's a Paid win. It's like
a win for Paid.
Yeah.
There we go.
Commiserations to No Cap. They will be eliminated from the tournament. They will get the prizes for the 5th and 6th teams, which I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm sure the studio can inform you of that as we throw it over back to them.
Well paid or played, however you want to see it. Good job winning this one and advancing now to the final stage and having a chance to actually be the 3rd one and move on to the international stage of this tournament. Let's take a look at how they managed to do this in a very convincing way, actually, right?
So basically, No Cap actually started off being the aggressive. What? What?
So basically...
Oh, sorry. So No Cap started off by being the more... I didn't even know I said it. But No Cap started off by being the aggressive team, right? They took B, A, and C, right? So they had the 2 cap advantage, but over time they just couldn't hold them, and they literally lost them like immediately after taking them. So they started off with a cap advantage and then immediately lost it, right? And well, on A cap mostly, I think. Why was the Shima forced off? Did he eat a torpedo?
We didn't.
He
really
may
see,
have.
We didn't.
But
We didn't
see
see
it, but
I felt like for me.
Yeah, we see it here, right here happening. Oh no, okay.
No,
he dodged it, so we'll have to.
We'll have to watch the
Yes,
replay,
we'll have to
maybe.
watch the replay.
But yeah, I think the
Okay, so
the
here we
problem
see
here
them
again. The problem here again was for No Cap that, just like in the games that we've seen before, that initially they go for caps very very early on, but they don't really have a follow-up plan to be able to defend it and to hold them.
They didn't even lose HP getting them this time. They just got the caps and it just gave them up immediately. It's not like they tried to hold them. I'm not sure why. Do we have the replay? Oh, we have the replay.
Yes.
Getting the replay ready right now.
Yes, and then I think it was also a mix of not really leveraging, for example, their double Moines on the B cap for a long time and using the advantage that they have at a certain point in time quickly enough. That might be just like a too long reaction time to be able to outplay the other team. I mean, it was still well played by NoCap, right?
They killed
not
the
saying-
They even killed the Des Moines on C cap too. Omuguru. Yeah, he
Ooh,
died.
yeah. But as we see, NoCap takes very early control of both the A cap and the C cap. But as we can see here, they immediately lose the C cap to the Daring that's capping, and they also lose the A cap to the Shimakaze, as there's nothing to spot the Shimakaze. And with the Napoli versus Venezia engagement with both the Shimas, the Venezia does edge out the Napoli in terms of damage output, especially against DDs with the semi-armor piercing shells.
Yeah, if you stop it right here, if you take a look at the Daring above B and the double Des Moines on the other side of B from NoCap, I think they were really hoping for Pay to make that mistake and actually send a DD in and just use double Des Moines to just nuke it before it can run away. But the problem is with the Des Moines being facing towards the A cap instead of the C cap, they were not able to actually defend it, and it would have been quite easy to just sit there at least in the beginning to make sure that no other DD can just sneak in and to get that cap so quickly.
But it's just you have two Des Moines here, right? Pointed towards B cap. And they're just expecting this Daring to go in, right? And well, Paid know there's two Des Moines there. They know they're there. Why would a Daring ever go in? So they're just waiting for something that will never happen. And you're wasting two ships for a situation which will never happen. So it's basically like playing a 7v9 at this point. So, and there's an Ohio right north of B, so they're restricted in what they can even do over there. So let's keep watching, I guess.
Yes.
So this Shima is overly aggressive. Okay, look at the damage the Shima on A8. Like, the trade was really bad for NoCap on that Shima on A. I guess it's just the Venezia versus Napoli difference, I guess, because Napoli is not as good at fighting destroyers as Venezia is. But that's really unfortunate for NoCap, because they ended up losing the cap, and the Shima can't contest it anymore because he's too low. And Napoli, I mean, he doesn't have any utility to fight the Shima on Venezia, so he's just sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah, he does manage to get the A cap again, but again, after he caps it, they immediately lose it again.
That's true, he
So
did cap it, but...
They can't hold their caps,
Yep.
is the essence here. And again, this cap, without a DD, these double Des Moines are not doing anything, and this just continues basically for the entire game. Because also here, this Des Moines and this Des Moines, they are not able to shoot this way or this way as effectively as they would like.
Yes, and then also like if you take a look at the 9-10 line, there's actually like a lot of trading going on, but it's still, over time, Paid will have the better position, and actually, if you follow the Stalingrad, will be able to push the Stalingrad into the C cap. So NoCap was not really able to stop that movement, even though having similar amount of ships there and similar kind of ships.
I feel like NoCap got kind of distracted with this Des Moines position that Paid gave them. I feel like Paid gave them a Des Moines to like, it's like a carrot on a stick. They gave them this Des Moines to focus, and whilst they're focusing this Des Moines, look how much position they gained on the 10 line, whilst these two aren't actually shooting the 10 line. Sure, they get the Des Moines, but they lost so much map position in the meantime.
Yeah,
it didn't end up in their favor.
Now they can actually push this 10 line, they can push this Stalingrad, they can push this Kremlin, they can push this Des Moines. As we see it play out here, they end up killing this Des Moines in extremely rapid fashion because of it. This again forces out the other ships as well. Now they have finally rotated the Shima over to this cap. Finally managed to cap it. However, Paid have already rotated their Darings over to the C cap.
And I really like the Paid's Ohio position, because he was so aggressive in his battleship and just shielded off two Des Moines, and just making sure that he can, of course, also just move around and then, find different angles on, for example, the Napoli, or if the Yamato wants to come back in. I really liked it. That aggressiveness.
Something
really
about the
paid off.
position as well, the Des Moines on B cannot cross back to A, so he's stuck there. And that means the Napoli is completely isolated on the A cap. So sure, he took the cap right now. The cap is under NoCap's hands, but the Shima's just going to walk in. There's no radar. There's nothing to spot them. So they do instantly lose the cap again, unfortunately. But the Des Moines literally cannot come back. There's an Ohio sitting right in the gap.
Yeah. And then you indeed see that the Stalin comes back in to recap and immediately leaves again. And then the focus becomes this Des Moines right here. And as we see, both of the Daemings will single file torp, and he does end up going down. And from there on out, it's just yeah, we can see the difference in how the map is split right now. And it's not a whole lot of map control anymore at this point, and it's just impossible to win.
I think it's really unfortunate that on A, NoCap did run a Napoli, because the Napoli couldn't do anything to the Venezia. Look at the Venezia's HP, look at the Napoli's HP, and then look at the Shema's HP. So I think the strat for Paid having the Venezia there was significantly better on A, and it probably made the difference there for sure.
Absolutely. Well played to Paid, and we'll see them, of course, in the next match. And now we'll have to take a look at the other series. I don't know whether we already got the information, whether Punch is going to have to go into the next one. No, actually, they won against Wargaming Pay to Win. That's the information, because they were leading 1-0 against Wargaming Pay to Win, and they got their revenge, actually.
Yes.
Knocking out Wargaming Pay to Win, who sent them into this losers bracket, and now have their shot at being back in the international part of King of the Sea. And that's I really like the setup, and you can see how Punch managed to fight their way back, and Paid actually being knocked out in the quarterfinals, and now also having that chance again.
Yes, unfortunately, they did have the misfortune of matching against Ban CV, so they did end up getting knocked out. But in their way back, they did knock out many other strong teams such as OM, Shiny, and NoCap, and now have to face Punch. So it's definitely not an easy match for both of these teams, both for Punch and Paid. It's definitely going to be very interesting.
Cool, then let's see whether we already have map picks and bans. But before we do this, just a reminder for our schedule. The next match you will see is the match for the third place, and that is of course important, because whoever gets to be in the third spot will be able to participate in the international King of the Sea part that is happening on the 6th and 7th of November, and that means fighting for a big cash prize pool. In total there are $50,000 to be won for teams, so that's definitely something very, very nice to have, besides the bragging rights, of course, and the chance to fight for your cluster against the other clusters. And there will be best of 5, and afterwards we have the big grand finals with Ban CV fighting Shaft for the title and the flag. Great. Well,
Yes.
then let's move on to Punch versus Paid and take a look at the maps they're playing, if we already have the information. Otherwise, we can talk a little bit about the teams. No, they're still to be picked. As we said before, each team gets to pick 2 maps. They get to ban 1 map. If they happen to ban the same map, that would leave 2 maps for the final pick. And how the final pick will be done, if there's 2 maps left over, there will be a random pick, so that none of the teams will have an advantage there. So just that you know how that setup is going to work. And in terms of ship banning, the system is still the same and will stay the same for the rest of the tournament, that we have 2 global bans with the Petropavlovsk and the Kleber from what the competitive teams participating in this tournament actually voted for, and then they get to pick 1 ship they want to ban as a blind ban, so they might even end up banning the same ship. So, of course, both of these teams played a lot of matches recently,
Yes.
and we want to give them a little bit of a break. So I think we're going to also take a little bit of a bio break, give everybody time to maybe head to the toilet in 32 minutes, actually. So we will play some videos, and then we'll be back here as well and provide you with some info before the actual match starts. So go grab something to drink, maybe something to eat, and then we'll continue with this broadcast and have some fun with King of the Sea with the final 2 sets of matches. So see you in a bit.
Okay, now stand up.
better just surrender cause I stand my ground. You better just surrender cause I stand my ground. You better just surrender cause I stand my ground. You better just surrender cause I stand my ground. Playing it down, track by track, hi-fi decibel, no fire rap. Taste so incredible, school be stacked. Got no money, ain't got fame, no on the pole but high in the game.
It's unfair, it's a goddamn shame. I can do the world good if you would give me a chance. I do what I should, can't get into the
blade made no sound, designed to cut down and stand my own ground. Your lyrical content is somewhat predictable. Kick down your pedestal, life support critical.
My outlook is cynical about the future of tomorrow's MCs never reaching my pinnacle. Supply hooks for mental protein.
No one to be contenders. You better just surrender cause I stand my ground.
You know what? I think we're gonna be friends.
Party
14th installment of the King of the Sea tournament is about to begin. The prize pool has almost doubled. It's $50,000 now, and the tournament winner will get $17,500. The winners of the regional stages will earn steel, doubloons, and special camouflages. But most importantly, you'll win glory. Your team will become known throughout the whole world. Broadcasts of the regional and international finals are an incredible spectacle that will keep you glued to your screen. The best players on the planet will clash in fierce battles. Moreover, viewers will be able to obtain up to 11 King of the Sea containers, a permanent camouflage for North Carolina, and a Tier 7 premium ship. Don't miss out on King of the Sea. Win a prize and become a legend.
Welcome back from the break, and we're ready to hit the road here with two new teams coming up that we've seen one of them. We've seen Paid just before we went into the break, but we haven't seen Punch yet. And this, of course, is a very important match because whatever team is going to win here is going to advance into the international stage and, of course, also getting a higher prize pool from the EU regional finals. Now, let's take a look at the Paid team maybe first. We talked a little bit about before, but for those who missed it, Sarah, can you maybe talk a little bit about it?
Yes, of course. So Paid is actually a relatively new clan since they were previously known as Yearboy. And before that even different names, but they used to be part of the O-Boy community. Recently, on May, they split up from the community and formed their own clan, and now they are known as Paid. A lot of these players have actually played in other clans in COD, so that's why their COD's history may look a little bit empty, but I'm very sure that a lot of these players are very familiar with King of the Sea.
And on Punch, it's actually a recently made clan. It says they've actually made it in 2021, 26th of May. So they're actually quite a new clan. As we can see from their COD's history, they've only got to play one COD's, which was COD's 12. And they've actually played 2 Hurricane seasons and clan seasons and got Hurricane twice. So that's actually pretty impressive. Your first clan season making Hurricane, that's actually pretty impressive. It seems to be they're made up of a bunch of Polish players, and their goal this CODS was to get the quarterfinals, and I think they're already past that stage, so...
Yeah, they're definitely past that stage, but Punch actually has a very similar history to Paid, where they used to be known as Widmo, but recently they split off and formed a new clan, and that is now Punch.
Yes, and they definitely exceeded their goal. I mean, I think they actually made it to quarters, lost against Wargaming Paid to win, got relegated into the losers bracket, and then took that extra trip maybe just to have a few more matches. Maybe COTS was a little bit too short for them to decide, hey, we'll take this road to get into the international stage. And so far, a really good outcome. So let's take a look at the maps that they're going to play and the bans they did. I can already tell you that in terms of the banned maps, both of them banned Warrior's Path, which will then mean that the final map is actually a randomly drawn one, and both also banned Alexander Nevsky. So if you wonder, okay, why do both of these teams ban the same things? The answer is they didn't know what the other team is going to do. It's a blind ban, so they just had to make a decision for themselves. What do they not want to see? And then see what the enemy team will do. But both had the same feeling in terms of map and the ships. Now, looking at the map lineup, we can see that after banning Warrior's Path, and if we can bring it back, that would be great, to see the 5 ones. We have Trap, which was the pick of Punch. Then we have Islands of Ice, which of course was then the pick from Paid. Then we have Hotspot, North, and as the randomized map out of the 2 available ones that were still there, we have Land of Fire, potentially, depending on whether the teams make it so far. This is a best of 5, so whichever team gets 3 victories first is going to advance into the international stage.
Yes. So it is actually quite interesting to see Trap with Marceau available, because both of these teams ban Alexander Nevsky. So, Malta, can you tell us a little bit more about Trap and why Alexander Nevsky ban is relevant here?
So normally a lot of teams like to bring Nevsky towards the A cap with a smoke destroyer, and I feel like a lot of teams are really comfortable in that play because it makes it really easy to take control of the A cap really easily from both north and south side. But since Nevsky is banned and Marceau is still allowed, and Ragnar still out, really and truly. Destroyers might be a really good use here, especially since there's no Nevsky, because Nevsky does hard counter destroyers, so maybe we possibly see some Marceaus being played around the sea cap. We've seen a lot of clans actually run Klebers and Ragnars, last cots, and this cots with the Ragnars. So we might see some destroyer action, or we just might see some normal cruiser action, I guess. It really depends on what these teams are willing to run. Remember, Venezia is still allowed, so Venezia could actually end up being a game changer against destroyers. Both teams have to keep that in mind. But yeah, that's what do you think?
Yeah, both of these teams are pretty known for how aggressive they play, especially Paid. I don't know as much for Punch, but Paid definitely do love their Marceaus. So it's very interesting to go to Trap and see whether we will see some Marceau Wolfpacks possibly. We did see this a lot both in the finals and semifinals of King of the Sea 12, and we saw it, of course, in internationals, mostly played by the Asian teams. So it's going to be exciting to watch.
Yes, I mean it's an interesting decision to make as a team, right? Do you want to go for the destroyer power and the potential speed to be able to put the pressure on the enemy team, or to rather go for a little bit more of like a conservative approach with I don't know, for example, Moskvas, and just try to play it that way? How do you make the decision? Like, is it a feeling of like just you feel more comfortable with that setup, or is it just like you take whatever is currently the best pick?
Well, you can't always say gunboat destroyers, because actually gunboat destroyers are some of the hardest ships to play in this game. Because they don't have a lot of HP, and if you get slammed by a Venezia or something, you're basically done. So most people are more comfortable in playing cruiser comps. But if you're ready to take it to the next step and run a destroyer comp, maybe. But it has to be up to your personal decision and your team's decision if you guys are actually comfortable enough with running a destroyer comp. But I really think destroyer comps are significantly harder to play than, for example, Moskvas or Des Moines or things like that.
Yeah, and you have to consider that the teams don't know what the enemy team is picking, because in the training room, where they just join, prepare their team and ready up for the match, they don't see what kind of ships the enemy team is fielding. So they really have to wait for the match to start, and then they know, okay, this is the setup. And with the lack of CVs, there's no initial spotting to see where these teams are going. So vision is super, super important, of course, in competitive, to be able to know what the enemy team is doing and how to actually counter it. So the room here for surprises is always good. We also got the result, or the ongoing result so far, in terms of predictions, and 68% of you are in favor of a win by Paid compared to Punch. So Punch is currently a little bit of the underdog in terms of our viewership. We haven't really seen them play, so it's hard
That's probably why the predictions are so different, because we literally just got off of Paid like really doing really well against Snowcap, so that's possibly actually having an influence on the result, but yes.
Yeah, and speaking of those games, with Alexander Nevsky banned, why have we not seen any light cruisers? Do you think we will see light cruisers in the upcoming matches, or will they stay absent?
I don't think we're gonna see any light cruisers at all. Maybe a Minotaur, but no Worcester. I think no Austins, no Colberts. So
yeah, why would that be?
I think that's just the destroyers. The destroyers are just better. They don't have citadels, and they do basically the same thing.
All right. Well, the teams are already jumping into the first match. So we'll be jumping over very soon as well. So, Chris, what do you think?
Oh, I think I'm going to give it to Punch. I really like that they managed to fight their way back into this match. So I'll give them benefit of a doubt and say they take their own map.
Malta?
Paid.
I'm going to have to side with Punch here. I think Punch will take the first map, as they did pick Trap. So yeah, let's send it off to the casters and see who's going to take this first map for the best of 3, best of 5.
Welcome on into the third place game, a best of 5 series taking place between Paid and Punch. The green team for this game is going to be Paid, and they're going to be running in Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Minotaur, Venezia, Gearing, Marceau, and Ragnar. Stats, what you got in the development end?
Down the other end in red, Punch have a Republic, a Kremlin, 2 Des Moines, a Stalingrad, and then 4 destroyer lineup as well. They've got Gearing, a double Marceau, and a Harugama.
So, Mr. Bazinga Flux, you have used French destroyers extensively on this map. Can you tell me a bit more about this Marceau choice?
Marceau is basically a Kleber hull with Colbert guns. but the main strength of the ship is obviously its speed. So you can rotate all around the map and have impact on maybe the A flank and then go to the C flank and have impact there in the same game. And since Trap is a diagonal map, the A cap and the C cap are really far apart. So usually ships will not be able to make that kind of rotation, except for the extremely fast ships, for example, the Marceau.
Lovely insight we got there. So let's take a look at these initial deployments. Over at the A cap, we'll be sending a Minotaur and a Venezia. B cap will have this double Marceau and a Ragnar take some very aggressive positions. C cap, relatively safer approach. It's going to be a gearing Des Moines with Kremlin and the Ohio. The Kremlin might take some sort of very bold move into the Bravo cap if he wants to. Wouldn't recommend that just yet, but we'll see how that develops later on. Stats, how are your deployments looking?
So Punch have decided to take their Marceaus, instead of going through the middle, they've gone up to Charlie, so they'll get that early Charlie cap, no question, because there's no way the gearing is going to get there. In the middle, we've got Stalingrad, who's just radared, who is sitting with the Republic in the middle. And then we've got a big group of Kremlin, Double Des Moines, Harrow, and Gearing going over towards Alpha.
Yeah, that radar didn't actually pick up either of these Marceaus or the Ragnar in the middle. The Ragnar is going to cap B from just outside the edge of it.
I think Ragnar will just get caught by the radar. Yep, there we go.
But all that means is given extra value to that Ragnar now, because now he knows the Stalingrad's used as radar. We can go deep there if we want to with these Marceaus. Maybe do something bold, maybe get some spotting on him for a while. Just, start farming him if we really want to. See a couple of shots coming over the top, trying to get some early damage onto that Stalingrad. But he's anchored up quite close to the island. It's not going to be too much damage.
Yeah, I think Paid will have to be a little bit careful with the destroyers in the middle until they know where these Des Moines are. But I think it's going to be pretty obvious. Once the gearing starts that smoke screen, they'll know that at least one of the Des Moines is there.
Yeah, we do see C cap was taken by those Marceaus, so currently it is 1-1 on caps. The B cap was taken slightly quicker, so Paid will be taking an early point lead.
Interesting to see whether Punch keep these two Marceaus here to defend C, or whether they rotate them elsewhere. I don't really see the point in them just dipping in, capping, and then leaving again, so they probably will stay. Or at least one of them will. And we are actually seeing Compan heading back towards B, as the massive group of Punch moves into A, and that is going to be 5-3 in terms of ships.
Something to note quickly, Marceau of the sheep is going for a YOLO on the Stalin from what it looks like.
Oh, wow. They knew the radar had been burned already. Yeah, they know the Stalingrad already burned his radar, like we mentioned. He radared the Ragnar for such a minuscule amount of time.
Okay. Also, the Republic's guns are the wrong side. Not the wrong side, you know what I mean? They're not on the right side to catch that rush.
Oh, here it comes. He is detected.
So there's nothing that Madara can do. And also, Marceau Compan is heading into the cap, so is also not able to help.
It's just going to be a free Stalingrad.
Oh, lovely shot there from the Kremlin, but it's not going to help the Torps. Although
6 Torps going to land, not going to kill him, but he does have another spare set. He also has guns.
I thought he might use his spare torpedo then.
He still might. No, he's just going to use his AP in the back turret. He dropped the torpedoes towards the Republic.
I thought he might turn in for the ram then, maybe couldn't quite have
He might have lost his rudder during all that.
Okay, well, was that worth it?
Paz?
Not sure.
Given that there's only 2 ships above A, they're not who are getting pushed.
Look at the Marceau and B cap now. He's actually being surrounded from Marceau plus Ragnar. Lost half his health.
If they get the Marceau kill in B, then maybe it is worth the trade, because then the Stalingrad has lost so much unrecoverable health because of eating the 3 torps on his main belt. Then maybe it's worth it, but so far the trade has not paid off for Paid.
If they had a stronger force above A who could then start to focus the Stalingrad down and finish it, then sure. But they just don't.
See some trading going on at the bottom of the C cap as well. The Marceau of Staff of Punches is now spotted and being focused down by the Ohio, Des Moines, Daring, Kremlin, and Gearing. So that's a double battleship push that we've got on the CB flank. So they need to roll over it pretty hard now to make this worth it. Need to get that envelopment going in. We see the Marceau of Monkey Enjoyer diving into B cap. Might go for the fight here. In fact, almost certainly going to go for this fight.
He definitely should.
Yep, as Baz said, they do need to try and get Compan's Marceau down. to make that rush worthwhile. Compound reversing.
Minotaur gets half health above A cap. Gonna be jumping in the back of the Venezia smoke screen.
Ragnar's going to dive in through the top as well. Monkey Enjoyer 1 coming in behind Compound. Actually, Honorbrower is coming around the corner as well.
Torpedoes out from the Marsos.
Risky for Monkey Enjoyer. Is the gap okay? Ooh.
The gap is fine. The Stalingrad on his broadside less, so...
That is less okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not okay.
Honestly, with the Stalingrad right there, I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. It's just going to mean that Monkey Enjoyer is a bit quicker.
Okay, once again, no longer worth it.
So 2 caps very much in control of Paid here, B and C. A cap very much in control of Punch, as you would expect with 5 ships there.
The Minotaur once again north of A getting spotted by this Hirugamo, Des Moines, Gearing, and Kremlin push. And just being forced further and further back. The Venezia is also spotted.
So the Minotaur and the Venezia, who you're currently seeing kiting up the 1 line, they need to delay as long as possible. They need to keep this group of 5 busy long enough that Paid from C can get down into B.
The Haragumo decided to open up there. What? Oh, no, that wasn't the Haragumo. I thought that would be a very bad idea. I saw the shells coming from his ship and got confused. Now he's radared.
Radar out from Fish in the Minotaur. So Haru may as well shoot.
Sat on the bow of the Haragumo going to be mostly ricocheted.
Yeah, this Haru is quite close. Less than 10k here. About 9k.
Just want to mention the B cap, the Kremlin of Beriogra is marching on through that.
Okay.
Sorry, -12 managed to get dark again. Venezia does not, but he's now at such a long range that I'm not sure that the double Des Moines are going to do very much at this range.
So the force from C is actually pushing out south. I think they're trying to stop Madara's Republic from going around the side. Because one thing you would not want as an Ohio or a Des Moines is a Republic on your side.
They're rotating their forces towards B instead of following the Venezia and the Minotaur.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would absolutely say that's a good move, because Minotaur and Venezia, their goal there is to pull these 5 away, try and delay them as long as possible. So Punch absolutely have to go for the B cap.
Torpedoes towards the Kremlin in the middle of the B. Actually, there's quite good torpedoes. Gonna be 2 landing from the Marceau, a 3rd as well.
Yep, 2 on the bow, 1 amidships. So while that's not a huge amount of damage, it's certainly significant. Kremlin definitely having to burn a DCP.
They have rotated the Des Moines smokescreen blockade into a gearing. Sorry, the gearing smokescreen for the Des Moines around the back of the Stalingrad. They should be able to farm him down now. He's not caught in a bit of an unfortunate angle because the Kremlin's at his front, the Des Moines is at his stern. Radar comes out from that Stalingrad, will spot the Des Moines in the smokescreen. Republic's going to look for a shot. Republic's going to look for a shot on the full broadside of the Des Moines. I mean, that could have been a lot worse. French dispersion and bit trolley.
Still not good if you're Luke. Cyrax is in a little bit of trouble here, and a bit of a sandwich. Torpedoes coming. Is one of them going to hit? I think that middle one might hit. Yep.
Does take him down. They finally managed to take down that Stalingrad. It only cost them 2 Marceaus.
More torps heading in towards Honorbro's Kremlin. That's going to be 1,
3,
2.
Nope.
Just the 2, I think. Yep. Just 2. Only 2 torpedoes exploded on the side of the ship.
This is a battleship. It's designed to tank torpedoes, right? Just eat them all.
Mostly for Kremlin. So the Kremlin's both now nose to nose in the cap. But Honorbro's Kremlin giving a little bit of angle there. Not enough to get good pens, though.
something I'd like to quickly point out is all of the punch people who were pushing through A have rotated to play for B, and Paid have seen this, like the Des Moines have both been spotted. So the Minnow and the Venezia that were kiting away from A have now turned around and will start counter pushing.
Yeah, the Ragnar going to be opening up on the Kremlin in the middle of the B. Both Kremlins in the middle of the B going to be getting farmed down quite heavily now. They might just... these are very likely a trade at some point.
Yeah, that's a great response from Paid above A. Totally expected, but I don't think Punch had really had a choice. Chasing the Venezia and the Minotaur up into the top corner would definitely have lost the match on points. So
The Des Moines in the smoke are radared by the Minnow and a full broadside to the Venezia.
Ooh. That's a big hit onto Dev Cubs in one of the Des Moines.
But the only saving grace here is that the Venezia reload is actually quite long, gives them a chance to try and angle for the second volley. But of course that opens them up for a shot from Onabra in the Kremlin.
That's a Kremlin. It's got poor long-range dispersion, right?
It does. Watch this poor long-range dispersion. That is actually poor long-range dispersion. It does. See, it does happen. It's just that you only remember the accurate ones. Okay, so Matiant's Kremlin is under heavy focus fire, but is currently dark.
Very Onabra, being very farmed-abra. That's terrible. I'm never going to say that again. He's going to try and reverse himself out. He's down at 3,000 health, though. I think he's probably going to go down here. 2 Des Moines working him over. It's not going to be a very pleasant experience. He might get a reload off before he goes down. Gets the shot out.
If Onabra goes down here, this is going to even up the points. With 2 caps ticking for Punch, but of course Punch are in danger of losing the A cap.
He gets a sit on the Des Moines with his last shot.
So Devku was sent back to try and stop the Minotaur and the Venezia from going back into A, but took a Citadel for it, I think. Torps in on Matiant.
Yeah, into the smoke screen. This should take him down.
Okay, so 2 caps to the red team, who are currently down on points, but that will start to even out.
Des Moines radar in the A cap, going to be finding the Minotaur of Fish, but there's still a Venezia there as well. The Venezia currently shot blocked. The Mino going to angle as much as he can, but this is a Des Moines, not the easiest thing in the world to angle to. As demonstrated by the massive chunk he just took.
You're watching the Ohio going down there in a massive cloud of smoke. Very dramatic.
Speaking of Ohio's, we are also seeing Papega Sniper is running down the Republique in the map border. The Republique currently full broadside, just launching massive salvos into the superstructure of the Ohio. And a return fire into the bow of the Republique.
Yeah, so Republic is one of my favorite ships. So it has very good close range armor. Effectively, it doesn't have a turtleback, but it effectively has the same kind of armor, which enables you to brawl actually quite well, surprisingly well.
Yeah, Republique taking down the Ohio. We have the Des Moines of Luke Plebwalker. Now needs to be very careful about the Republique, who no longer has to focus on the Ohio in front of him, taking pot shots at him in the middle. Ragnar going to be trading with a Haragumo. Feel these torps.
Oof. Goes down.
And Des Moines getting that shot in. Luke Plebwalker from relatively long range there. Monkey Enjoyer should go down for it, but he's no longer shooting, and he is kiting currently. 900 health, still spotted. Republique from downtown takes him down. 21. How many kilometers was that shot? That was like 24, 25? A faraway shot.
Sorry, I'm just dealing with something in the background. Right, okay. So the 2 destroyers are able to then get back into B potentially, although Luke is still in there. Points are literally neck and neck. But the green team will start to claw ahead until Chris can get the gearing into the cap. I just want to apologize if we're having any audio issues. Please bear with us.
So we have 2 Des Moines currently holding out the Venezia and Minotaur at A. B cap is currently contested by the gearing. That should be matched by the gearing of Agent Ender. The Des Moines is spotted once again in front of this Republique. Needs to be very careful as salvo's out. The Playwater getting lucky that that didn't do more to him. Gearing drops a smoke screen for him. Farming has begun on the Republic. Began. That will leave Punch to be able to take the B cap for free because the Gearing has had to relocate out of it temporarily to deal with the smoke screen for the Des Moines.
Okay, that's B fallen to the 2 destroyers. That's going to let the points tick in the other direction, although the Gearing of Endon is coming back in for paid.
Now look at the approach from the Minotaur. The Minotaur is going to go for the jump, and he has the choice of what he wants to go for. He can either go for the broadside of these 2 Des Moineses, or he can make a dive onto the Marceau and the Gearing. We see the smoke screen coming out from the red Gearing.
Republic of Madara just missing the torpedoes there. Taking a shot against Endon.
Des Moines needs to be very careful about these red torpedoes coming up astern. Just gets angled around it, just misses at the side of his belt. The Gearing is down to 1k health for Punch.
We a turret out from Luke's Des Moines.
300 health. Minotaur takes down the Marceau.
That was both destroyers taken out at once.
However, the Des Moines are opening up on the Minotaur in return.
978. The Republic needs to get into sea very quickly.
Minotaur takes a fire. Minotaur, Republic shots in for the Minotaur. Not going to take him down. 10,000 health. More Des Moines salvos coming in, trying to catch something onto him.
Dara crosses the line at 990 to stop the points tick. But the Gearing will cap B, and there's only 10 points left.
They need the kill on the Minotaur, the death's yet like now or yesterday, or they need a shot from the Republic onto the Des Moines in the smoke screen.
Here we go, points start ticking, 994. For a paid win, 996.
Republic does not have an angle on the Des Moines.
One more tick, and there we go.
Well, that will be 1-0 in the series going in favour of Cade. Remember, this is a best of 5. We will throw this back over at the studio for analysis, and we'll see you again in the next game.
What a fantastic and close match we just witnessed, and they just took off the Punch's map pick so far. So let's take a look at what happened here. Malta, what happened here?
Well,
lots of Marceau action.
Well, we saw a Marceau rush a Stalingrad at the match start, and basically he didn't kill him, right? But he died, so he died for free, doing 40k to a Stalingrad, and then we saw another Marceau run at another Marceau. He killed the Marceau, but then died to the Stalingrad. So we saw a trade for 2-for-1, but it was worth it. I still think it was worth it because they managed to keep the cap, and they threw a Kremlin in the cap, and it took Punch forever to even get close to getting that cap. So I think it was worth it, even though they lost 2 ships for basically 1 ship. I think it was worth it because they got to keep the cap for the entire game.
Yeah, it took Punch an extremely long time to dislodge the Kremlin from that cap. All the HE spam is not as effective on Kremlin due to its 60mm armor, which shatters most armor, and very quick damage con, which allows it to stay relatively safe against fire as well.
Yeah, and overall, I mean, it looked in the beginning like that Marceau rush might have been not really worth it, trying to take the Stalingrad out of the picture, and then seeing the second Marceau actually going in, and also like losing your second Marceau just that early on in the game, looked like a really disadvantage until we realized that, hey, that freed up the B cap, and it took them so long, and at the end you see the points were so close that having that time ticking for paid actually made a huge difference and put the pressure on the Punch team. And we do have
we even have the points here.
Oh, even with the points, perfect.
Wow, we've upgraded mid-tournament.
Yes. No?
What do we know?
Okay, this is legitimately hilarious because somebody earlier in Twitch chat said, I wish the points were on this as well. And of course, Not Your Father Who Made This was like, working on it. And now in between that and this game, it's edited, but of course it mucked up my overlay because the image is too big now. So I apologize for this terrible looking screen here. I will try and fix it.
That's okay. We take the improvement of the actual usability versus the look here.
Right, so we'll start off the game here. As we see, we immediately see the double split here from Punch, where we have the Marsols and the Gearing and Haragumo split off.
Something actually I noticed at the start here, the Ragnar is bow in. He's so aggressive, but I think I was looking at it at the start. I'm like, why is he so aggressive? Like, but he does have 2 Marceaux screening for him, so there's nothing really to pressure the Ragnar. I think he's actually safe. But when I saw it originally, I was like, why is he there? He's bow in. What if a Marceau comes and spots him?
Right. Let's move on. And as we see here, there's just 2 Marceaux here on this cap, whereas there's Ohio, Des Moines, Gearing, Kremlin, and of course here we have 2 more DDs. So it's extremely hard for Punch to keep this cap right here. And eventually they do manage to push through relatively easily as the Marceau is pushed out. And then here, of course, we see after the rush on the Stalingrad, I think. Did we miss this? I think we already did, yes. Here we see the Marceau rushing the Stalingrad, and unfortunately does not kill him. The HP, I think, is not
So
showing.
around 26,000.
Should be around like 20,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and it's just to highlight this, you can basically see the teams doing a similar move. One team for the C cap and one team for the A cap, but at the end it seems to it paid off for one of the teams. Much better because they were able to be faster in the B cap.
Something I noticed on this map specifically is it's actually easier to hold from the BC side than it is from the AB side because the islands are a bit nicer and more forgiving on the C side, which is the northern side. For those of you who don't
especially
know.
these caps here on the B cap. They give a lot more cover from the north side than they do from the south side. While these islands are nice to cover, they don't actually provide as much utility.
And here, this is the point where it basically flipped, right? So we just saw the Marceaux nuke each other, and now the points will start ticking in favor of Paid. And that's the important part here.
Yeah.
Yes, because there's a Kremlin inside the cap, so they can't just put their Marceau inside the cap because there's a Kremlin right there. And a Marceau, if it YOLOs a Kremlin, it won't really kill him.
Not if it's full HP, right?
No way.
So, and that was the problem here. Full HP Kremlin, also supported by Ragnar, you cannot simply remove that, and the Stalingrad is in no position to fight that Kremlin right now.
And the Stalingrad was also low. He was around 26,000 at this point.
Yeah. So here we indeed see that the map is kind of split. The southern side now belongs to Punch and the north side belongs to Paid. We'll see them duke it out further. And here we see that the map split indeed becomes more diagonal like this.
So this was like a good push from the Des Moines with the gearing, I think. Because they stopped chasing the Venezia Minotaur because it's kind of useless for them to keep going in their spawn. But then again, Paid realized this and actually turned their Minotaur Venezia south. And it actually ended up really good in their favor if we can keep watching. It becomes a crossfire between the Kremlin and the Venezia Minotaur, and the Des Moines are caught in the middle. They can't really do much to stop that.
Yeah, and at this point we also see that the points will start ticking in Paid's favor as they will finally tick over. And then here we indeed see that it takes Punch an extremely long time to kill this Kremlin right here. Whereas this Kremlin right here takes similar damage actually, without as much focus fire from, like here we have 2 Des Moines supporting the Kremlin.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of confused how that Kremlin was taking so much damage, because the Paid Kremlin was being focused by a Harugumo and a double Des Moines, whilst the one for Punch was actually only I think the Venezia was shooting him, and the Ragnar maybe, because the Kremlin couldn't shoot over the island, so I don't know how he was taking so much damage from 2 ships.
I think the Des Moines was also applying pressure from the 9 line. But yeah, overall, just really good damage application, forcing Punch to be in a position where they don't really want to be in, right? They had their own movement, but then they had to rotate back and kind of be in a pincer position from the other team. And it's an uphill battle at this point.
Yeah, and if we let it play out, we indeed see that they have to rotate back towards A, as the Venezia Minotaurs have been pushing back, which forces Punch into an awkward spot, having to keep rotating, and eventually the 2 DDs go down, and they lose the map.
Yeah, so really well played to Paid, taking Punch's map. And now we'll jump over to Islands of Ice, finally. Haven't seen it today. So really looking forward to having this map being played. This one is, of course, Paid's own pick. So do you think Paid will be able to have like the map here as well, or do you think Punch is going to come back?
I'm liking how Paid is playing. I think they're gonna keep going, keep rolling.
Yeah, I agree. I think the aggressive style is not as good here on Islands of Ice. I think Islands of Ice is better for a little bit more of a passive game style, as there's a lot of rocks to abuse and use, but there's also a lot of angles to be found here, where if you position your ships correctly, you can take out a ship. So I think Paid will still take it.
So the important question is, of course, how many muscles Malta?
On this one, probably one on C, I would assume, and maybe one on B. So I'm gonna say 2 or 1.
I think it's only going to be 1.
Do you expect a very strong push on the B island that we've seen work out very, very well with the Des Moines yesterday?
It's a risky push because if you actually set up to counter that push, it's really bad because your Des Moines can die really early on. But I mean, if they're confident enough that they can get it there, maybe with a smoke, maybe. But it's very hard. It's like the one-line rock on Northern Waters.
It's kind of a mix of the one-line rock on Northern Waters and the
Land of Fire 1 and B.
Land of Fire 1 and B as well. It's very similar to that one, where it's both risky to take and it's kind of a risky position to stay in. But if you manage to take it early enough, then you can get a pretty good advantage.
Absolutely. Don't forget, guys, we still have our Twitch Drops campaign running right now in the background. So if you haven't done it yet, make sure to link your account so you can claim the Twitch Drops and finish your King of the Sea collection. You can get 2 collection containers with today's mission. And of course, you can also pick up more in the armory and the extra commanders and camouflages we created for this update 0.10.9. Well, it seems like both of you are very much in favor of Paid taking their own map. I still believe in Punch to come back into this match, but we will see how this is going to go. We'll hand it back to Painezor and Statsbloke, who have been doing a fantastic job today. So we'll have some fun with the match. See you on the other side and enjoy.
Welcome into Game 2 of this Best of 5 series for 3rd place in EU King of the Sea 13. This one is going to be between Paid and Punch once again, and this time Paid are going to be on the green team. They're going to be running Kremlin, Des Moines, Napoli, Moskva, Marso, and a Z52. Stats, what have you got?
Punch in red have Ohio, a Kremlin, a Des Moines, a Salem, a Goliath, a Stalingrad, a Gearing, a Marceau, and a Vampire. Feels like they've just picked one of each. So we're going to see 3 destroyers versus 3 destroyers. So, can we talk about the Z52 pick?
Yeah, Baz, Z52 versus Vampire 2. Both of them have Hydro. Why would you bring a Z52 over a Vampire 2?
More conventional smoke, a 32mm pen, slightly longer range on its Hydro, 6 kilometers versus 5 kilometers. Vampire 2 obviously has better concealment by 200 meters, so in case it comes down to a face spotting competition, the Vampire would win. But
I guess on this map, if you're going to park the Z52 up against the island anyway in the B cap, it doesn't really matter about the detection range.
It does not, no.
Yeah,
well, let's take a look where they are going to be positioning these ships for the initial deployments. So, sorry to cut you off. Over at the A cap, we're going to be sending a Napoli, Des Moines, Kremlin for the green team. They're also going to be sending a Marceau up to the islands on the left and right hand side of the B cap, where the Z52 will be diving in. They're also going to be backing that up with the Kremlin for the potential of push in the middle. Over to C cap, we'll be sending the Moskva and the Napoli. Stats, where are you deployed?
I haven't done it personally, but Punch have pushed the Vampire in front of the Kremlin with a smoke screen, which is very unusual. We're going to be seeing this Kremlin do something very aggressive, I think. Goliath and Des Moines are going with gearing over to the A cap. We've got an Ohio sitting mid alongside the Kremlin to support B, presumably. And then we've got Stalingrad, Salem, and Marceau over at C.
So this Vampire 2 Kremlin play... He's not actually in the smoke screen. He's hanging out at the back of it a little bit. He's like, Vampire, slow down. I'm not quite in it. So Baz, is this a standard strategy? Have you seen this in scrimmages, Baz?
We have seen this in a show match, I believe, when they put a Kremlin on the inside the B cap, actually, on the 6th line. However, that did not work out too well for the team that did it. I prefer this version of the strategy so far of getting him close.
Do you think the Kremlin's going to turn right and go nose into the cap?
I think he's just turning out and just waiting here now.
Maybe it's to catch the cruisers, the Napoli and the Des Moines.
Perhaps.
Maybe he's got HE loaded and he's going for the Z52. No, he's not.
That's what I was thinking. Nose in and try and catch the destroyer, but it doesn't look like that's the plan. I think it's designed to catch whichever cruisers go to A. Okay, Des Moines is spotted, or was spotted.
Yeah, he gets smoked up by the Napoli.
Matiente's Kremlin doesn't take a shot. Still, so far, I think unspotted. Yeah, Kremlin has not been spotted yet. But is now.
Nice strung out
into Marceau. As Vampire 2 of Punch reverses back into the cap. Spotted, under fire. As Onabra on the other side of the island passes some torpedoes.
Yeah, Sheep has a nice position here where he can lob shells at this Vampire 2, and if he goes forward too much, he's being pushed into the Napoli and the Des Moines. There's the second Marceau of Monkey and Joya. Like, all of them have got lovely angles around this Vampire 2 who's being hydroed from behind that rock. And with the shorter range of the Vampire 2's hydro, the ZV2 has complete control over how this engagement is going. Also, very honourable's Kremlin is also being spotted during this all, but it's a Kremlin. Quite hard to take down.
Compound's going to go down here, I think. Still spotted, still under fire. 1700 health. The shells are missing because he's moving back and forth, but eventually some of those are going to land.
540 health. Goes down to the Marceaus from both sides. And now that's B cap completely given up. However, they are still holding on to A and C. They have A blocked, but they are in control of C currently. So not the end of the world, but not exactly what you wanted to happen. Kremlin, a very honourable, takes a torpedo on the bow, I believe. He's also, like, the second set coming towards him.
So does that justify the Z52 pick? It seems to.
I would say so, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so Kremlin, Matienta just squeezing through some torpedoes there in reverse. Still spotted. I think we're about to see, yeah. So Devku's Salem is going to push into Charlie, which they already hold, but they want to just make sure that that is nicely defended by pushing the Salem up the island. But Kremlin has shot. Landing absolutely nothing there on Devku, surprisingly.
Quite a long range dispersion in action.
It seems to just land a bit short, maybe a little bit on the belt.
Well, the Napoli has a nice little angle on his broadside. But Napoli also has poor everywhere dispersion. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Devku in the Salem wanted to turn out and like, go between the island to face the Napoli.
He's now in a position where he's being farmed down by them also. A Papega sniper is also just sending shells into his bow. This time it's not poor long range dispersion. He's also got torpedoes on his broadside coming in. I think Devku might be about to go down here.
Don't think there's much. He can avoid the torpedoes, but not the shells.
He's also still burning or flooding. 8 health, 9 health. There we go.
Yeah,
and that obviously last cell's a Citadel. Always the last shell's a Citadel.
So the Charlie cap is currently in Punch's hands, but with 4 ships there and the Marceau of Sheep coming around, I don't think that's going to last very long. The Napoli may even dive into the cap here.
Kremlin south of B takes 2 torpedoes from Z52, I believe.
Yep.
Baz, who's winning?
This is definitely in Pade's favor.
Yep.
Heavily.
I think in a minute you're going to see a very green C. And they're going to control B and C. And they're still contesting A. So, like on this map, usually A doesn't get capped significantly because you end up with both Des Moines behind the islands and nothing really happens. So it's all about B and C. Matiente's still under focus fire, even though not currently spotted. Double fire running. Kremlin does a very quick cooldown on its damage control party, so there we go. Fires are out with the DCP.
They need to do something with the gearing from A. They need to rotate that somewhere where it could be useful, because right now it's not doing very much. All it's doing is sitting being radared by the Des Moines in front of a Kremlin, Marceau, and a Z52, who, if they want to jump out, can do.
Paid have set a permafire onto Matienta's Kremlin. They're just looking for another one now, I think.
They've got him respotted. I mean, it's a Kremlin. His damage control party is a very short cooldown.
Yeah, he's literally just used it, though. It's not going to be off cooldown for a little while yet.
He does put a salvo at the broadside for Painezor, but gets absolutely nothing out of it, though.
Yep, that's Matienta down.
Yeah, so we currently see 3 ships lead, about a 100,000 health lead, a 3 cap lead, a 300 point lead.
Madara's also going to go down here. That's both battleships down within a matter of seconds. So the map is indeed looking very green right now.
Baz, tell me about the sort of miracle play we can expect to bring them back into this game.
Try not to laugh.
I don't see a way they can come back, honestly.
No. Maybe if the gearing goes through and torpedoes the Marceau and the Z52 through the Z52 smoke speed, maybe if they get like a YOLO rush.
I think the Marceau of Monkey and Joya from Paid is potentially going to do something to Cyrax's Stalingrad in combination with a Sheep and Enden's M52. Souster trying not to get hit by the shells that are raining all around both of them.
Using an interesting strategy there, using the Marceau to push the Stalingrad backwards.
Yeah, they saw the Stalingrad Kremlin ablative armor technique from earlier. Thought they'd try and use it. Yeah, here comes Monkey and Joya's Marceau around the back end of the Stalingrad.
Along with Agent Enden.
This will probably not be much of a surprise. Souster is going to take the brunt of the initial attack. Torps out.
It goes back to the guns. Going for the double strike. There's one. Can he get 2? Torpedoes into the stern. Don't quite connect.
No.
So he didn't get the double strike off.
No, Stalingrad accelerating forward. Not that it's going to make a huge amount of difference, if we're totally honest.
He's got to get one of these. He's not going to get Sheep, actually. He misses the first salvo on Sheep. Has he got the rear turret around for Monkey and Joya, who's about to try and get... No, he doesn't have the rear turret in play. He's still going for Sheep.
So puts 6 torpedoes in the water alongside Z52s. Z52 again going past the back end, but it doesn't matter.
Very, very clean game.
Very dominant play there by Paid to go 2-0 up against Punch.
Back at the studio.
Wow, what a show here from Paid, taking this map very, very comfortably. And, well, as Sarah said, this map is usually played rather passively, or not. Let's dive into it. What did Paid do here?
Yeah, wow, we saw both teams push the Kremlin up onto the rock that we talked about earlier. And we saw one team bring a Z52, one team bring a Vampire 2. And there's one very important difference between 2 of them. Vampire 2's hydro is 5 kilometers, but Zed's hydro is 6 kilometers, which means that the Zed was relatively safe and the Vampire 2 couldn't do much because it wasn't able to hydro the Z52.
And such a clever setup. I love this about Paid's positioning. They knew where the ships are potentially going to sit, right? And they set up their entire setup in a way that they can counter the southern part of the B island, but also they can counter the popular position on the C island, the southern spot, to be able to nuke Salem and just farm it down despite its crazy heal. So, yeah, really, really well played here, and interesting ship choices. I know you are very happy to see a Z52.
I was happy to see the Z52, and we also saw 2 Marceaus on one team. And guess what team won? The one with more Marceaus.
Clearly, the math still stands.
The math still stands. And the rotations from Marceau in this game were also really good, both in taking down the Salem and farming down a Kremlin in what was maybe even record time, because that Kremlin did not last very long.
Yeah, something I noticed with the Kremlins on B was that on B, the Punch Kremlin was actually quite far away from the island, right? But the paid Kremlin was right on the island, so he was he could just live forever, I guess. Basically.
Yeah, and as we just saw there, paid didn't lose a single ship in that game. So they managed to go completely flawless in this match.
And if you want to, the mini map is ready. If you want
Yes.
to highlight how Paid actually managed to take this so quickly.
Right, so as we can see here, when we start the replay, they have a very clear plan. They immediately push all their DDs close to the B cap, especially the Z, and the Kremlins push right behind them. And as we can see here, the Vampire immediately, this distance here between the Z and the Vampire 2 is not enough for the Vampire to hide with the Z, but it is enough for the Z to hide with the Vampire. And it ends up costing the Vampire 2 his life. And from there on out, we also see that this position is going to be very crucial. As we let it run, this Salem is in a lot of trouble and does end up going down as well. And then the next focus becomes the Kremlin right here, which they also manage to bring down, as well as the Ohio. And from there, the game is already over.
It's a completely dominant match. This was actually a really quick match.
Yes,
They knew what they wanted, and they performed really well.
And they executed their strategy with almost no flaws.
Marceau went from B. The Marceau that went from B went to C, instantly spotted the Salem broadside to the Kremlin that was sitting there prepared for the Salem. They killed the Salem, and then they just got C, and they had B already. The Kremlin was 50% HP, they killed it. And then, I really don't know, I wasn't watching the Ohio, I just was like, he just got caught in frame and he was like dead. So I really don't know what was farming this guy this entire time. I guess it was the Kremlin?
I guess he got citadel by the Kremlin, yeah.
Yeah, like this turn, something happened here where he took massive damage, I guess. He lost around like 40,000 HP or something, but then he just dies, so it's pretty much game. There's nothing else to do. And basically, if we keep watching, nothing really stands out. I mean, it's just
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it was just trying to win the game fast as possible, not even caring too much about what ships you're going to lose, because they were in such a comfortable position. If you take a look at the counter, it was after 8 minutes that they had like over 100k HP advantage plus 450 points advantage. That tells you a lot about like how much it was a struggle for Punch, and you can be as prepared as you want, but I mean, this looked like a very, very well prepared and executed strategy from Paid's point of view. And now it's on Punch to take the map, because otherwise, if Paid takes the next one, they made it. They're going to be the third place of King of the Sea EU, and that would mean also they, of course, will participate in 2 weeks' time in the international finals, where they get to play against the best teams from the other 3 clusters of World of Warships. So let's take a look at the map we're going to see next and discuss a little bit what Punch is potentially going to do here. They picked Hotspot.
Hotspot, the cider map for Paid, huh?
Yes.
Potentially, yes. But it's much more critical for Punch here, because Punch needs to win all 3 upcoming maps. So Paid only needs to take 1 off of Punch hands, which means that Paid only needs to punish 1 mistake really hard for things to go out of hand.
Yes, actually, who's in Alpha Spawn?
I will look it up right now. The Alpha Spawn is for Paid. So Paid will be spawning north side, and Punch will be spawning on the south side of the map.
Something to note is Paid actually, it seems like Paid preferred a Marceau to Punch. As we saw last game, they had 2 Marceaus over 1. And this is, as we know, Marceaus are really strong on Hotspot. So they could possibly have the advantage there, unless Punch, punches back with 2 Marceaus, I guess.
Yeah, but we saw Paid before. Wasn't it on this map as well where they built the gearing double Des Moines, or was that a different team?
Yeah, that was indeed here on the 910 line, where the gearing double Des Moines from Shaft managed to edge out no cap. It's interesting to see double Des Moines, as smoking up double Des Moines used to be very popular until Nevsky was introduced, which is double banned in this game.
So double no Nevsky in this match. What do you think Punch has to change to be able to make it back here?
Malta? Do you know?
I'm just thinking. Last game was, it was just not good overall. Maybe they were overly aggressive with their Vampire. Maybe they just have to think outside the box. I don't know. They were using the Vampire clearly to smoke up the Kremlin to the Rock. I mean, a Zed would have been fine. Like, they just got outstratted there for sure. I'm really not sure on this map. I mean,
the first one was pretty close, right? And the second one looked super convincing by Paige.
The first one was close.
Sometimes you just have it that, I don't know, you have your strategy, you try to play it, and the enemy team has just such a strong strategy you didn't anticipate that you might not be able to. Sorry, I just have to laugh. Conway showed us a calculator on the screen. And I don't know what math he's trying to impress us with. Or whether the solution is actually math. That might also be the case for
no,
Punch.
but you have to remember the first game was really close, but yet again they lost Marceau for free.
So we know. See, so we know what the math was for.
I'm sorry.
93% of you think Paid is going to take the next map. So if Punch wins the next map, hotspot, then a lot of you will cash out on the lot.
I'm pretty sure that was by accident. He opened up the calculator app and it came on our screen instead of
No. I think he wanted to give a
He
heads
was
up
looking
that-
around. He's like,
He wanted
"Where's
to give
the-"
us a heads up. Math is coming. Math is coming. Be prepared.
Sorry. No, I was indeed trying to go, I was going to calculate the odds. But, somebody posted a helpful screenshot. I just don't have the right interface, so it doesn't show me the odds. But no, very good. Bear in mind, right, that the way this works is that you can only win what's on the other side of the bet, right? So if you, at the moment, if you bet 1 channel point on Punch and they actually win, you get 10 back. Whereas if you bet 10 channel points on Paid, you get 11 channel points. So, yeah, just putting that out there. That's how the system works.
Go put some points on Punch. Now, I do think that Punch can come back, but it's really about whether they can just shrug off that loss from the last map and just say like,
this is their pick. So
fuck it. It didn't work out, right? We'll just go back. This is our map pick. It's on us to actually convert this one and just trust in their own strategy and maybe just take the pointers from what Pate did really, really well to be able to adjust their own strategies slightly because there wasn't. I don't know, like first match seemed very close. So
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to rotations. Paid was doing extremely well and rotating their ships immediately. They had a really good game plan and they were just able to execute it really well and just streamline it. And a lot of it had to do with how they rotated their ships extremely quickly.
Yes, absolutely. Now, while we're waiting for these teams to ready up and then push the button to be in the match, don't forget that, of course, today is not only EU regional finals, we also saw, of course, the Asia part for our stream went live, and we're going to hand it over to the North American stream after we're done, where we're going to see the grand finals from the North American cluster, where, well, it's about 07 versus whoever's going to make it
well,
there, right?
first there is the losers bracket game, which is, I believe, AP versus KSC, and then there's the battle for third place, which is between whoever wins that against Bonks, and then who wins that, it's against 07 for the grand final victory. So
Yes, so exciting matches. Are you going to play later today?
no, I'm too tired.
Okay. Sad. We're sad
tired.
there. No. And yeah.
Just can it? Sorry, but I set this camera up, so I'm gonna use it.
Okay, then go ahead.
Santos has been fired.
Yes, guys, I wish you a very nice evening. It was a pleasure working here with you, and now I'll let the 2 last games be with you.
Oh.
Yeah. You also wanted to use this camera, right? Conway, I see you over there.
Little Bird told me we are going into a match.
Yes, so let's go and watch it. So,
Paid.
3-0.
okay. Watch. Come on. I believe in you. I tried it twice, 3rd time's a charm. Or maybe I'm jinxing it for you. If I do, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. That was not my intention. I wasn't paid by the enemy team. to do this.
No,
Not at all.
no, definitely not paid by
You know,
Paid.
Mr.
No,
Conway
no.
is the one with the magical red button. No, okay, chat. Let us know. You know, if you changed your mind and push up the predictions for Punch a little bit, maybe you get lucky. And otherwise, we'll hand it over to Painezor and Statsbloke and see which team is going to take this one home. Is it going to be Paid and securing the 3rd place, or is Punch making it back into this set of games? We'll see and have fun.
Welcome into Game 3 of this Best of 5 series. This is for 3rd place in the EU King of the Sea tournament and a slot at the European final. Sorry, the international finals. I was so close. But I just want to comment on the fact that Punch have gone all the way through the losers bracket. They're now down 2 games to 0. And they have to try and make the comeback story come true all the way through the losers bracket and doing a reverse sweep. Anyway, let's go over the lineups. So, Paid on the green team, going to be running Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Venezia, Moskva, Marso, Shimakaze. Stats, what have you got for Punch? The underdogs in the story.
Yeah, Punch have to get 3 straight wins here with their Republic, Kremlin, Des Moines, triple Moskva, Harugamo, and 2 Ragnars. I think they're going to take the Republic across, as you said earlier.
Yeah, Baz, what do you think they're going to do with this Republic?
I would assume he is going to play like the roaming battleship here. So probably somewhere behind C and D. Though I could see them pushing him down towards the 1-2 line as well. Since it is one of the faster battleships in this matchup, at least.
So I want to ask, you've been in a lot of competitive series over the years. If you're down 2 games in a best of 5 series, do you say, screw it, we're going to pull out just a meme comp and just try and, like, not a meme comp, but something completely off the wall that a team won't be expecting? Like, you pull out your secret strats that you don't know how to counter.
Yes. That is usually how it goes. You pick one of your out-of-the-box strategies that you probably have not trained as much, and you throw a curveball. Yeah.
Okay, so deployments?
Ah yes, initial deployments. So, over at the A cap, we'll be sending a Moscow and a Venezia. In the C cap, we're sending the 2 Moscows. D cap is going to be the Kremlin and the Des Moines. And then over on the 9-10 line, we have Shimakaze, Moskva, and Ohio. Statsbloke, what have you got?
So Punch is sending heavy force with that Republic nice and fast with the Des Moines, Moskva, and Ragnar over towards the B cap. We've got Haru smoking up Moskva into the middle, who's just radared but has missed the Mossos, still pushing forward, might just catch them. And then we've got a light force of a Kremlin, a Moskva, and a Ragnar pushing up towards the 9-10 line.
I think the Moines position north of D, I don't like it.
It's quite vulnerable to drop shots, although the island is quite high at one end, but it's quite flat at the back end where the Des Moines is. So dropping shots over the front of it is entirely possible. And if the Kremlin gets far enough up, Matiento's Kremlin could potentially just fire across the front of the island.
Or the Republic can just take a shot at the back of it.
Yeah, the Republic can definitely drop that island, no question.
9-10 line torpedoes catch the Ragnar. Punches Ragnar down to 9,000 health. Takes 21,000 there.
Chris is burning but running. Can the Ragnar go unspotted?
He is currently radared.
6-8. He's counter radaring, but nothing in range. 5-4. Stopping.
Dark.
He is
What happened
unspotted
to
now.
Luke's volley? Ooh. There's still Ohio shells coming.
Okay,
Nope.
Okay, that's a 1,000 health Ragnar. He goes to the back of the map and he doesn't come back for 10 minutes. He's done. He's done. He can't do anything now. You cannot risk getting him spotted by that Shimakaze. You cannot risk him getting spotted by that Moskva. He is out of the battle. Meanwhile, over at the BC cap, we see a very dangerous torpedo spread coming in. That's a lot of torpedoes from the 2 Arsos. All of them going to be absolutely dodged by the Moskva. I meant the 3-4 line, sorry. This push going...
I think they just dipped in. The Mossos just dipped in to throw the torpedoes, and they're going again. Although Anakin Seawalker in the Venezia for Paid just took a massive smack. I didn't see where their shells came from. I think it was the Republic. Republic shots. I was going to say slowly but surely, but fairly fast and surely, getting up towards the volcano island, turning in.
The volcano island or the King of the Sea medallion island?
The medallion island. Republic gets broadside shots out on the Kremlin of Very Onabara over in the other side of the map. Nothing comes of that. Anakin Skywalker here in Venezia. Okay. Punch seem to have sort of rallied. They've formed a line of Ragnar, Des Moines, Republic, and Moskva. And they're going to be pushing up. On the other side of the map, we see torpedoes coming in towards Matienta's Kremlin. Let's see if there's a convenient gap. There kind of is.
Ah, yes, 9-10 line.
Yeah.
Okay.
9-10 line. Yeah, that's a beautiful gap. Matienta. Actually, they run out even before they hit the ship. So Shima, I think, running 12s there.
Yeah, most Shimas are going to either be running the 12s or the 20s, and I am personally not a fan of the 20s in the area denial. I think 12 should be your standard.
I think it's very dependent on the map. I think here, where you're expecting ships to be parked by the island, and you know where your Shima is going to be, and it's going to be roughly 12 kilometers, I think the 12s make sense.
Oh, that's got expert. So Baz, when would you bring 20-kilometer Shimakaze torpedoes?
They are pretty good. Oh, the Moskva just got hit for like 70k. What? Sorry.
Sniper living up to the name, putting several shells there through the nose of Sauster's Moskva.
So yeah, the 20-kilometer torps on the Shima are actually pretty general purpose. The 12 kilometers are more specific than the 20-kilometer torps purely because you can drop the 20 km torps across the map towards a position where you know someone's going to be passing. And for that purpose, the 20 km torps are basically the only thing that you can use, because the 12 km torps you won't be in the range. However, the 12 km torps are obviously going to be better if you're going to be torping someone who's in a stationary-ish area where you can basically flood the whole island with torps, where the detection of the torps will be far more relevant.
Speaking of torpedoes, there are some coming towards this Des Moines on the 1-2 line. He's currently being heavily farmed by this pair of Mossos in the Venezia.
Yeah, Troy in the Des Moines, I think may have, I don't want to use the word overextended, but has definitely poked a little bit too far.
It's been poked in the nose with a torpedo as well.
Being punched in the nose, perhaps. Sorry, I had to. So you've got two Mossos firing. Venezia also firing. That sap is going to hurt a lot. Troy down to 17k and counting, running a heal. 2 caps apiece, fairly even on the points. As the Punch Kremlin pushes into the D cap here on the other side of the map.
A bold move. He is going to be surrounded by Luke Plebwalker as Moskva and that Kremlin of Very Honorable.
Yep, and Shima can also smell lunch here. Agent Enden coming in to throw torpedoes towards Matienta's Kremlin position.
Kremlin cell just being bounced off the side of that Moskva there. The Very Honorable salvo did not get bounced by the Kremlin.
So, Punch trying to make something happen here. I'm not entirely sure what they're trying to make happen with that Kremlin position.
Well, the Des Moines on the 2 line might be about to go down here because he did get respotted. He's down at 3,000 health. There's a lot of shells coming in from both Mossos and the Venezia. He does go down. That's an unfortunate loss of ships. And this Cinderella story for Punch is looking further and further away. There's just so many unfortunate things happening from the Des Moines going down. The Ragnar eating that torp early. The Kremlin now being completely surrounded and being rushed from all sides.
Baz, can you think of a reason why they would have pushed the Kremlin in other than just to stop the points?
No, not really.
I can't see it because they can't, with only the Kremlin in there, they can't really do anything about Onabra.
I feel like they had a play with the Ragnar on the 9-10 line, but since
Ragnar
he
might
hit
be
the
able to
torp
take down
and
the Moskva.
Start. Is this a Ragnar? It is a
But look at Luke Plebwalker. He's still burning. He's got 5,000 health. He's damage control. He's still spotted though, and there are still shots available from the Haragumo Field these torps. And a long range salvo in from the Republic doesn't quite land though.
I think simply the HE from Fieldy's Torps will probably put an end to Luke in the Moskva on the corner.
If he can catch a fire onto him, almost certainly. 5,000 health. Still reversing.
Panic radar out from Luke.
Salvo comes in from the Moskvas as well. Gets a fire. 2,000 health. Gets his damage control back though.
He is
actually stealth. Yeah.
gets a heal as well. Luke actually... Oh, spotted again. I think Luke has kind of got into a reasonable cover here, although the Harus may still be able to just about reach.
Ragnar has shots again, though. He's reversing back and forwards. Meanwhile, the Republic is going through the middle of the map. We'll keep an eye on that in the background. But I want to see what happens with this Moskva. 4,000 health. He's managed to make a turn out. Harugum are going to have difficulty leading at this range with those very floaty shells. 300 health on Luke. Gets dark again, but does finally go down. Bit of fortune in favour of Punch right there. The Republic in the middle of the map, though, has now discovered what happens when two Marceaus want to open up on you, and a Moskva as well. And the Des Moines from the decap. That's a lot of focus fire coming in on Madara.
Dara did manage to get a little bit of revenge on Monkey and Joy 2 in the Moskva there. But I think Madara is doomed. That's a lot of incoming. Yeah, Madara can actually see Monkey and Joy 1's Des Moines. Shells are in the air. Nope, they land short.
French dispersion at work.
Oh, we're seeing a rush on Souster, which may actually not be needed because Souster's about to go down as well.
Yeah, it's just more of a slow Ohio push. He's got the secondaries blaring on him. He's got a couple of salvos at the bow. Shimmer's going to open up for fun and going to be out of range. Not going to be bloom spotted by that Ragnar. But the Ragnar did get a fair bit of chunk damage on the Shimakaze before he got dart again. I feel these tops could be opening up on the Ohio as well, so the Ragnar and Harugum both can be working that down.
Points are still fairly close, 2 caps each. Rep will go down, yeah. So that's going to give the Greens a bit of a ship advantage. Health still exactly equal, 137 each.
The problem is that Paid have 2 more ships with health on them than Punch do. However,
Yes.
these Haragumo torpedoes heading into the smokescreen towards this Ohio, he might be able to take one on the stern. Does get one, even though he's in the smokescreen. The Shimakaze dropped the smokescreen for this Ohio. If they can take down this Ohio, they can run down that Shimakaze, who's only on 4,000 health, with that Ragnar and Haragumo combination. The focus fire has gone from the Haragumo onto the Des Moines now, because the Des Moines is currently spotting him with his radar, and I feel these tops might be in a lot of trouble here. Haragumo does go down. Papega snipers Ohio, taking a salvo out of him, and Monkey Enjoyer 1 finishing with the Des Moines. There is now turned their attention for Paid onto the Moskva of DevCube. DevCube takes down Monkey Enjoyer in the background with a nice little salvo at max range, but he's being farmed down by 2 Marceaus.
While that was going on, Compound's Ragnar on the one line did take a big volley from Anakin Seawalker's Venezia. DevQ under spam here. A replay of Monkey Enjoyer 2 going down there in the Moskva.
Radar out from the Ragnar at the bottom of the 9 line, trying to find where the Shimakaze is, realizing he's not in range. That's going to be a very wasted opportunity there. He needed that. He needed to use that stealth radar to try and take down that Shimakaze and make a pick. Now just watching the Monkey Enjoyer Des Moines having a nice little position over the islands in decap, realizing there's no battleships left on the board to really punish him. He can just bow tank the Moskva at max range and start trading with them there. That's a very nice position in this specific circumstances.
Yeah, Monkey Enjoyer is sitting next to the nice flat part of the island where you're protected from torpedoes. It's not actually necessary in this case, but protected from torpedoes, and you can just shoot straight over the top of it as well. But DevQ's Moskva does not have a shot.
Marceaus are still opening up on this Moskva. Ragnar for Punch decided he wants to take another fight with the Ohio, start working on farming him down. The Ragnar is very good at gunboating, especially with its improved engine boost, so he can dodge a lot of salvos from the Ohio, so the Ohio is probably not going to be able to land much in return on him if this is a well-played Ragnar.
Does get 1 or 2 shells there. Sniper in the Ohio for Paid, pushing up towards the back end of DevQ's
Punch's
Moskva.
Moskva takes down a Marceau.
Behind the decap.
Yep.
He was already low. He was at 2k health.
Yeah.
The points, I mean, the points and ships are still quite even. It's 5 ships to 4. The points, there's less than 100 points in it.
The There is, but
Cy-
converting these kills is going to be very difficult. They
Yeah.
have 2 Ragnars. The enemy has 2 low health destroyers. They can convert kills. The problem is that the Ragnar and the home caps need to be very careful of that Venezia. And this Moskva for them is still being farmed down by this Des Moines.
Yeah, they're not able to
Cyrax.
get much on the Des Moines in return, really.
Yeah, Cyrax suffering at the hands of both this Ohio and Des Moines just farming. I don't think he's going to be alive for much longer here.
No, and
Out
I
of
think
5,000 health.
that is going to swing the points massively as well as the ship advantage. DevQ being forced forward here as Sniper pushes around the corner.
Sheep's also able to open up now.
Sniper has chosen just to ignore the Ragnar, I think, and try and get the kill on Cyrax. There we go. Moskva down. 924 points for
Ragnar
paid.
still trying to farm down this Ohio.
It's also as well as it being like gradual chip damage, it's also just psychologically really annoying when you've got the shells constantly landing and you're trying to concentrate on something else.
Oh, the punch from Moskva though. The Des Moines jumping out on his face. 20 points to go.
80 with 2 caps ticking. That's not going to take very long. 984. Don't think they're going to be able to get Sniper's Ohio down.
They might be able to take down the Ragnar.
But yeah,
punch, though.
but 2 more ticks. And that will be the series for paid.
Yeah, the Cinderella story is over. Punch coming all the way through the losers bracket. Just couldn't make it happen. They're losing the series 3-0. Let's throw it over to the studio for some analysis into this series.
Congratulations to Paid, now the official 3rd place of the EU King of the Sea 13 so far. Yeah, Punch came close, but it wasn't enough against Paid. They just played better. Well played by both teams, but let's take a look at how Paid also converted this one.
Yeah, it was a pretty crazy game from the start, especially near the end. It was actually closer than it seemed at some point. I think the Ragnar taking a Shimakaze Torp all the way at the start of the game was a very big factor in why this game went as it went. Obviously, losing 25,000 HP at the start of the game is less than ideal. Obviously, the Ragnar does have heals and a lot of HP to take it, but unfortunately, that did end up costing Punch quite a lot.
I think one thing which made the game seem really close, actually, compared to what it actually should have been, was the full HP Kremlin got a ram with a 14k HP Kremlin. So if that didn't happen, if they just killed that Kremlin, it would have been, I think, a bigger showing from Paid. But then again, they did really well. Oh, the replay is ready.
Oh
Yes,
yes, let's
the
take
replay
a
is
look
already-
at the replay.
Already in, so we'll have a look at that.
And big shout out to our volunteers in the background, getting us these replays so quickly. I mean, the game just finished, as you saw. We already have the replay ready to go, and if you want to use this tool for your own replays, you can actually do this. If you just head to our official Discord, you can just use the replay bot and upload your personal replays and turn them into a video to enjoy your best or maybe worst games. Who knows? For analysis, always good to take a look at it afterwards.
Yes, so we have the replay here on screen, and let's play it out for the first couple of minutes and look at the initial deployment. So we'll stop right here. Malta, what can you tell us about these initial deployments? What do you see?
So basically, the double Marceau, as expected, is going. I believe that's C cap, right? It's not B. That's C cap.
Yeah.
And basically taking it early on. And really and truly, Punch can't really do anything about that. So that's a good start from them. A and B, I mean, Ragnar, Moskva. It seems like Punch is sending a lot of things towards the B cap, whilst Paid only sent 2 ships. The Marceaus are flexible. They can go anywhere they want. That's the nice thing about Marceaus. If you send them somewhere, they can always go somewhere else. Whilst on the other hand, if you take an actual surface ship like a Moskva or a Des Moines,
Or even a Ragnar.
or a Ragnar, really, even a Ragnar, it's too slow. So if you're taking them somewhere, you're probably going to keep them there the entire match. So now on the 10 line, I believe we saw the Ragnar eat a torpedo for Punch.
Yeah,
right?
right here we see, well,
Well,
unfortunately he goes out of detection range here, probably because the replay was rendered from one of the ships over at the AB side, but he does indeed take a torp and take 25,000 damage. He is able to heal back a lot of this, but not all of it.
Look at where the Marceaus are, by the way, and look where the Ragnar is. The Ragnar just got to B, and so the Marceaus who spawned on the opposite side of the map also got almost the same spot. And they also capped the cap already. But yeah, that's always nice to watch.
Yeah, and then here the Moskva also immediately pops his radar, which actually brings the Ragnar down almost to... hello? Sorry, there we go. Down to about 1,000, which means that the Ragnar could only use 2 more heals to heal back about 10,000, which means that for the next 3 or so minutes, the Ragnar was unable to really achieve anything. And here we see Punch finally taking back this ground at the B cap, and the Marceaus rotating very quickly back towards this side of the map.
And then, of course, we see the D cap actually developing with Paid pushing the Kremlin really far into the cap to just hold it, and having the Des Moines, Moskva, and Ohio to counter whatever comes in. And Punch decides to actually push their Kremlin in alone, having to withering down a Kremlin takes a while, but with that much firepower, you can definitely do it. And it kind of put Punch into a position where they had to go for a trade, and the best possible trade would just be a ram.
Yeah, because they had both the Moskva from here, the Kremlin from here, the Des Moines was kind of able to shoot from here, the Moskva, and the Ohio. So they had about like 5 ships shooting him, which even for Kremlin is quite a bit of firepower to take.
Ships, yeah.
And then
but
we indeed see
he does
that
go down to around 14,000 HP, I believe.
Yeah,
but luckily he does actually trade. Somehow they are allowed to get a ram of that. That should never happen, but
yeah, I think this game would have been a lot more of a lot more decided if Paid was actually able to keep their Kremlin alive and take down the enemy Kremlin. However, Punch did manage to almost crawl it back with that.
This Republic was also in the C cap. He got farmed out really quickly because it is a Republic. It doesn't tank as
And
well as
at
a
this
Kremlin.
point, the HPs were actually very close at this point. Almost.
I think it was 90,000 to 60,000. So there's only a 30,000 difference.
Just a little bit before that, it was even about 100k to 100k. But obviously, we see that Paid has a lot more ships alive. Like here, they have about 6 ships, whereas Punch only have 4 ships remaining. So the amount of damage they're able to apply is a lot lower.
Yeah, and you just have to say that I think Paid really excelled at having a good HP pool management for the team, and also then applying the damage when it's necessary to make it count when you take the risk that you would actually lose these ships.
Yeah.
So really well played. And well, we'll get to see them in 2 weeks' time when they are going to be part of the international part of the King of the Sea. So note that down in your calendars. In 2 weeks' time, we have that coming up for you. But next up at 17:45 or in UTC, or if you're in Central Europe, it's going to be at 19:45. So in roughly 15 minutes. We'll hand over to the grand finals and see BanCV play against Chad. But before we do this, we take a small break, and then we're back with the big match that you've been waiting for, and see who's going to be King of the Sea for Europe. So handing over to the break, and then we'll be back in a few minutes.
That's a lot of damage. How about a little more? Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Okay.
No matter what, I'll never give up. I gotta stay strong. And when it gets tough, I'll never let up. I gotta keep moving on till I make it to the other side. Oh, 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 oh.
Yeah, you know if I want it, I'ma get it. For real, told you that we so in back. Biggie told me the sky is the limit. Little Wayne told me there was no ceilings. Call my mama on the phone, yeah I did it. Check my bank account since you $250,000. Pick out the whip, Lexus beam of business. Words since the beginning, not happy ending. Yeah, I do it for my friends now, and I made it to the end now. On my day one, been down. All my haters better sit down. Not at hard times, but I stay strong. Lots of people tell me, man, they did me wrong. I never complain, I put it in a song. I finally won, put everybody on.
No matter what, I'll never give up. I gotta stay strong. And when it gets tough, I'll never let up. I gotta keep moving on till I make it to the other side. Oh, 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 oh.
Shipping ships, shipping ships, shipping all the way. Oh, what fun it is to.
I got a gal, she looked just fine. Always bring me whiskey and wine. Breakfast in the morning and dinner at night. Everything she do just right.
Welcome back to the grand finals for the EU King of the Sea 13, and we will see two very decent teams. We have Shaft play against BanCV. Both of the teams looked very convincing in the matches that we've seen so far. And looking at the team history, we can see, of course, a lot of experience, especially on the BanCV side. Who wants to take BanCV?
He's quick to respond.
Yes.
A very experienced team, as you can see. It doesn't list it there, which actually is feedback for next time. We should list if they actually won the clan season and if they won the tournament, because it only says semis or better. So I think it should say if they actually won the tournament. But we do know BanCV has won 3 COTS tournaments in the past 5, I believe. And they've also won, I actually don't know, I think 7 or 8 clan seasons since season 1. So that's incredible. But Shaft as well, they've started around season 8. But as you can see, they are consistently placing in Hurricane, which are still really good. And you want to talk about their COTS history?
Yeah, so Shaft has actually performed really well in COTS since they have formed their team. Especially for a new team, they have done extremely well with a lot of training and dedication. You can make it very far. They ended up being, I think, the number 3 in the last King of the Sea. So actually that should be semis or better, because they ended up losing against, I think it's Rain, and then beating out, I think I may have forgotten. But yeah, they did actually perform really well. So it should be a good matchup.
Yes, but of course, the TWA/BanCV team, super experienced. As you can see, in the previous King of the Seas, if they didn't win, they came very, very close. It was very, like, it took them a while to get there, but since then they have always been a very, very strong team. And last time in King of the Sea 12, they got knocked out by Rain in the best of 16, and Rain, of course, won King of the Sea EU last time. So you can see that they didn't, go out against any team, but only against the winning team. And of course, the Massos and Kleber strats, they're very popular last King of the Sea. I think kind of threw TWA off their game a bit, which means that now you can see that with Kleber being banned, there is a second ban from BanCV, which makes kind of sense, right? They banned the Masso, they don't want to see it. But Shaft, on the other hand, watching the matches, I guess, of the last few weeks, said, you know what? We know you're going to ban the Masso, but we're also going to ban the Moskva, which is a very, very strong ship they've used throughout the matches and used very heavily from BanCV's side. In terms of map bans, we see Warrior's Path banned by Shaft, but Trap banned by BanCV. So even though the French UDs are out of the picture, they still decided to say, you know what, Trap, we're not that comfortable with it.
Yeah, I mean, Trap does have a lot of like rotation aspects, and things can go out of hand really quickly on Trap, especially because the map tends to flip a lot from north to south side, south to north side. And then we need to see, instead of a split like, actually, I have to, like this, we see split like this.
Very nice visualization. Yes, and if you take a look at the maps we're going to see today, this is of course a best of 5. So the teams have to get 3 points to be able to, win this series. And we have Northern Waters, which is actually Shaft's pick. And Mr. Conway really wants us to talk about the predictions. So if you take a look at the amount of channel points currently in the pool, we have 1.4 million channel points in favor of BanCV. So a lot of you have the trust in the team. Shaft is sitting at currently 354,000 channel points. It's an 80-20 ratio. That's very impressive and shows how convincing BanCV has been in this tournament, that a lot of you would actually vote for them. But yeah, the first map, though, is Shaft's pick. So keep that in mind. And then we have Land of Fire, of course, being the pick from BanCV. Then we have North, Hotspot, as the pick of BAMCV, interesting. And then as the final map, because it was the only map left over, right? And there was no random factor anymore, it was Islands of Ice. So I'm really, really looking forward to the set of matches. I hope we get to see Hotspot and Islands of Ice as well, so that it's going to be a fantastic final setup of matches. So, on Northern Waters, we've seen this map a lot. Today and yesterday, it's a very popular map among teams, and it features very similar strategies. What do you think is going to happen from BAMCV's side now that they cannot bring Moskvas? What are they going to do to kind of substitute this?
I think they're going to bring Ragnars. I think they're comfortable with playing Ragnars, so that we might see 1 to 2 Ragnars here, quite possibly. What do you think?
I think we might see some Nevsky play instead. I mean, obviously, Moskvas are a very good pick on Northern Waters specifically as well. So not having access to any of those does make it quite tough. Maybe they will substitute a Stalingrad here or there, but I think the biggest substitute for them will be playing Nevsky strats instead of anchoring the Moskvas.
Okay, very interesting. In terms of DDs, so Ragnar would be your expectation. Do you think we're going to see a magical set maybe?
A what?
A set 52?
Oh, maybe on B, but maybe a Shem on C or a... If they're running Nevskys, they need a Smoke Destroyer, so maybe a Yu Yang or a Gearing, right?
Yeah, I would like if they want to bring Nevskys, of course, it would make sense. They could also rely, of course, on Des Moines quite a bit. So we'll have to see. All of these teams, especially all of these teams are very, very flexible when it comes to the ship choice. These players have been playing for a very long time, and they know a lot of cruisers. And I think a team like BAMCV is very prepared when they bring such a heavy Moskva composition throughout several matches, that they know that, okay, one of these teams we're going to fight, they might actually ban it, so they have a plan to fall back on to still be very, very comfortable in what they're going to show. Now, the teams are assembling in the background. One thing I wanted to highlight, this whole stream is running on a 5-minute delay, so please keep that in mind, because we want to make sure that it's fair for both sides, that nobody has an advantage by, for example, watching a stream, trying to get some extra information about where the enemy team is at. You know how important visibility, detectability, and so on is. The element of surprise can make a huge difference in these competitive matches and decide a game, or at least influence it very, very much in the beginning. And if one of the teams might have an issue in the beginning of the match, they can still, let's say, player would disconnect in the beginning, they still have a chance to reset the match and play it again. So far, we've been very, very happy and lucky that we haven't had any kind of restart throughout the weekend, and I hope I didn't just jinx it.
No, you definitely just did.
I believe in the server hamsters and in the players' internet connections, that this is not going to be an issue today, standing in the way of a really fantastic first match. Now, everybody's talking about BAMCV being probably here kind of like the favorite and the most likely team to watch. But do you think they're going to take off the map from Shaft?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I do think so. Actually, I want to really quickly touch on maybe the Moskva strats that they've been using up until now may have been kind of like a decoy. And they actually have a lot better strats hidden from us without the Moskva, and kind of baiting Shaft into banning their Moskva.
Featuring the Gouden Leo?
Well, I don't think
his dream. You're breaking his dream.
He's still waiting for it.
It was banned today on SEA in the final.
Yes, we were actually very surprised
we did see it in the Asia finals. We did actually see a Gouden Leo ban from -1S against Vor.
Vor have been known to use the Gouden Leo, actually, so they've been using it a lot.
So again, we see a difference between the regions, which is very important for whoever wins this match, as they will also be fighting against the other regions. Actually, both of these will be anyway.
Yeah, if we can actually quickly bring up the prize pool, just that you know what these teams are actually fighting for. The regional winners will, of course, get a significant prize pool in-game. They get a t-shirt, they get a Made of Steel skin, they get 25 King of the Sea camouflages, and I hope a lot of you participate in our prediction campaign to get your chance to get some of these as well. 5,000 steel, 5,000 doubloons for whoever's going to take this home. But if you're first, you also get at least $2,500 as a team, because you're already preceded, right? And you have the chance to get 17,500 US dollars if you win the international finals. So a lot of money at stake here, and we'll have to see who's going to make it. But of course, one of the biggest things is the bragging rights and being able to get the flag and the rights to just state that, hey, we're the king of the sea for Europe, and then move on to the internationals. Well, with this, I'll hand it over to Acastas. I hope you're going to have a fantastic match. I personally hope that Shaft is going to make it very difficult for Bansevi and take the first map. We'll see. Have fun.
Welcome on in, and here we go in the best of 5 grand final for EU King of the Sea 13. This is going to be between Bansevi and Shaft, and the green team for this game will be Bansevi. They're going to be running Ohio, Yamato, Nevsky, Stalingrad, Gearing, Ragnar, and Ragnar. Switching to Stalingrad after that Moskva ban by Shaft. Stats, what have you got?
Yeah, Shaft bringing a Yamato, a Kremlin, a Des Moines, double Nevsky, a Gearing, a Daring, and 2 Ragnars.
So, Mr. Darth Henning, the resident expert for this game, you have a bit of an intimate knowledge of Bansevi, don't you?
Oh yeah. I mean,
How many times have you won King of the Sea with them?
Twice.
So, do you want to explain this target ban and what it's going to do, changing the Moskvas into Stalingrads, how they're going to be able to punish that if you're the team of Shaft?
I mean, the Moskva ban and force Bansevi to take Stalins instead literally just makes it so that the Stalins can be farmed by HE a little bit better because of the increased fire duration. It's kinda it. You actually give Bansevi improved cross-firing potential with it on the downside, so in the worst case it can actually backfire hard.
Alright, well, let's get in these initial deployments because it does look like we might have a fight relatively soon. Oh, at the ACAT, we'll be sending a Stalingrad and Ohio for Bansevi. They're going to have a Ragnar between A and B, and Ragnar north of B, Stalingrad north of B. And over at C, we'll be seeing Ragnar, Gearing, Nevsky, and Yamato. Stats, where's your team deployed?
Shaft are taking Kremlin Des Moines with Ragnar over to Alpha. They've got the 2 destroyers in the middle, Ragnar and Daring. Daring just touching the cap as I speak. And then they've got Yamato and 2 Nevskys with the smoke gearing over towards the... By that I mean it has a smoke which is going to use to smoke up the Nevskys over towards the sea cap before someone says it can't not take a smoke screen.
Ah yes, the smoke gearing. Alright, so... Daring and Ragnar poison a bit of a cap powder Craig. There's going to be the 2 Ragnars for Bansevi just parked outside of range, and like Tug and the Stalingrad going to be there as well, and Kitus is also going to have shots, so there might be a lot of action in the B cap, or not very much action in the B cap. It depends on how aggressive both these teams want to play. We do see torpedoes have been launched from the Gearing of Exodus Blade towards where this Ragnar is currently hovering, Blood Legend. There is also going to be no radar from the no Hydra, sorry, from the Stalingrad. We do see the initial radars go out. Daring spotted, Ragnar spotted both teams. Shots flying every which way.
Yeah, we're going to have to watch carefully as several ships come under fire.
The Bansevi focus fire currently onto Ragnar.
Shaft's focus fire is onto Blood Legends Ragnar.
Who needs to be very careful about those torpedoes that we just mentioned from the Gearing. Just get in between them.
Narrowly dodging. Yeah, that's the difficulty when you're dodging torpedoes and dodging shells at the same time.
That's a beautiful torpedo timing that they had. But speaking of beautiful torpedo timing, south of the sea cap, we see lots of torpedoes flying at the smoke screen. The 2 Nevsky's going to have to be turning in and just managing to dodge all of these. Those are some beautiful torpedoes from the Bansevi Gearing as well. These are some very well-timed torpedoes, but also expertly dodged. Radar comes out from the Stalingrad north of the B cap. We'll be reacquiring the Daring of Flow 420, but he should be able to get out of range. I don't think anything else is going to have... Actually, no, the Stalingrad of Kitus is still going to be taking shots, and the Stalingrad is going to be taking shots, and more shots from the Nevskys as well.
Yeah, it's surprising how much focus fire comes in on ships, even when they're quite a long way away. Because, of course, you know, the caller will have asked Anlay... I don't know if Anlay is the caller, he might be. But the caller will definitely have said, right, radar is going to go up on B, make sure that you're looking for the Daring, guns will turn, and then when people report ready, they pop the radar.
So Flo going to be dropping some single fire torpedoes down towards where he expects Anlai Tongue to be poking out. And again, Blood Legend is going to be in the region of them as well. Anlai going to be nicely parked behind this island and will be able to dodge all of these torpedoes. He sees, oh, there's a conga line there. Let me just not press W. That's dangerous. And it will leave Blood Legend able to take that cap. We see a radar coming out from the Stalingrad of Kitus. Not sure if he's going to pick anything up with that. He does pick up the Ragnar and the Des Moines in the air cap, but I don't think El Snackman's Ohio is going to have any shots to
He absolutely does, and HE is loaded as well.
Stress Possum taking a hit.
So that does force Possum off the cap. Possum's going to have to wait for that radar to go down and then reverse back in again. But you've got points. Ragnar sitting there for Bouncy V in that gap.
Exodus Blaze takes a massive hit at the bottom of the sea cap in his gearing. I think that was the Yamato salvo from Angel Stone. And also I hear a torpedo landing behind me. That was a Nevsky eating a torpedo in the smoke screen. That was from Vilex's torpedo, or Vile 9's torpedo, or whatever he wants to call himself. We haven't figured it out yet. We ask him every time. He refuses to give us an answer.
So during that, Striva's Ragnar for Bouncy V was pushed off the north of the sea cap. Again, having to reverse back in.
A cap will be once again contested by Stress Possum, but he's now going to be spotted by Points Ragnar. Bit of trading going back and forth between the two, and now the crossfire will be coming in towards Points Ragnar as well from the Ragnar and Daring at the bottom of B cap.
With all these Ragnars in the game, well, frankly, with 4 destroyers being in the game on each side, there's going to be a lot of shells flying backwards and forwards. Vert, by the way, has pushed up on the 1 line, has gone for the island. There's absolutely nothing to stop Vert doing this.
Yeah, he is going to be pushing into a Ohio Stalingrad Ragnar around the corner, and then the Stalingrad of Anlai Tung if he wants to get too deep. But for now, he has freedom and push to at least engage El Snackman on better terms.
Shaft is also pushing the Des Moines into that cap as well. I suspect Chatband will end up against the North Island.
Yeah, where he will be able to hydro both that Ragnar and the Stalingrad to provide a farming opportunity for the Daring and Ragnar south of B, should they so wish to choose to take it.
Potentially Zando's Yamato. I think Zando's probably for the sea cap right now, but could easily
sea cap gearing. Vlex north of C takes a torpedo in his gearing. That's a lot of torpedoes landing back and forth. There's also some torpedoes coming towards the Nevsky south of the sea cap as well, that he launched a little bit earlier on. However, there's a massive gap that's formed in the middle of those.
I mean, not even having to move there. Kamikaze's just having to reverse very slightly, or go forwards very slightly.
So Shriver's got himself into the sea cap. They might finally be able to take this. Nope. Blind reset. Denied.
Okay, so Des Moines for Shaft is actually going for the gap with the Ragnar. Vert looming in the background, putting a bit of pressure on Snackman.
As a little side note, Kinimoden's Nevsky on the 9-9 is actually blind firing the Nevskys on the south of sea, and he's actually hitting a lot of shells.
Even though they're behind the smokescreen quite a long way, which is pretty impressive. Kimmy, having taken that torpedo and some shells, is down to 16k and running a heal.
AB Gap, Muffler Chat Band, is now under the focus fire of 2 Ragnars and a Stalingrad. Is getting a fair bit of damage on a Point and Blood Legends Ragnars, but he's taking a lot of suffering for it. He's now burning a double fire, he's reversing back. He's like, I don't want to be under that sustained DPM from those guys, that hurts a lot. But look at the amount of damage that Point is taking in return, because the crossfire is coming from all over the map. We have the Daring south, the Ragnar south, the Des Moines itself. Point limping away with 4,600 health. Both of these Ragnars are still spotted. Point down at 3,196.
Still spotted.
Taking
Quite desperately trying to run north and get unspotted. Chatman doesn't have a shot anymore, which is going to make that slightly easier.
Yeah, Flo is currently dealing with the very floaty shells at maximum range of the Daring. Not going to probably be landing any more shells on Point. However, the Yamato salvo of Vega Zando is coming in. All expertly dodged. Point going to be limping away. Ragnar of Blood Legend going to take a bit more of firing in the meantime. But look at the health on Kitus' Stalingrad. He is permanently hydro by Muffler Chatband, and he's being farmed down by Zill's Ragnar at the time. Down with 10,000 health.
Kitus is definitely in trouble here now. The focus fire is switched away from the destroyer.
Kitus does pop his radar. Will reacquire the Des Moines and Ragnar. Snackman gets a shot towards the Ragnar of Stress Possum. A couple of thousand out of fire. But yeah, look at
the battleships in this match are not being afraid to load at HE if necessary, because there are so many destroyers around.
Kite is taking another fire down to 8,900 and healing. but he's not out healing the damage that's coming in. He also is going to not have much more room to reverse. He is about to hit that island behind him.
When this radar goes, that's going to give Possum a little bit more freedom. On the top corner, by the way, Kremlin versus Ohio in the top corner.
Yeah, Vert took a massive salvo, loses 80% of his health. I think he's just going to go for the ram on Snackman at this point. Or could he get the dev strike off?
Yeah, Snackman is giving quite a lot of angle there, quite a lot of broadside.
That Vert's not interested. And Snackman's just going to go around for the drive-by.
Yep.
He might just have the Kremlin here.
Front guns, yep. Beautiful execution there by Snackman.
Yeah, and now Snackman has a lovely angle on the back of this Des Moines to muffle the Chapman. The problem is they don't have any way to spot him right now, so it's just really a case of Snackman's going to keep walking towards the Ragnar, who has no torpedo threat, and eventually just hope to run down the Des Moines. Over at the Sea Cap, radar out from Anlike Tongue. Going to be picking up Flo, peeking at the B Cap, and it's like, hey, get back out of there.
So, since we last saw Kimi and Kamikaze's health situation hasn't really changed. Kamikaze's has lost a little bit. Kimi's also lost a little bit, but they're both still there, both still sitting behind the smoke screen.
Muffler Chapman's been forced forward out of the AB gap. He's now going to be running down into a 2 Ragnars and a Stalingrad. Actually, make that 3 Ragnars. All 3 Ragnars currently opening up on this Des Moines of Muffler Chapman. He's going to be trying to like trade a little bit of what he can, but the sustained DPM of these ships should easily take him down there. He's not in a position that he can't get dark.
Striva raining those shells down at about 16 kilometers. Yeah, Chapman's going to butt up against the island literally here. And I think that's going to be the end of the Shaft Des Moines.
Meanwhile, Stress Possum is going to take a one-on-one fight with Ohio at 10 kilometers. It's not the kind of fight I would want to take, but we'll see how that goes in a while, because that's not going to be a quick fight at all.
Oh, and honestly, I think Possum, if Possum gets too low on health, he can just stop firing. But they will want to maintain Possum there to try and get resets on the Ohio as he tries to cap. Daring in B for Shaft Flow is going to cap B. And so Bouncy V totally in the C half of the map now, apart from Snackman.
Similarly, down at the bottom right of the map is now down to 6,000 health and burning, 5,400, 4,800 shots coming in from across the map with the Stalingrad. Does pop his damage control down to 2,100? Pops his I'm going to die radar just to see what you can find, if anything. 1,200 health.
Yeah, generally, if you see a radar cruiser on low health popping a radar, it's just, well, I may as well because I'm going to go down anyway. There we go.
Never know, you might accidentally find something and get a nice salvo into it.
And you know, at the very least, you might be able to give some information on a destroyer that you didn't realize was there or something.
B-Cap south of Daring decided to open up on the Ohio, but the Ragnars were instantly turning onto him. He did throw some torpedoes their way. Blood Legend narrowly avoids the one towards his bow. I'm talking about Anlight north of the B-Cap as well has been forced all the way back with his 17,000 health remaining on his Stalingrad.
Snackman actually just got a great blind shot into the smoke there with Flo. Flo being detected by radar. The Ragnar Wolfpack in pursuit of Flo.
Yeah, Daring not having access to a speed boost compared to the 35% speed boost of these 3 Ragnars can just run him down. And they've also found Zill's Ragnar as well.
Zill also in the same radar. Zill returning fire, so he's not going to go unspotted anytime soon.
He doesn't really have much in the way of support. The Yamato of Papegazando doesn't have any sort of shots. The Nevsky of Kamikazes might be able to get some shots, but he has to put himself at a lot of risk from the Yamato of Angelstone if he does. You might be able to take down Striva. He does take down Striva, but the shots are coming in from all over the map. Take him down. That will be a trade. And a trade is not what you want at this point if you are Shaft. You are down heavily.
So the team that is ahead on ships, if you have a trade, it massively advantages the team that has the ship advantage. And now we see the replay of Flo going down. In the meantime, Exodus has actually managed to get into C in the gearing for Shaft, and is going to cap that.
It's a tiny bit of point income, but I don't see a way it can hold that in front of 3 Ragnars, Yamato, Nevsky, Stalingrad.
The 2 remaining Ragnars for Ban CV are being sent across to A to try and find Stress Possum. As we see torpedoes going towards Kinemod. Kinemod takes a torpedo down to 5,000 health.
So there are still some convertible kills on the board for Shaft.
So
but...
it is possible. I mean, it is possible that Possum could actually kill both of these Ragnars.
Possible,
they are
but
both
difficult.
Quite low. It's not inconceivable. Let's see what happens. Possum turning to try and get that escape around the island, try and limit it to 1 destroyer shooting, but Anlay across the map. Oh, not quite landing.
He takes down 1.
Yep.
It's now 1v1.
I don't think Possum can get Blood Legend.
6 health.
Easily,
quite manage
I mean,
to take him down. He's on 1100 health.
Yeah,
There's still shovels coming in. 300 health. Stress Possum with a 2v1.
Kamikazes with the conversion there. Stress Possum, great play there. Nearly getting both on his own.
Problem
Okay,
is
so that means
the Ohio can actually get A now.
Yep.
The Ohio can also shoot the Kamikazes. And so can the Yamato.
748 points for Ban CV.
Okay, so Kamikazes could potentially be able to get some farming done on the bow of Anlay while the Ohio and Yamato are distracted with Pepega Zando's Yamato. It's iffy. They do still have a destroyer, but he's surrounded by 2 radar ships and 2 battleships.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what they're doing with Exodus here. There's obviously a plan. He's going somewhere. Okay, it's to torp Angelstone's Yamato.
With 1 set. He still has a 2nd set, which he might...
I just, with 4,000 health, I don't think there's any opportunity to try and torp Anlay.
Well, what he can do is he can cap B.
Potentially.
Pegazando suffering at the hands of Angelstone, though.
Radar out from Kamikazes. I think that's just to check where Anlay is and what he's doing. Is he coming forwards? Is he going backwards? That's going to give Exodus in the gearing the confidence to go into the cap.
Torpedoes towards the back of Angelstone don't look like they're going to do very much. They might catch one on the stern.
Exodus is spotted by Anlay's radar. Snackman will have a shot very shortly from the A cap.
Pegazando goes down. The torpedo does land on the stern of Angelstone, though.
Here we go. Snackman shells out on Exodus Blaze.
Ow.
Gets 1 volley. Rear shells don't do anything.
Kamikazes gets in the cap.
This is a very dangerous moment for Kamikazes.
Yeah, because he's in a 4-way crossfire.
Angelstone, Yamato shells inbound. Snackman reloads.
That's a flat broadside Nevsky.
It is. But as we
That's
all
still a
know,
flat
that's
broadside
going to be a
Nevsky.
whole bunch of overpens. Because it's a Nevsky. So, yeah, but Kamikazes is in the middle of the map in between 2 battleships, ultimately. That can't last forever. But the gearing will get the cap.
Oof. I think Kamikazes has accepted his fate. It's like, you know what, we're going to move on to the next game. Please just take me down. Gearing of Exodus Blaze realizes there's not much more you can do.
934 points, 936 for Ban CV. With currently 1 cap ticking, soon to be 2.
Exodus Blaze tries to fire to get himself spotted.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm over here, but unfortunately nothing has line of sight to him right now.
Yeah, he's managed to get in bloom range of Kinemod. Kinemod will do the honourable thing.
He's not in bloom range though. He's just being blind fired at.
No, that's true actually. But Kinemod has shown very good blind fire during this match, so hopefully...
That's actually fantastic blind fire. He managed to find him.
There you go.
Congratulations to the Ban CV taking the first game in this best of 5 grand final 1-0. Let's throw it over to the studio for some analysis.
Wow, and Ban CV takes the map off of Shaft's hands, and that's a very, very interesting start so far. And looked very strong, right? It looked
Yeah.
very, very strong. So let's discuss what made BANCV win this one.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing well, it's not why BANCV won, but rather why Shaft did not win, is they weren't able to finish off the Ragnars. It was actually very close in the end, and it would have been a lot closer if they weren't able to get the... If they were able to get the Ragnars. The Ragnars ended up being a really, really vital part later on, and taking down the Des Moines and taking back the caps. And if I think if Shaft had taken down managed to actually get a kill on the Ragnars earlier, they would have been able to take this map. What do you think?
I really think those Ragnars should have been killed. I mean, sure, it's really hard to kill them, but not killing those ships really hurt them really much because they couldn't take B at all because there's 2 Ragnars holding it. They did manage to kill the Stalingrad really quite early on actually, which is actually really good. The Kremlin pushed up the 1 line, right?
Yeah.
Try get shots on the Stalingrad. He did actually manage to kill the Stalingrad, but then he got driven by El Snackman in his Ohio, which was actually a really nice play. And then the issue with that was the Ohio was right behind the Des Moines on A. The Des Moines had to push out, and he started being farmed by the 3 Ragnars they couldn't kill before.
Yeah.
So he ended up dying really quickly. But that's... Oh, most importantly, actually, I think we forgot to mention on C-Cap, the Nevskys, Vile Villet, I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't want him to get mad at me. But he was... he told me I could pronounce him in any way. But... He was, I mean, the Torps were really good on position every single time. The Nevskys took like half their HP from him. Like, he was, it's just the Torp angles were really good from him. So, congrats to him.
Yeah, an amazing vision control on that flank. They were able to out-trade the double Nevsky with only a single Nevsky there, and the Yamato and the Stalin on very long range. So, they actually did a really amazing job on the vision control there, making sure that they could out-trade the Nevskys.
Yeah, and the replay is actually going to be ready in probably like 20 seconds. Yeah, I was really impressed by how BANCV was able to deal with the double Nevsky and maintaining their HP, being able to actually out-trade the Nevskys on the C flank. And you can clearly see that a lot of teams will focus on the A area, but once we start the replay, we will see that for BANCV, they just focused on B and C. They still left something, of course, to delay A and to be able to react, but overall, the focus was clearly on B and C to not let the C-Cap fall into Shaft's hands.
Yeah, and we can see exactly this. We just see absolutely no ships in this entire area of the map for BANCV, and they just kind of left it open. They just had the Stalingrad and the Ragnar, and this Stalingrad here. All these people to kind of reset the cap, make sure that they don't really get it. But in the end, yeah, they did a really good job, especially just on the 9-10 line here, making sure that these Nevskys from Shaft down here were constantly under threat. And as you can see here, they're just constantly losing HP from the beautiful Torps, from Ville, Vile.
Why don't we call him just Vile Ville?
Vile Ville.
So we're going to be on the safe side. But I have to also point out Angel Stone's HP control with his Yamato. Fantastic, because you don't want to be in a situation where two Nevskys plus potential gearing torpedoes throwing you off and living in the constant danger, but just really...
He was taking minimal damage whilst also applying enough pressure where the enemy team couldn't really just dance around him, right? So it was really good from his positioning. El Snackman on the top left, like we said.
The Kremlin we see the engagement happening here as we watch. You actually managed to take down the Kremlin,
very nice
and he
drive-by by
escapes
him.
on about like 80,000 HP, which is most of it, and is able to force the Des Moines out into the 3 Ragnars here that will end up taking him down.
It's very interesting to see that even though they didn't apply much pressure on the A-cap, they managed to still force the superior forces on A into an uncomfortable position and actually get destroyed. Very impressive. If you want to continue.
Yes, there's not much that's going to happen here.
Look at the Ragnars coming into this there.
Yes.
The Wolfpack.
Yeah, we do see the Wolfpack of Ragnars kind of doing what they do best. They do end up going down, all of them, but at this point, BANCV was still up so much in HP on all of their ships that it was
pretty much
basically impossible for Shaft to come back.
Yes, and that means we'll move on to the next map. BANCV still has to convert 2 maps to be able to beat the EU King of the Sea. It looked very impressive now, but let's see what we're going to have on Land of Fire, the next map, which is BanCV's pick. And no, Mr. Conway, we will see Land of Fire. Please change the map so that we can. Perfect. So this is the map we're going to be seeing here, and what do you expect to see here? Are we going to see a maybe like a nice B island?
I believe we
position
saw
again?
we saw BanCV play this earlier,
Yeah,
right?
but it's very important here to see who actually has which spawn. So we'll take a quick sneak peek. So Shaft will actually be on the Bravo spawn, which we have determined is actually the superior spawn here, as it provides a lot more control options for the B island.
Remember, Moskva's banned, right? So
Yeah.
BanCV ran 4 or 3 Moskvas on this map?
Four
They ran
Moskvas, yeah.
4. So they ran 1 on the 1 line, they ran 1 on the B cap, they ran 1 on the C cap. I don't know where the 4th one was.
On A with the
On A inside the cap.
The Kremskva.
So I don't think they can do the same thing with the Stalingrads because it doesn't have Hydro, so it's going to be significantly harder to do that. So I'm not sure what they're going to try to do. They're probably going to make a mix of Stalingrads and Ragnars like they just did last game. That's what I'm kind of expecting from them. From Shaft, I'm really not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They don't really have a defined style yet. They just kind of play the game.
They play the game.
Yeah.
Very well, they do. So the teams are ready, so we're jumping into the next match. We'll have to see whether Shaft is going to be able to do the same what BanCV just did, take the map off the enemy, and then continue to play this best of 5. We will hand over to Statsbloke and Painezor. Don't forget, you can, of course, if you like, how they're commentating here, you can follow their channels, you can find them on Twitch. Go and make sure to do that. They're great content creators, not just for King of the Sea, but also outside of that. And with this, I wish you a very nice match, and then we'll see us on the other side once we know the winner of this map. Enjoy.
Welcome into Game 2 of this Best of 5 series, the EU Grand Finals for King of the Sea 13. It's taking place between BanCV and Shaft. BanCV on the green team going to be running Kremlin, Des Moines, Nevsky, Stalingrad, Haragumo, Ragnar, and Ragnar. Stats, what have Shaft got?
Shaft down the south end in red have Ohio, a Conqueror, 3 Salems, a Stalingrad, a Daring, and 2 Ragnars.
So, Mr. Darth Henning, former BanCV member, well, still a BanCV member, former COTS winner with BanCV. Tell me all about these Kremlin picks. What are you planning to do with these Kremlins? Where do you send them? Or are you going to be taking any special commander skills to send them there?
Oh, for fuck's sake, you know exactly what you're aiming for here. I mean, one Kremlin pick on this map is not unusual. You usually put it like somewhere behind sea, behind these islands, either to support fire or to pressure the 10 line is one of the usual things you do with it. The second Kremlin is more unusual. However, we have seen the semifinals where BanCV had a Moskva and drove into A with it. So they probably have something similar planned for the North spawn, although there is no Moskva this time.
Yeah, Moskva is banned from this series, remember. That was a target ban by Shaft. Anyway, let's take a look at these initial deployments. So over at the A cap, for BanCV, we'll be seeing Haragumo, Ragnar, Nevsky, and Kremlin. B cap will be manned by a single Ragnar, and the C cap will be swarmed by a Haragumo, Des Moines, Kremlin, and Stalingrad. Stats, where have you deployed?
So we've got Conqueror and Salem. I want to talk about the Salems a minute. We've got Conqueror and Salem heading over towards A with Daring. Ragnar and Salem going to the B cap, and then the remaining ships, Ohio, Stalingrad, supporting Salem and Ragnar. So, also, why, Baz, would you take Salem's instead of Des Moines?
Baz is gone. Salem's? Yeah. That's actually an interesting question here, because Salems are a very, very unusual pick. I think these are actually Raider Salems, and on the B cap, I can kind of get the pick, because the Salem Raider range is actually just enough to cover the entire cap. However, you have
the other two?
Sorry, what?
The other two? I mean, Kamikaze's radar isn't going to cover the whole cap, is it?
I mean, be the B cap. Yeah, Kamikaze is gonna have problem on C. If it's like a wide contest, I think he was probably getting into range.
It's pretty much exactly 8.5.
Yeah,
I've just been
he
eyeballing
is in
it.
range, but the problem is he needs to be in a very aggressive position there, and he is only a Salem. So if the Kremlin goes like 9-10 line, as I think he is, the Salem is not gonna be happy about that.
One thing to note, we do not see the 9-10 Kremlin push for the Shaft team, they have an Ohio there instead. Do you still think that the Kremlin of El Snackman will run down the 10 line if there's no cruiser to blap there?
Depends on what you want. If he, like, Ben CV just spotted the Salem, so he probably just wants to get into a position to just shoot that guy. So he probably won't advance any further there.
Zil and the Ragnar for Shaft south of C is currently spotted as Snackman pushes forward with Kinemod, and Velix is in the Haru dropping that long smoke screen for Kinemod.
Big cap radars came out, the two Ragnars will spot each other and do a little bit of trading.
In this match, unusually, actually no cruisers at that central island by B. Cruisers being deployed left and right instead.
Snackman actually choosing to shoot the Salem in the middle of the map and actually getting quite a large amount of damage onto it. These two Salems are going to be suffering at the hands of the Kremlin, going to be shooting salvo after salvo at them, overmatching again and again. Also the torpedoes.
Yeah, Kamikazes has some torpedoes coming, narrowly misses the first set. Second set's going to need a little bit of reversing.
Venn diagram of death radars go out over at the sea cap, going to be spotting, Stalingrad going to be spotting the Ragnar. Stalingrad going to be spotted in return.
Kinemod continuing to lay down fire onto Kamikazes. Now, Des Moines versus Salem in a one-on-one, I would put my money on the Salem, but when you have a Kremlin with you,
it's not
so much. Not so much.
Kamikazes is currently unspotted. Well, he's now respotted, and now he's unspotted again.
Yeah, I think that's going to be, with that smoke screen there, I think that's going to be the story for Kamikazes here. I would expect the Haru maybe to come back around and get in front of that smoke screen and try and get a spot. But Salem's detection is quite small.
That smoke screen's a bit of a double-edged sword right now because it's allowing the Salem to get a bit of free farming back onto El Snackman's Kremlin.
Possum's Ragnar in the middle is going to cap B. With A already capped by the Daring as Point's Kremlin pushes in.
Shaft's Ohio just got halved. He took 40k from Snackman.
Yeah, that will happen if you sit broadside to a Kremlin. Because I'm going to regret that immediately.
Zando is also still burning.
Yeah, the Des Moines was throwing a lot of salvos his way. So
that potentially, that Ohio might become a focus target. If they can't see Kamikazes and they can see Zando, they will definitely try and finish the Ohio.
CCAP, we will see, you've upgraded from the Blood Legend approach of putting a Des Moines in that island. You're now going to replace it with something slightly tankier, take a couple more torpedoes, replace it with the Kremlin. Point currently being farmed, though, by Stress Possum, who is being farmed in return by Shriver. There's also the skill Kimmely has shots on Point as well. Is that a range mod Salem? That is a range mod Salem.
I would imagine at that position in the middle of the map it would be, yeah.
Well, the Kremlin has shot back, though.
Point does have torpedoes inbound. One on the nose. There is a second set coming. Let's see, this is going to be maybe another one. Yep, that's one more.
Wow, he's going to get himself behind that island now.
Yeah, Point will get up against the island. So Possum very bravely farming Point while right next to two Ragnars.
Blood Legend did poke into that cap and take it in the meantime, so Big Cap has been flipped by Ban CV.
The 9-10 line is getting very interesting. Chatban Stalingrad basically caught in front of the Kremlin, the Des Moines, and the Harugamo.
El Snackman taking a massive chunk out of Muffler Chatban. So, Henning, do you think you used Brisk to get to Fidget Spinner Island that quickly? Sorry, that's Zath's terminology for that island. Though.
Fidget Spinner Island?
It's shaped like a fidget.
I suppose it does look like a fidget spinner. Yeah. It is. Okay.
But I'm confused now.
Never mind. It's the island where El Snackman is right now.
I don't think he has Brisk.
So, Snackman pushing down. We think maybe we're using Brisk to get there. The C cap is now going to be open for the Haru to spin back around and cap that if it wants to. But with the other two caps green currently, they may not rush to do that.
A cap Point has got a wall, single fire conga line torpedoes coming towards him. We've seen Ban CV ships getting torpedoed in this position before.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, Exodus has spread those torpedoes out just a little bit to make sure they cover the width of the place where the ship will be sitting. I think the first set are all going to sail straight past. Of course, Point doesn't necessarily know these are coming.
Oh, he knows. He knows he's spotted.
Second set might find a couple, maybe 3.
Sail and the flow are going to be diving into that cap, so Point needs to be very careful of not getting too greedy to go for him. In fact, Point going to be turning and taking...
Yeah, I think Point realized he's going to take the first 2, so accelerated to take the third one on the belt.
Oh, and there's a single more torpedo.
That's cruel. That's just cruel. Fortunately for Point, it misses. Flo in trouble trying to get to the island.
Yeah, crossfired by Blood Legends Ragnar. That raining down AP at your broadside really hurts. And now he has to deal with a point blank.
Yeah, Point is absolutely not stopping. Be careful, Point, not to ground on the rocks on the corner.
Point not firing blanks could have dev strike that Salem straight through the bow. We'll be farmed a little bit by the daring.
I wonder if Point will go down here to Vert's Conqueror and Exodus Blazes Daring.
The Kremlin might even get his turrets around for a reload.
Possibly. We see a replay here of that push and the shells going through the nose of the Salem. Point in real time still alive. Pushing around south.
Sea cap taken by Anlai Tongues and Stalingrad. Very aggressive position. We see the Kremlin of El Snackman getting very heavily farmed by Salem though. In return, Pepega Zando getting heavily farmed by Haragumo Des Moines.
Yeah, I think Snackman and Zando may be a trade here. Snackman probably going to go first. Smokescreen out by the Haru, trying to save Snackman, but I think the blind fire will probably catch him. Yep.
Radar out from Anlai Tung Stalingrad. We'll be finding the Salem in the middle of the map, but it will also, more importantly, be finding Stressed Possum. And there's a lot of Salos coming in towards him. Nevsky, Haragumo, Kremlin all opening up. But the Kremlin has outside torpedoes.
Yep, I think Point managing to just dodge. Yep, just managing to dodge. But the shells are going to do it. So that leaves M. Brandis's Harugumo in the cap for Band CV. With all 3 caps currently green. Here we see the end of Snackman just being taken down after going unspotted by the shells. Sneaky Snakes Nevsky is about to take torpedoes on the 1 line.
Oh no, actually,
just the 1.
Vlex goes down on the Haragumo to the Salem. The Ragnar is going to be caught point blank in front of Kinnymod. Is Zil's just going to go for a ram here?
Surely he won't get there.
He's honking his horn. He's going for the ram. He's not going to get there.
Des Moines guns say no. Zando taking a shot back at Kinnymod, with Kinnymod reversing back behind the island. So it is 6 ships for Band CV against 5 ships for Shaft.
Daring and A-Cap get caught in the Nevsky radar.
Daring can just run to the island. Can he actually get an angle to get safe behind the island? Exodus actually not... Okay, now he makes the turn. I don't think Exodus can actually break the line of sight. So just waiting for that radar to go down. Nevsky actually pushes torpedoes out towards Exodus.
Exodus gets dark. Still blind fire coming in though. Actually, the blind fire's going on the Conqueror, not actual blind fire though.
800 points just passed for Band CV. Shaft need to get into all of the caps right now.
They have Kimberly in a position to get into B. Kamikazes might be able to get into C, but he does have to worry about being crossfired between Kinnymod and Anlai. The Ohio Painezor was zoned completely out of the game for quite a while there. He might be able to get another heal in and then maybe do something about Kinemodus Des Moines.
Yeah, the problem is time. Zando can definitely get back up into the game, but not before the points run out, I don't think. Kamikazes is going to make that push into C. I think we're going to be seeing a very dead Salem very shortly. Radar out from Anley, which catches both of the Salems.
Counter radar coming out from Kamikazes will be finding the Stalingrad of Anley in return. However, he is now very broadside to Kinemod.
Yeah, you'll see the Kinemod AP coming in just shortly, just reaching the back end of the ship there. Anley's shells also not finding their mark. Kinemod takes another shot. These look a bit better. No damage on that one either. But of course, Des Moines' reload is very fast.
Kimberly now going to be the focus fire of both Blood Legend and Striver. Possibly even Brandis if he wants to open it. But he's dropping a smoke screen right now. I think he's being forced back, giving up the A cap completely. They're just like, alright, you can have this one. We don't need it. We're just going to farm down your Salem in the middle. Look at how fast that Salem's being burned down. Currently eating a double fire. Pops his damage control.
Fancy V have a huge points lead. They can afford for the points income to be 0 for a little while. As long as they kill the Salems. Even if it's trade, it doesn't matter.
Although Salem has a super heal, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Kamikazes has actually just popped the heal as Kamikazes approaches Anley. But Kamikazes does not want a ram here because they have to end up with the cap somehow.
He's going for the drive-by. Or is he just going for the ram?
He can't. There's no point because that leaves the cap in that. Okay, so how are they going to get the points?
They could rotate Kimberly over and use the Daring to cap B, but I don't think they have the time.
They've got to do it quickly.
Kimberly's in B right now. I don't know if he's going to have the time to block that till completion and then jump into C. But if he does, he might be able to pick up a 2v1 fight against Kinemod with the support of Painezor.
915 points approaching. Zando taking a blind shot at where Kinemod was just before, but probably about a map square out of place.
Speaking of blind shots, Blood Legend was trying to reset the Salem with some blind fire. Doesn't quite find him. They know exactly where he is, but they can't get an angle on him. So when Kimelil makes this jump from B to C to go fight Kinemod along with Painezor, he's going to have to worry about 2 Ragnars on his broadside and potentially the Harugumo of Embrandis too.
Okay, so that's only one cap ticking now. 938 points for Bouncy V. Kimeli will charge forward.
Pops' radar doesn't find either Blood Legend or Striker, but they will start opening up on him now. And like I said, he's now broadside to 2 Ragnars.
Kinemod did get a fire on Zando. Zando pops a damage control party. Kimeli, oh, Kimmy.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not a pretty picture.
Oh, he has begun.
He heals through some of it, but obviously that heal's not going to last forever and probably can't actually keep up with the DPM.
See, just jumping back to 7,000 over and over again.
Yep, the heal's going to be run very shortly. I think that's it.
The heal goes down, and so
that ends the game.
Kimeli. And that will be a 2-0 lead for Bansy in the series. Let's see if there's going to be any way for Shaft to potentially think about starting with their reverse sweep, as the kids like to call them. We'll throw it back over the studio to analysis. Throw it back over the studio for some analysis. Words are hard.
Once more, a very convincing win here by Bansy on their own map pick. And yeah, let's discuss what actually happened here. Maltese, you were already predicting that there's going to be, again, a lot of Ragnars, and that was actually the case.
They ran Ragnars again, yes. I think they're very comfortable with the Ragnar Stalingrad. I think, honestly, the heavy Moskva strats, sure, it's part of their playstyle, but it must have been part of a bait situation in where, ban our Moskva, please ban it. We're playing it every game. And then they ban it, and then they're like, oh, we have Ragnar, by the way. Oh, okay. But it was very nice to watch again, like, I think, what really happened on the C cap, you think?
On the, I actually kind of want to talk about the A cap instead.
Okay.
We saw a point push around the island on Salem. We'll be able to view it in the replay in just a minute. But we saw him push around the island on the A cap, and it's actually quite a bit of risk involved there, because if you even get a little bit unlucky, then the Salem lives and you end up dying as a Kremlin. And I think the game would have played out very, very differently if that Salem lived. So
very good RNG on that Salem. Yeah, he actually one-shot him. Which
yeah,
was
he
really
one-shot
nice.
him basically from full HP. So yeah, that was a really big reason as to why the game played out as it did. But there's obviously way more factors that played in.
Yeah, overall, I have to say that Shaft actually managed to keep up with the HP pool trading. I mean, it wasn't a matter of like them not being able to fight back, but Bansi was so strong in taking aggressive positions and just pushing Shaft back and back and back and back and taking control of the map without really leaving Shaft with a choice besides, okay, if you want to come and take these caps back, it will cost you a lot and potentially the game. So that is what I found very, very interesting. Let's check if we already have the minimap rendering, and it's almost ready. So let's go and take a look at it. There you go.
Yes. There we go indeed. As we can see here on the replay, we'll just let it run a little bit and we can look at the initial deployments from both teams. Do note that this was actually BanCV's pick, and that means that Shaft was able to pick who the spawns, and they actually picked South Spawn. So that's something to keep in mind while we watch this game. So looking at the initial deployments, well, what do you see, Malta?
So basically, it looks like BanCV is trying to pressure the C-Cap with a Kremlin Stalingrad, and of course aggression with the Harugumo Smoke and the Des Moines. But on the other side, they aren't just forgetting about it. They have a Harugumo and a Nevsky and the Kremlin to push it down. And the Ragnar, I think, is really a floater. He can go from A to B, can pretty much do whatever it wants. And then the Ragnar on B is a good pressure point, I think. So it's not like they're leaving B, but it's not in a risky position where it can actually take damage and die.
No, that position on the north side of that B island is really risky for a cruiser, but for something like a Ragnar, it's a lot safer, it's a lot smaller, and it can use the island a little bit better.
Something of note is on the south rock, that rock where the Salem is on, under B, that should be a really safe spot, but BanCV with the Kremlin on C-Cap actually moved in to counter that spot, if we can actually see that. They moved in a bit aggressively, right?
Yeah, because the Kremlin will end up moving all the way down here and ends up kind of... smashing the Salem.
Yeah, L Snackman, like on that flank, the amount of damage he put out into the Salem and the Ohio, he also smacked the Ohio, I think, for like half of its HP. Really, really well played there.
Yeah, we see on the A side, they're taking it relatively slow with the Kremlin all the way behind here. And then the Harugumo and the Nevsky on the side. We let this play out, we'll see what happens. So they push the Kremlin in. He does end up taking quite a bit of damage before he actually reaches the rock, because he had to dodge some torps. But then when we look over to the C side here, we'll see that the Kremlin is actually pushing up really far and will actually end up taking out the Stalingrad here. And again, the Ohio does take a lot of damage before L-Segment does end up dying. And we did miss on the A-cap what just happened with the other Kremlin, where the Kremlin pushed on the rock and ended up deleting the Salem.
If Kremlin was unlucky with that shot, he would have definitely died. So
yeah, he would have definitely died.
The cap.
And then the game would have gone quite differently, as then the A-cap wouldn't have been so easily won for BanCV. And it would have given Shaft a reasonable opportunity to come back into this game and take a map of BanCV.
One thing I wanted to highlight from my side is that, how do you feel about the Conqueror pick? Because for me, the Conqueror did not really manage to exert as much pressure as, for example, the Kremlins were able to do on the enemy cruisers. And the Conqueror was not really in a position to have too much impact on the Kremlin to stop the Kremlin from actually gaining full control of that cap.
I think he did a lot of damage, but I mean, the Kremlin was still allowed to get into the cap. And then he comes around, sure, he kills the Salem. And then, sure, the Conqueror did manage to kill the Kremlin, but unfortunately it was a bit too late. And really and truly, Conqueror doesn't really punch cruisers too well. It's okay against destroyers, but again, its dispersion isn't good enough to punch destroyers at longer ranges. So honestly, I don't know about the Conqueror pick anymore. People used to pick it last slots, I believe. Deadeye was still a thing. And Conqueror with Deadeye is actually really good. But without Deadeye, it's not really too spectacular in a normal game.
Yeah, we'll just let this play out. And we see the two Salems finally moving up. But unfortunately, here the Salem, even with a super heal, cannot sustain the DPM of all these ships together. And BansCV do end up picking the 2-0 against Shaft. But that doesn't mean that it's over, because this is a best of 5. So we'll actually see Shaft have a chance to pick it up and actually still become King of the Sea if they win the next 3 maps. The hard road ahead of them, but not impossible.
Yes, I mean, Maltese, you should be also an expert when it comes to this, because I know that 07 is not too much against, like letting the enemy team take 2 points and then just, turning it entirely back. So what does Shaft have to do now?
I mean, they have to win, right? I mean, that's all they have to do, right? So
It's
not,
easy.
It's not that hard.
Shaft,
I mean, all
I'll
they have
just
to
give
do
you
is
a
win.
quick telephone joker. All you have to do is win. That's our pro advice from the couch.
So, what do they need to do on North to win against BansCV? Looking at BansCV's style with the Ragnars, with previously the Mossfas, how do you think they're going to change their lineup here to get an edge over BansCV's Ragnars?
Is Venezia banned? No, right?
No.
They should run Venezia. GG.
Okay, it's that easy. Just pick Venezia.
Pick Venezia, GG.
But I have to say that I'm really surprised to see Venezia as not being as popular as they were previously in King of the Sea. And it's not like because anything changed about Venezia.
Not really. It was nerfed before last COTS, and it was still used last COTS. So I'm not sure why not a lot of the teams are making use of it, especially since there's so many Ragnars. Ragnars are not like Marceaus. They're not too fast, and they're big and boxy. You can do a lot of damage with Sap, so I'm not sure why people are not really going into the Venezia too much.
Yeah, speaking of Venezia and Italian cruises, what do you think about the Napoli picks that we've been seeing tonight?
I don't really like them, to be honest. I don't know what you think, but I think most of the time Venezia would do a better job, especially since most people aren't actually playing it as a pushy type cruiser. They seem to be kiting with it, and I think Venezia can do a better job at that.
Yeah, I actually fully agree. I mean, it's cool to see that Napoli is actually being utilized, because it's a quite specific ship in what it can do. But yeah, the lack of Venezias for me has been very surprising. With the amount of DDs that are out there in most of the matches and being able to counter something like a Ragnar, which a lot of teams struggled with so far, what we've seen over the course of the last 2 days and also in the group stages. Well, we'll have to see what the answer is that Shaft now prepared. This is Shaft's map pick. So we'll hand it over to Statsbloke and Painezor with the potentially final match. If BansCV manages to win it, let's see whether Shaft can turn this around. And then I wish you a very, very great game. And then we'll talk in a few minutes and see who actually came winning. Enjoy.
Welcome back to Game 3 of this series, the EU King of the Sea 13 Finals, a potential best of 5, but Shaft are currently down 2-0 against BansCV, who will be the green team in this match, and they will be running Ohio, Kremlin, Des Moines, Minotaur, Alexander Nevsky, Stalingrad, Gearing, and Haragumo. Stats, what are Shaft going to use to try and start this comeback going?
The Shaft, to try and get these 3 straight games, they're going to begin with a Montana, a Yamato, a Des Moines, a Goliath, 2 Nevskys, and then a 3 Destroyer comp. They've got Gearing and double Ragnar.
So, Mr. Henning, I know you love me asking this, but why?
No, I don't. You want to know what the Montana's about, right?
I want to know what the Montana's for.
I have no clue. And
Great.
Montana
Expert.
is an odd pick. It gives you like a slightly improved heal. It's not Conqueror heal, but it heals slightly more than the usual battleship does. And it does have a big broadside with 12 4mm and 6mm guns. However, it does lack the 30mm overmatch, which is crucial when you fight Des Moines, for example.
Well, we'll
So
see.
presumably they're not going to use that Montana to push up 910. It's just not the right ship.
The thing with 910 line is that you usually get into close range engagements in which the Montana might actually be able to just precisely nail the bow of a Des Moines anyways, which it can actually overmatch.
Well,
So
sorry.
maybe?
Sorry to interrupt, but we do see a little bit of trading going on, so we should talk about the initial deployments really quickly before anything too heavy happens. Over at the A cap for BansCV, we'll be seeing a Gearing and a Nevsky. B cap is going to be solo defended by a Minotaur, but there will be a Stalingrad looking towards, probably going to be going seaside of this. Ohio is behind them. And then over at the 910 line, we'll be sending a Haragumo, Des Moines, and a Kremlin. Stats, where have you deployed?
So we're seeing quite an asymmetrical deployment here, and I think we're going to see some interesting mid-game rotations, as we were talking about off-camera. So we've got Gearing, Ragnar, Nevsky, Yamato over at the A cap, so 5-2 or 5-3, depending on how you look at it. We've got Kimmy's Des Moines in the middle, and then we've got only the Goliath and the Montana going over towards 9-10 line, while Zill caps the C cap.
Well, Zill was caught in a radar from Anlai Tung and now being forced out of the C-cap. Shots coming in from all over the map. We're going to be trying to force him out to get that damage in early if they can, but not going to be landing very much. A bit of crossfire coming in return from the Montana. See if he can land anything to make it worth it, but no, he's going to be missing the Des Moines of Blood Legend. Montana notoriously difficult to lead with.
It's going to be interesting to watch the Kremlin double Des Moines division of Ban CV. I'm guessing they're going to be fairly aggressive once they know the deployments.
I'm very curious to see what they're going to do with Yoshi EU's Minotaur. It's very interesting position, poised to strike on anything that comes into range of it. It might catch Stress Possum a bit later on if he's not too careful. The torpedoes are going back and forth across the A-cap, but nothing appears like it's going to land.
Interestingly, nothing's going to cap B for any foreseeable time. I think that is going to be one of the things that the teams are going to be trying to do mid-match. Okay, let's watch these torpedoes going towards the Gearing and the two Nevskys at the A-cap. Flo just starting the smokescreen as the torpedoes arrive, which is going to put the smokescreen out of line because he has to dodge the torpedoes.
Nevsky of Kamikazes looks like he might be taking... Whoa, no, they've all expired!
Does that mean the Gearing's running shorter range? Yes.
Oh, fired quite a long time ago. Is he running the 11.5s? Is he running the...
Yeah, I think he's running the short range ones.
Huh.
Okay, interesting choice. So Nevsky throwing the... I think Nevsky realizing that they were the short range torpedoes, throwing torps back the other direction, just in case the Gearing circles around for the cap.
We did see
Possum
that.
spotted.
The Ragnar...
Oh, here sorry, we're going to see Yoshi, I think, in the Minotaur here.
Yoshi has launched himself into action.
Yeah, Possum kind of having to go forwards. I don't think Yoshi has a shot here. Well, it does. I'm not sure. Oh, I know why he's not shooting. It's because the Yamato's right there. Zando would absolutely nuke him. So Angelstone in the Ohio here in the middle of the map, just with an overview, able to shoot both sides. Possum going around the Island of Fame as Kinemon dodges torpedoes.
Radar out from Anlai Tung Stalingrad, north of BC caps. Gonna be finding Kimberly, but not very much else. That was just an intel radar. It's like, what's going on exactly right now?
So I think now that Ban CV realised that Shaft are quite light on this side and are in a kiting position, Henning, presumably they're just going to push because they can see that it's a light flank. They're going to try and take total domination over C.
Yeah, they will, for sure. I'm interested to see if Point is going to turn right here to contest C. I would assume he does, because it also puts pressure on the Des Moines on the 6th line, because he then actually has angles on that one.
A-cap radars coming out, both Nevskys are going to spot each other. However, they're also going to pick up Yoshi EU in his Minotaur. Nevsky doesn't have the overmatch for a Minotaur though, unfortunately, so he's just going to be able to bow tank this. Might take a little bit of damage. The problem is he has a Yamato who's also going to be looking for shots, but he's managed to shot block the Yamato successfully for now.
Yeah, that position from Yoshi, I'd imagine, is entirely deliberate to put the island in between himself and Zando. And Henning was right, Point did turn into the cap.
Yeah, so that was an investment of 5 ships to zone off those 3 ships, but they did take the cap, and they didn't lose anything on the way, which is the important part. And in the meantime, they have still blocked A and B from being taken, which means that Bansi is now taking points.
I'm going to make a prediction. I think Sneaky Snake in the Des Moines is going to head across the back end of Anleitung Stalingrad and head down the channel and into B.
Can I make a prediction too? I want to see Angelstone go down the 6-7 line.
You might well see that.
We saw GK do that. It didn't work out.
Absolutely. I think that is the plan. Because now that they've pushed the ships off the C cap, they do need to try and do something about B, because they have no ability to contest A.
I want to point out the Ragnar at A has reversed back in, but he's in Yoshi EU's range of Hydro now, I think. So we have the Nevsky going to be opening up from max range and just being able to spam those resets at him. I don't think Stress Possum can dodge every single one of these. No, he gets reset. And now he's
Possum can radar Yoshi, though. Potentially. There it is.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Yoshi is spotted in front of Zando. That's an 11-kilometer range. Guessing. Let me look at Zando's guns. I'm guessing that they're still rotating. Yep, here they come. Here they come.
Yoshi needs to wiggle.
Okay, that could have been a lot worse.
I think we'll chalk that up under dispersion. Look at Point in the Kremlin. Look at how low he's getting. He's just being constantly farmed by Montana, Ragnar, and I think potentially the Des Moines. I think Goliath also got to be farming as well.
If Point goes down, does that open up an opportunity for Shaft to turn around and push back?
I don't think so.
No, the Stalingrad's still there. And the Ohio's there as well.
Yeah, they can rotate too many forces to counter the counter push, so to say.
Angel Stone's not going to be going down the 6-11 7 line. He's actually just going to go straight through B by the look of things.
Yeah, I think they will push Sneaky Snake down the channel, but Sneaky needs to be a little bit careful of the Montana Vert.
Stress Possum did sneak away with the A-cap, but does lose quite a bit of health for it, but that's completely worth it. He had some point income on the board. They are now just 2 points ahead of Ban CV, with both of these caps A and C ticking for their relative teams.
Shaft are using a lot of ships to hold A and aren't really doing very much with it. So they've got Ragnar Nevsky, Yamato, Gearing, Nevsky, and the health on the ships north of A is they're still all fine. So you're seeing Possum and Nevsky chat band are leaving.
Look at the flip side at C. The same thing's happening.
Yeah, true.
Except Exodus Blaze is now suffering at the hands of a Des Moines and Gearing point blank. Actually, there's a Haragumo, not a Des Moines. I mean, not a Gearing, sorry.
Yeah. So, Shaft are converging on B, but so are Ban CV in a way. So this could get quite interesting quite quickly as Sneaky Snake maybe makes that move into that channel, because Possum is heading straight for the cap.
I don't know if Exodus Blaze down here in Rhubarb Corner has another heal and Damacon ready to go. He might just die to Blood Legend farming him here.
Yeah, Exodus in the Goliath in J9. On fire, running for the border. Yep, Exodus, very low health. Damage cons the fire, or fire runs out.
He's down to 2,000 health.
Still spotted. Shell's not finding their home.
Harrigan opens up. He should be able to finish him off.
It's going to be a Bounce CV kill on the Goliath.
Angel Stone turned out away from the top of B, which is surprising. I kind of expected him to just go through that. But look, we have all of the Ragnars regrouped. Oof. Kimalil down at the bottom, just take a shot through the bow. That's why he turned out. Okay,
yes.
On target.
Yes, I think it was partly that, and I think it was partly because they smelled the destroyers being redeployed to B. And as we've seen in previous games, you get a couple of Ragnars shooting a battleship, it can whittle them down quite quickly.
Oh god, the Montana is suffering right now.
Yeah. How many things are firing at him right now? Sneaky Snake's Des Moines, the Haragumo, the Des Moines of Blood Legend. Remember, the Montana does not have the overmatch to go through the sides of the Des Moines with ease. He can go through the bow, but getting all those shells to land on the bow of a kiting, wiggling Des Moines is not the easiest thing in the world. He is backed up by his own Nevsky of Muffle the Chat Band, who's going to be opening when the Haragumo is like, "Oi, you, stop that. Silly."
So we see Bound CV here with slightly better map control. They've got that beautiful flank going on Vert.
Yoshi's radar at the B cap going to be detecting Stressed Possum.
Shaft is running out of map really quickly, actually.
Yeah, they look like they're in control of the caps, but yeah, this flank is gonna push through very quickly.
Angel Stone shots come in, but do not get the reset on Stressed Possum's Ragnar. However, Sneaky Snake has arrived. And is going to be in that little BC gap. Going to be opening up on Zill's Ragnar.
Yeah, and is now completely safe from Vert, who is dead.
Yes. Montana got farmed. That's all there is to say about that.
That's going to start to put a lot of pressure on Kimilil as the Harugumo and the Des Moines of BanCV come up behind.
Waffle might be able to get something on a Violin or Vilex or whatever he wants to be called in the Harugumo, but now he's gotten dark. I don't think he has a radar ready to go.
Well, technically Shaft in control of 2 caps. And actually BanCV, from the north side at least, pushing into that cap is going to be fairly risky. But they still have these 2 ships down in the south, and that is a problem.
Problem is, if Kimilele in his Des Moines dies, then, for example, Anleitung in his Stalin could just drive into B. There's not really anything that can stop him at this point. The 2 Wagners are probably not gonna go contested when there's a Harugumo Des Moines in your spawn, also Sneaky Snake in his Des Moines supporting that as well.
Sneaky Snake is actually currently radaring. We'll find out the locations exactly of Stress Possum and the Des Moines, who is currently parked behind the island at the bottom, and the Gearing and Nevsky have decided to make that their focus fire. Also, shots coming in from the long range at Ohio. Not going to be getting too much, but look behind him as well. The Nevsky, the Des Moines and the Harugumo have also got shots at the stern of Kimilil's Des Moines. He is being completely enveloped. He has nowhere to run to. Look at all the farming coming in. He might be able to get a bit of respite when the radar from Sneaky Snake goes down, but there's 2 more waiting. You got Anlai there, you got Yoshi there.
Kamikaze's over on the 2 line, trying to catch Sriva with radar, not able to, out of range. As Gearing and Nevsky push up the 2 line. Yamato being sent over towards B as well.
Kimilil did go down in the background there.
Yoshi is about to make a very dangerous crossing. Is he going to do that?
In front of Yamato?
Yeah. No, he's going to stop. I thought for a second that Yoshi was going to try and jump that gap.
Yamato
Xander spotted
right now, and look at the beautiful position of Sneaky Snake, who can now farm over that island and get all the farming that he wants into Yamato.
Actually really smart. Now that the Des Moines is dead, Yoshi can just park there and be safe.
So BanCV with, let's say, 3/4 of the map under control here. Near enough.
They are still not winning though.
No, absolutely not. It's still 2 caps to 1. Like I'm saying, that the B is just tantalizingly close for BanCV, but pushing in there is still kind of dangerous. I think if they just pushed all the cruisers in there, they could probably get away with it.
Sure, but that would put me at a lot of risk. You do have like...
It would. But they'd need to do it at some point. I think they're waiting to see if they get an opportunity to maybe take down Possum or Zill.
Yoshi's gone.
Maybe the Nevsky.
Oh, Harugumo getting focused down by Zill and Stress Possum. They might actually get this pick.
Yep, absolutely.
100 health. Yeah, they get the pick on the Harugumo. However, look at everything diving in for the scope now. Anlai jumps in. Yoshi jumps in. The Des Moines behind him is still firing. Kremlin's there as well.
Yoshi takes the opportunity to jump into the cap, but I suspect Anlai will not be far behind. Zill, yeah. Zill completely trapped.
And B is blocked now.
TV approaching 800 points. Once that cap ticks, that will rapidly march towards 900.
I don't see a way for Shaft to get back into this now.
There's a couple of moments where they were tantalizingly close to getting something.
Might be get 30,000 health and a Kremlin to burn.
Yeah, but Zando is also quite low.
He is. He's also being farmed by Kinemod and just
torpedoes. I don't think the Gearing Torps have range. From what we saw earlier. Nope. Yeah, they're definitely... I don't know, Zando is unspotted now. Oh no, there we go, spotted again.
Well, he did fire at the Kremlin of Point. Point is reversing right now. He's on 17,000 health. Didn't get very much from the Yamato salvo, but he is still burning. He's down at 8,100, 7,800. I don't know if he has any Damacons left. He was farmed very heavily earlier on. I think this might also be his final health. He might not have any heals left. But
yeah, it's worth remembering Kremlin gets limited damage control party uses.
It's 5,000 health left on Point with no way to spot him, though.
Yeah, I think Point's just gonna stay quiet here, I think.
Xander going for some sort of hero play, potentially?
And Angel Stone's right there, and Lay's right there.
Yoshi's right there. Sneaky Snack's right there.
But I mean, they have to. 900 points passed. Is Zando even going to get to the cap? I don't think so.
Nope. Blood Legend says, you are not coming. Do not press gold. Do not collect Yoshi.
965 points passed. 4 ban CV. For the series. For the EU Championship. Both of these teams, of course, will go through to the internationals. But it looks like Ban CV are going to take that top spot. Possum going down for the win.
Congratulations to Ban CV. They are going to be the European champions for King of the Sea 13. I'm going to throw it back over to the studio for some expert analysis.
Congratulations to Ban CV with a very decisive win also on this map and taking the finals 3-0. Very well played to both teams. Of course, Shaft also putting up a great show, but there was no way around Ban CV today. And now I can say, even though Conway corrected me earlier today, that Ban CV now has won 4 times King of the Sea on EU. No, really, really well played and very impressive. All of these teams, of course, Shaft, Paid, and Ban CV will represent the EU cluster in 2 weeks' time for the international King of the Sea part. But let's discuss this game and just see like how Ban CV managed to win this one with the setup.
Basically, Harugumo Des Moines, 10 line, we saw the push, it was incredible. So basically what Ban CV did, sorry I'm saying the word, but I had to, is they pushed the Kremlin down. They're like, hey, shoot me. Point was in his Kremlin screaming at the enemy team, shoot me, shoot me. They shot him, he didn't die, he went to hide, and then there was a Harugumo Des Moines in their spawn. Goliath couldn't do anything, he died. And then Montana couldn't do anything, he died. And then they were surrounded on the map. And well, it was kind of too late. So basically, the idea was for Ban CV was to cap B and C and leave A really unattended. There was only 2 ships on A. So they won BC and they took control of the map. Because when you win C, it's easier to hold B from the C side than it is from the A side. So the idea was, that was the idea, basically.
Basically. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, no, I agree. That was a really good analysis of what happened.
Love that word.
Ban CV just wanted to take control of the C cap and B cap, and taking control of the B cap, as Malta said, is a lot easier from the C side than it is from the A side, and they executed this perfectly by using the Harugumo and Des Moines to output a ton of DPM onto, as Malta mentioned, the Des Moines, the Montana, the other Des Moines, and basically everything that went their way.
Yeah, we also have the minimap replay, so we can actually just let it play in the background here, so we can see what's happening. And what I found very interesting is that Ban CV committed a lot of resources to C, only 2 ships to A, but they played so well with the repositioning of Yoshi when it comes to the minnow, to always throw them off that it took them ages to get the A cap.
Yeah, we see here that it took them almost 9 minutes to grab the A cap, and then it was already too late. Like, they had already lost the Goliath, and they were already in the process of losing the Montana, and they were just getting surrounded at that point.
Yeah, and what we see here in general is that just the positioning of the Ban CV team, right? They just push the team back and back and back. And even though Shaft was holding 2 caps for a very long time and building up a point advantage, the HP pool in the beginning, after a few minutes, was slowly moving in favor of Shaft. But as soon as they managed to take down the Goliath, it completely flipped over. Ban CV was just melting these ships, and yeah, just really, really well played and not leaving Shaft with any way of coming back into this game. So
yeah, I just drew the line there to just show how much map control Ban CV was able to obtain by just pushing through only C and not letting themselves get overly overwhelmed on A. And it just showed that from that point onwards, it's impossible to take back the map.
Yes, so congratulations. We're not going to dwell too long on this game. I hope you're ready, but I'm sure we should now bring back our casters and talk about this day together and see how they feel about our old Well, not from King of the Sea, 12th old King of the Sea winner, but the new winner, TWA/BanCV as the European champions.
1 second.
1 second. So we will wait for Painezor and Statsbloke, who've been doing, by the way, a fantastic job at commentating today and bringing all of the live action to you. Don't forget, if you like their content, you can find them on Twitch. Same for as Malteseknight. They all are streaming very often during the week and have great content besides competitive content. So go check them out. And hello, Painezor and Statsbloke. Painezor, not as long as we thought this day is going to be, right? We saw a lot of actually pretty one-sided matches, but how do you feel about BanCV's performance today?
I think it was dominant, and I want to see them do the same in internationals because we've got a bit of EU pride on the line. I also feel a bit sorry for like Mr. Henning, who can't get into this channel and talk to us, but he's like very excited because as a member of BanCV, getting to cast his own clan, winning EU King of the Sea, I think he must have had a whale of a time.
Yeah, very impressive. Stats, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think BanCV only dropped one game for the entire tournament, if I'm correct.
Yes, against Syria in the best of 16, I think.
Which is an incredibly impressive performance. They've been very dominant today, and it just goes to show that the old guard who've been playing for years, some very familiar faces in that team, they are absolutely still able to compete as apparently the best team on EU. But great showing from Shaft. There were a couple of moments in those games where we thought Shaft might just be able to squeeze back, but unfortunately not. BanCV being pretty dominant in those games. Quick shout out, I know he's not here, but quick shout out to Henning and to Baz, because they've been invaluable in providing us with a bit of insight.
I can bring them in.
Baz is gone, but I think Henning is still around.
Henning's downstairs.
Please bring them in if they are here.
Henning's downstairs. We bring him in, but Baz ran away. Henning! Look, he just left.
Wow. He just immediately quit.
No.
Very, very, very disciplined.
There he is. Henning?
Where am I?
You're in the official channel. Say hello to Twitch chat, Henning.
Hello, Twitch chat.
You sound so happy. No, seriously, these guys have given us invaluable insight, because we've done, the Painter and I have done a bit of competitive ourselves, but we're nowhere near the level that Baz and Henning have done. And so for them to be able to answer our questions about why certain plays are being used, why certain ship choices are being used, it has been really, really valuable to us.
Why pick Montana? I don't fucking know.
Even if we do ask them awkward questions.
Some of these questions were a bit just for you to troll you, like the brisk pick on Kremlin on 10 line of Land of Fire, because we know for a fact that you just love ramming there. Like, that's why we call you Darth Ramming.
I mean, I have experience with Kremlin pushes on the 10 line of Land of Fire, so yeah. Yeah.
Right, then I think now it is time to do some shout-outs. To all the volunteers, casters, and everyone else who has been helping us organize this beautiful and wonderful tournament on the EU server. So we'll start with the EU organizers, Captain Stewie, M. Jester, and Ree Damel. If you wanna...
So for adjudicators, we have Admiral Quirt, OSVFR, Big M, and Yesod, and Yuzara. And what do we have for referees?
So for referees, we do have Thinkso, or as he's called nowadays, Kawaii Kuhai. There you go. Then also CJet LP, M Dragic 04, also called M Dragic 05 or 06, and Field East Forbes, Sniping Cat, and Ustadi. Thank you very much, guys. This takes a lot of their free time to be able to support this tournament in the background, and we just want to give them a big thumbs up for making this a super smooth tournament with no hiccups whatsoever. A really big shout out. But this is, of course, not everybody want to give a shout out to. No, also, of course, for the official cast.
Yes, we also want to thank Bazinga Flux, Darth Henning, also known as Quacksire of the Pond or Darth Ramming, Malteseknight right here, Painezor, also known as Painezor, and Statsbloke.
Yes.
They have been invaluable in making this an enjoyable viewing experience for everyone here.
Yes, and then for others, we do, of course, have to thank Guitaristing and his amazing guitar bot to take care of tournament channels and roles, the training room, Good job you today. You were very stable. Of course, also a big shout out to all of the other community streamers who have been not only broadcasting today, but of course throughout the entire group stage. This is a very long day always for everybody who's broadcasting these games. You know, it's like 6 to 8 hours very often, talking about competitive gameplay and trying to bring you the best experience home, and also explaining a little bit why certain teams are doing what they're doing, and just really enjoying the show. And Not Your Father and the amazing replay bot. You can also, I mentioned this before, but you can check this out yourself on various Discord servers like the official one and upload your replays and turn it into a fantastic video. Then, of course, a big shout out to all of the teams participating. We have usually over 4,000 to 5,000 players actually participating in King of the Sea all across the globe. So big shout out for all of the teams to take their time, like training, as Maltese said earlier today. It's not just about like, hey, we have these game days. There's also a lot of preparation going in, planning, scrimming to prepare for this and put up the best possible show. And then one shout out also from my side, St. Petersburg video team. We spent a lot of time actually trying to improve King of the Sea broadcasts. I hope you liked all of the visual additions that were implemented, like the, I personally found it very fantastic. All of the little Easter eggs, like this is the Des Moines spot, or, like the different Hall of Fame maps and so on, the islands. I hope this was really helpful, as for example, the indicators for the different cap circles. So please also give us feedback on this. And I think the camera work has also been quite nice with being able to show you things that are sometimes being missed, because World of Warships is a very complex game. A lot of things are happening at the same time, and you can have the best casters in the world, but they cannot be everywhere at the same time. So we're happy to also show you replays from different aspects of the match that are not always going to be able to be shown immediately. And then, of course, our team, as always, carrying very hard when it comes to World of Warships and providing everybody with a fantastic experience in the game or outside of the game, just watching this.
Yes.
And do we want to do a final shout out and get Mr. Conway in front of the camera? Because all of this magic is only possible because of Mr. Conway sitting in the background building a fantastic streamer pack, making sure the King of the Sea looks fantastic all across the world, and not pushing weird buttons throughout the stream. And today he only told us a little bit with a calculator.
Yes.
So give some F's in chat for Mr. Conway.
Thank you very much, chat. I hope you had fun.
Explain this calculator. I'm confused.
So you just have to imagine that, you will see us sometimes, well, actually quite often, looking in this direction, because there's a big ass TV here where we see the actual broadcast, and Mr. Conway gives us a little cues in between the matches. It's like, the game is going to start in 3 minutes, or for example, talk about this topic now. And then in between he showed us basically and a calculator, an empty calculator, because in the background he was probably calculating how many channel points were distributed. So to say 90% of the predictions were actually in favor of a certain team. So he did some math, but the calculator popped up here. We were trying to decipher what Conway wants to tell us with that. Deeper meaning wasn't there, apparently. Okay, well then with this, I think we're going to slowly but steadily hand it over to the North American stream. So thank you everybody for watching the stream. Thanks, big shout out again for Painezor and Statsbloke doing a fantastic job bringing all of the in-game action to you. And then any final words from you, Painezor and Stats?
I'll hope to have fun with internationals with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got to, not to be biased, but I think EU's going to win.
Obviously EU's going to win. Does anybody in this collection of people here now not think EU is going to win?
Do you
Maltese, any comments?
Probably Southeast Asia, honestly. To be honest.
Do you remember Asia server?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we will have to wait for the NA finals later today and the Russian finals to see who is going to duke it out in internationals. And of course, as Painezor already said, he will be joining us for internationals here in Prague.
So on one of these beautiful chairs.
Yes.
Implying that I don't get lost somewhere
Give him
in
my
Frankfurt
chair.
Airport.
It's okay. It's just don't pull jingles.
Give him my chair so he looks really short.
Yes. Okay, then thanks everybody. I think that's going to be it for today. Don't forget that we are going to hand over to NA, where you can see the grand finals with a lot of cool action, including, for example, Maltese's clan with 07. being the final boss, basically, to who's going to win the NA cluster. And then in 2 weeks' time, we have the international finals, as we just said, 6th and 7th of November, where you can see the best 3 teams of each of the clusters compete with each other and see who's the best team globally and get the bragging rights for our clusters. So we'll see, right? I hope to see all of you there. And with this, I wish you a very good night. Sarah?
Congratulations to Ban CV, Shaft, and Paid for representing EU in the internationals in 2 weeks. And give them hell.
Congratulations to Blood Legend, Band TV, on winning King of the Seas EU. Congratulations.
Yes, absolutely. In general, all of these players, fantastic players. Be nice to them when you see them in-game. They all are trying their very best and definitely deserve your +1s in-game when you see them. With this, have a good night. Go watch NA King of the Sea, and then we'll be back in 2 weeks' time with the international part right here from Prague with us. Bye-bye and enjoy.